that same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go.
league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. You dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's a devil and you take her place? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow. That's when she's gonna make you chase. Burn by her fire and all I know is she's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal
What's up, gamers? My name is Sam. I'm also known as Tickle, and I'm starting to think the rest of the talent team is memeing me. They put me in this chair, they made me spin around slowly, they played this music. It's not that type of show, boys and girls. This is actually ESL Challenger coming to you live from DreamHack Winter. Day number 1, listen to this music. You gotta love it, right? Day number 1 was an insane moment of upsets. We saw Nouns take down Eternal Fire, MIBR beat Virtus Pro, and right at the end of the day, we said goodbye to 3D Max after Gamer Legion was able to take them down in a best of 3. I'm expecting much of the same today. 3 games. By the end of today, we'll know which teams join Monty and MIBR in the semi-finals, and we'll be saying goodbye to some of our challenger teams as well. It's all to play for. Alan's music is fantastic for the start of the morning, so you know what? Let's get right into it. It's time to start playing.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Day 2 underway here at ESL Challenger. Of course, said goodbye yesterday to 3D Max. Commiserations to them, but a lot more teams to dispatch. There can only be one champion tomorrow, and plenty of CS to come. I am your host, Alan. I'm joined this morning by Tea Time and Yumi. And the big topic of conversation this morning is the CS2 switch. All the changes moving over. It's been a long time coming, but as we said, Yumi, a kind of new lease of life, it feels like, for the scene, doesn't it?
It feels like some players are just kind of exceeding all expectations as to what kind of fragging we should expect out of them. You know, I'm seeing in-game leaders pop off in games more frequently. I'm seeing the notorious wide swingers going even wider than I've ever seen before and popping heads. So I do feel like it's sparked some new energy for players.
Sure it has, but you know, in all fairness, I don't think we necessarily needed a new lease in all fairness in that regards. I think CSGO is doing so well. The fact that TS2's come in, it's come in at a tumultuous time. Obviously, it has come in a way where it has sort of messed things up in certain places. But I'm glad that it's at least been hard transitioned into. We're ironing out all the kinks. We're coming through with so many updates regularly. Valve's actually putting in a large amount of effort. Sure, there's certain bad words that could be said about them as well, let's put it lightly, but I'm glad to see it.
Yeah, it certainly feels like, you know, there's some criticism of how the game has come out, but there's no testbed like professional level play. You're not going to see these flaws, you're not going to see how top players exploit it, unless we actually have the pros playing it, will we, Yumi?
I mean, if your bones ache, you know, those are growing pains when you're young. That's just what we have to go through at the start of CS2. You know,
I call them old man hands personally. Yeah. I don't think I'm going through growing pains any longer. But no, listen. At the end of the day, the pros are also going to be finding exploits back in CS:GO. I mean, you only have to look back towards the previous major where, you know, Monozy's just popping open smokes randomly. That was a game that was around for 10 years. The fact of the matter is, you're not going to know up until the point where Rops is, you know, opening up some programmer's house and going into their laptop and being like, well, okay, this source code says that the jump is a little bit more random than it was last time. So, I know things are going wrong.
Well, here on the talent team, we decided maybe we should have a go and see what CS2 is like for us.
This is fantastic. Look at the details. I do, however, think that this movement is really
shining in this game. It's so much better than CSGO. But look at this lighting. It is
terrific. It makes the game look so much better. And what's the next feature? Oh, subtick? It's
functioning perfectly from the start. It's a great addition to the game, but it doesn't matter since the game is
transcending every expectation. Long live CS2.
beautiful stuff. We obviously joke about, but credit to Valve. They have made a lot of changes at lightning pace, Yumi.
I mean, I only heard positive things to say.
Yeah,
so there was no real criticisms laid out.
The only way they could get Alan's cynicism away is that they had to crowdsource good opinions out from the people. You know what? I'm all for it. No wonder they didn't ask us to come through and test this one.
I mean, they probably shouldn't ask us for many changes either, because they, like you said, they are working on it a lot. You know, we're pumping out updates. We're making small tweaks to the game. You know, there's still greater conversations to be had about economy and how many rounds we have and blah, 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 blah. You know, that'll come in 6 months, maybe. I don't know. That's all on Valve time.
That's how it works. But in terms of the patch notes, we've been speaking to the players to let them know about all these new changes.
We weren't planning for doing this segment, but we got some release notes just now. I'm going to read these updates, and we just want to have your reaction and your thoughts to them. The FAMAS magazine capacity has been adjusted to 35 to match the Galil.
Did that happen just now, or it's more now?
Oh, FAMAS. That's a nice one.
I guess we're gonna become the first team using full FAMAS at the beginning.
但是我也不会买.
Still useless.
Cash has been brought back into the active map pool, replacing Mirage.
Whoa.
What? Wait.
Is it a joke?
Okay, that's really nice.
I never played the map because I was too young to play it, so it will be a pleasure to explore the map.
骗人的吧?
Can you show?
Pissing Mirage.
Yeah, not a fan of that one. RIP Mirage. We're Mirage players, yeah? Born and raised on Mirage. Not great.
The initial budget has been adjusted to a 4.5k.
4.5? 4.5? Yeah, it's too much, no?
You're never gonna have a piss round.
I'm just confused.
挺好的，挺好的，不用练手枪了，挺好的，因为我们的手枪击射力挺低的。对对对，我们手枪击射力挺低的。
Alright, I like that. Just save 5 ops, second round.
Might be good. New meta.
The op price has been reduced to 4,000 to reflect its current strength.
Yeah, that's very good for me personally. So.
Oh, so op first round.
Oh yeah,
5v5.
Oh yeah, 5 op.
5 op.
First round, off the rip. I like it.
真的假的？真的假的？
Oh no, we have 5 oppers now. I think it's good. Yeah, why not? I like it.
Well, I also have another news for you guys. These are fake updates.
Yes. Well, I'm shocked. After the CS2 changes, I believe anything, to be honest.
I mean, you got me on the FAMAS.
Yeah.
And the second one, I knew it was fake.
I didn't believe it.
Got him, guys. What can
My
we
life
say?
is a lie.
Your life is a lie.
I'm being lied to on broadcast. What's going on over here? And I thought everything I heard over here on this channel was absolutely 100% correct, especially the way I thought Tyloo was going to beat Monty yesterday.
That's not how this works.
No, that is not how that predictions or anything work at all. So,
don't lift the fail bully, come on. We've got to at least pretend we know roughly what we're talking about. But either way, we have had a tournament, not just a lot of fun. Yesterday was some crazy games, some upsets. MIBR was a lot of excitement too. But I think, Yumi, we didn't get too much chance yesterday to talk about 3D Max, but they did play good Counter-Strike. It's just a shame. They met some good opposition.
yeah, no, I think the problem for 3D Max coming into this tournament is that expectations were going to be high. You know, we're having an organization pull back into the French scene and actually try and field a full French roster where Vitality isn't anymore. You know, these are sort of objectives that they probably had lined up for themselves because this is a big tournament for them, but yeah, they had some tough opposition, that's for sure.
Honestly, I mean, I'm still disappointed about that VP game that they had in the first place, the fact that they went down to the lower bracket. It felt like if the same marker that showed up in the second series had come to play in that first one, we could have seen a much better performance from them overall. But unfortunately, the marker that was calling on the first series wasn't necessarily there in the same way on the second one, right? So it's just like, which marker are you really going to get?
Got to be said, though, MIBR were brilliant. They played great Counter-Strike. They looked well-refined. Insani is, quite frankly, the best player in the tournament right now. MIBR are a threat to win this.
Yeah, I mean, they also just have incredible depth across their players. You know, to have everybody sort of contribute in that run against Virtus Pro, it was actually great to watch. You know, and Insani was kind of the stopgap for everyone to actually get up to pace and actually start winning rounds versus what is a very threatening and probably the favorite for the tournament VP.
And I realized that, listen, it did go up to about 44 maps, 44 rounds or whatever it was. It did feel like 44 maps. It did feel like that.
Felt like it.
Especially for you, Alan. You had a long day yesterday. But no, it was really interesting to see all 5 of them come up to that 30 bomb mark, especially when Insani was the one leading the charge over there. So you're right, Insani is definitely the best player of the tournament as of now. But you know, Save showed up, BRNZ had some great rounds, Drop had some good clutches as well to even get them to that overtime. Yeah. Honestly, I'm really happy with what MIBR has shown us.
Plenty of fun games today. Let's take a look at the schedule. First up is Tyloo up against Eternal Fire. We've got VP Game Legion, that's a qualification game for the semis. And then Nouns will play the winner of Tyloo Eternal Fire. We'll of course discuss the next game in a second. But Virtus Pro Gamer Legion, can Gamer Legion get a map?
No. I mean, I know I've been a bit of a hater on them regardless, but I just can't believe in them.
I'd like to believe that we've had some growth. You know, we had an uptick of like 10-15% as the day went on, and they said they were battling with some illnesses and things like that.
Yeah.
You know, I do think that they'll come in a little warmer to those games. I think a map is possible. I don't know that the series is.
Nouns later on. I mean, yesterday it was a bit of a roller coaster, but in a good way for them. They didn't expect to be competitive, I think, for all of these teams. But now, 1 best of 3 from playoffs. What could happen?
Nouns right now are the biggest fans of Chinese Counter-Strike that have ever existed, and I say this as someone who was wearing a We Stand Jam Young poster yesterday. Nouns are really, really just rooting for Tyloo to come through, because if it's a rematch versus Eternal Fire, with how scrappy the first one was, yes, they should still have a pretty good chance. I'm not going to lie to you, but they're still massive underdogs in that one.
Yeah, I mean, fooling me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? I don't think Eternal Fire would have that victim. They wouldn't fall victim to the Nouns craziness in late rounds.
Some shame on Eternal Fire regardless, right? Let's be honest, that was a very messy game. I do put some shame on them, but
they are also coming off of another LAN at the same time, and there's no prep, and you know, Nouns aren't really somebody you expect to maybe fall at Eternal Fire.
Well, it wouldn't be tea time if we weren't dishing out the shame. First up, though, is Tyloo versus Eternal Fire. Let's get into it.
We are representing a legendary org in China, I would say. So mostly the fans are quite hardcore fans, I would say, like mostly supporting this org. I think it affects us to put more work, I would say, to represent China as an org. But it's a good pressure for us to play harder and win more games. Yeah, definitely we'll give everything to this game. Our greatest strength in the team for Tyloo, I would say our team chemistry. We push ourselves, like encourage ourselves to not feel down and to play our best. To our fans, recently we have been playing bad, so keep supporting us through hard times, and we'll definitely prove you guys we'll win someday and make you guys proud.
A pair of punchy teams to kick us off. Plenty of star rifle power. I think on this server should be a heck of a game. But let's get straight into this. Tyloo, kind of, I guess for a lot of the fans, maybe a little lesser known. So tell me, Tea Time, expectations, where's this lineup at? What are we hoping for in this tournament in general from Tyloo?
I mean, in this tournament in general, I was really hoping that the bare minimum would be a top 4 finish, especially given the group. I felt like there were real vulnerabilities in Monty in that upper bracket BO1, and they weren't able to exploit. Monty had some great adjustments as well, yes. But then now, getting to the top 4 will be an achievement. Personally, I was a little bit hopeful that maybe they could even make a run for top 2 if VP didn't end up facing them, because, you know, whoever was out from that group B, they had a chance regardless, but can they even make it out at this point?
I mean, Tyloo had some nice clutches against Monty as well. I think they had 2 1v2s, they won pistols, and they still only got 5 rounds. You know, there were also some rounds in there that they could have won, or maybe should have, based on, like, the opening picks they got. But I do think that Monty team just played really good at adapting to what was happening. They had a lot of deficits, but actually fought out of them very frequently.
Even from an organizational perspective for Tyloo, obviously in the past they've had dominant teams in the region, making majors, always looking competitive on an international landscape. Surely there's intent here with signing this lineup from Tyloo to be of a similar prestige, right?
I mean,
the target is to make the major.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any question about that. Tyloo have missed out on chances to attend the major, to get sticker money. That feels like the big reason why this organization has the notoriety as it does in Counter-Strike, so to speak. But it also is like totally unbranded. Like these guys are Tyloo turncoats. You know, they were once rivals, now they're representing this brand, and they're also a squad that have failed to make majors themselves. So expectations are high that this is somehow a new chance for them.
I'll be honest, I don't actually think the expectations for Tyloo that high anymore. It's been years since this organization has been anyway in the conversation for top 3 in Asia. The fact that they are now finally back there, I'm sure even the org's even just happy with that, right? They talked about how fanatical the Chinese fans are for this brand. Even to be competitive for being #1 in Asia is such a big step up after, you know, they've been losing since 2020, Michael, right? 2020 is the first time that a Mongolian team actually ended up winning out the RMR back at the ESL Road to Rio. It's been downhill ever since for the organization at the very least.
Either way, time to get into the thick of it. Tyloo and Eternal Fire, Sam's got both on deck.
Ooh.
It is super early here at DreamHack Winter. We're about to kick off on ESL Challenger, and all you gamers know these hours are insane. How do you wake up so early and get your mind in the game?
Like, I think we're professionals, so we need to do it. It's an early game, so just be focused.
How do you cope with the freezing cold outside? It's snowing, the sun hasn't risen by the time we get in here.
It's our first time feeling this weather that cold, but you'll get used to it, I say.
I'm from South Africa and I'm not getting used to it. It is freezing here. You're taking a look now. You're going to be facing off against Eternal Fire. What do you think of the team?
I think they're a strong team because recently they've been beating a lot of top teams, so it's kind of strong, but we'll try our best to face them at least.
And on your side, how did it look at Tyloo yesterday? What are you expecting from them?
I think Tyloo is a good team also. Like, it's going to be a good matchup. I think the best team will win tonight, this morning. I wish them good luck. Wish the best team win tonight, this morning.
Tonight, he hasn't even slept yet. We are here bright and early. Let's jump into game.
Didn't get my coffee yet.
The best team is going to win. Insightful words there from Major, but let's talk Tyloo because, Michael, this rifling core is no joke on an international stage.
Yeah, I actually believe coming into this matchup, we have a better rifling core on Tyloo than we do on Eternal Fire. At the moment, I don't feel like Eternal Fire have the punch, nor do they have the support of anybody aside from Xantares and Wicadia. And Wicadia is their newest player. He's supposed to be the young player that doesn't make mistakes. You know, I want to see some of these old heads on this Eternal Fire roster actually step up, because I think without them, you could actually find yourself in pretty dire waters versus the Dragon of Tyloo.
I'm very much with you on that one. As far as the rifling core is concerned, I do think Tyloo probably edges them out slightly, but unfortunately where they are making up for it in aim, they are losing out a bit on experience, and it does feel like with Advent still having certain mental hurdles, certain mental blocks on the international stage or in any high pressure situation, none of these players are sort of rebelling against that leadership in a way where maybe on Eternal Fire you do have Xantares, you do have Wicadia who can go for those plays. So even though the rifling core might actually be slightly stronger, it might edge it out a bit, I don't think that it'll be better on the server.
The biggest thing is the ceiling. You know, Xantares has such a great ceiling. I don't think any of the players on Tyloo can really challenge that as maybe the main issue.
Let's talk though about the playstyle of some of these riflers, because I think Mercury is the yin to kind of Jamyoung's yang, because Mercury is the start of the round. He's aggressive, he's going to get in early, he's going to crack heads open, whereas Jamyoung, he's more of a late round sort of player, isn't he?
It's true, but I'm a little bit disappointed whenever I see that, because Jamyoung does feel like he's such an incredible player for me. Yes, Mercury can do well in the mid-round as well, but I'd much more rather have Jamyoung be way more involved in sort of that mid-round, make it so that instead of Mercury and Mosaic, maybe you're having Jamyoung playing, for example, B-Shot or Mirage rather than B-Anchor, so you can have that dual work together more effectively. It's one of the reasons why their overpass is so deadly, because one of the few maps where on the T side, they actually end up working the same side of the map.
It's also one of the big criticisms we've had about Tyloo or this core of players for a long time, is that there actually aren't enough aggressive pieces. Like, even in the interview, Kaze just being like, oh, well, you know, it's the first time we're really experiencing the weather and, you know, wish them best of luck. Like, that was a really cute interview, but I want to see fight out of these guys. You know, this is a chance for them to reattain themselves as one of the top teams in China. They think they've fallen second fiddle to Lin Vision, who underwent an in-game leader shift, but have actually just brought in more firepower, which can't really be said for for Tyloo.
I'll be honest, Michael, with your shirt, I thought you were going to be going like, oh, I'm so glad Kaz is going all kawaii right now. But no. Of course, we would like a little bit more fighting over here in the server.
Well, for Eternal Fire, it's been a little bit of a rocky transition to CS2. How have they found it?
Yeah, the transition to CS2 is like, it's a new game, to be honest. So there is multiple things who is different from CSGO. So like I said, we need some time, I think, to fix it. Maybe some teams will do faster, some teams will do slower. We are here to do our best to fix our mistakes, and as a team, that's what matters, like fix our mistakes and just go further.
When we talk Eternal Fire, there is one man we cannot ignore. Xantares is a monster. He's been brilliant in CS2. And when I look at Xantares, I say, this guy is the finished package. He's a complete player, start of the round, end of the round. He can do it all, can't he, Michael?
And he's doing it with a full Turkish roster. You know, he has decided to try and sit with his countrymen. That's how he got his start. That's what really brought the spotlight to him. He had his little international stint, didn't quite pan out maybe the way they wanted it to. And I love that he's still a part of this project, because I think without Xantares, the Turkish scene would probably stagnate in its current state.
Sure, I mean, there is that angle, but the other angle to consider is Xantares should genuinely be a top 10 player going into CS2, in my opinion. And this isn't the team to do it with. So as far as the rest of his team is concerned, they have to rise to a level where they can actually support him, because sure, there's a lot of arguments to be made, well, he's getting all the best spots and everything. Honestly, no, he's not. He has to rotate to the other side half the time because Calyx has died over there, and then he has to get a double kill. And look, he does manage it very often, but that's an unreasonable expectation.
Let's talk Arcadia, coming in through the academy system. Mechanically, he's a revelation. Of course, might have some growth to go. When we're looking towards the future of this team, surely Arcadia has to be a focus.
I think when he first had his Pro League run, you know, that the main surprise was that he wasn't making a lot of errors. I think that was even something that they were saying a lot, like, oh, this guy just doesn't make any mistakes. But the more that they've played together, the more we've seen some of those growing pains actually happen for this roster. So yeah, there is definitely room and space.
Let's talk Vito, because I know there's some interesting angles with these first few maps coming out.
Yeah, now this is where it gets interesting, because Eternal Fire going for the first ban is actually a very wise move. They're able to ban out Nuke. That means Tyloo's forced to ban an Ancient. That's a sort of common ground over there. Vertigo is the obvious map pick for Eternal Fire to always come through. I'm expecting Tyloo to go for Overpass. It seems like it's the only counteraction that they can actually have. And then the decider should just be a straightforward Mirage. Tyloo does not like playing Inferno. They are not good on Inferno despite their previous Rare Atom successes internationally. I will be very disappointed if that's pulled out of here. So I'm expecting them to be banning out Inferno, Eternal Fire to ban Anubis, and Mirage to be the decider.
Yeah, I thought that was maybe a chance that Mirage could have been a pick for Eternal Fire, and then we would have had maybe a swap with Vertigo as the decider in this map. But I do agree with you in a lot of the talking points. I feel like this is a good way to sort of leverage some of that star power on Eternal Fire. I think there's also an argument to be made that, yeah, Tyloo, when we've seen them play Vertigo, they've always done good against Asian teams, but even then they struggle versus the teams that are actually proficient on it, you know, that are actually adopting a more proactive playstyle. Because Tyloo are so victims to just playing too defensive on like every map.
And especially on Vertigo in particular, Mongols bans that out, right? That's a perma-ban. Linvision likes to ban out Vertigo pretty often as well. So you're very rarely actually playing it into even one of the top Asian teams. So your only legitimate practice is
like
going
the contender fringe teams.
Yeah, basically. It's like, hey, sure, you might beat like New Happy or Wings Up on it, but now you've only got Vertigo practice in your time to bootcamp in Europe. None of the other practice really counts, and you're going up against an Eternal Fire who's very proficient on that map in particular.
And lost it to Nouns earlier in this tournament.
But at the same time, Michael, the way they lost it is actually very scary to me, because there were 3 rounds where in a half-fight situation, they were able to bring it down to a 1v1 versus Nouns. If there's one thing I know about Asian teams that is an unfortunate reality, it's that they lose to a lot of force buys.
Do they lose those 1v1s though? When you've got Jamyoung, Mosea, Mercury, maybe if you have Advent, but if
you want one of those,
listen, those 3 and hell, Kaze clutches when you see this guy on LAN. Like, I do believe that if we end up in scenarios like that, there's actually a fear that Eternal Fire could lose this game in actually like a pretty depressing way.
Listen, you're giving me these arguments, but also at the same time, we have to keep in mind, even Monty yesterday won 2 obvious half buys. One of them was just because they didn't check an angle on Bro in the corner of Anubis. The other one was just walking in and getting deagled down. This is not a team that's going to lose a 1v1, sure, but it's going to lose a 3v1 when they've already gotten 4 kills on you with the Deagles.
Yeah, and Acor also had his double Tech9 entry to finish off the Gamer Legion game yesterday. So, I mean, this is also the thing with CS2. You know, we've talked a lot about how people are like taking a more aggressive stance. That's why players like Xantares, Flit, you know, Donk, these are the guys that we're looking at as being like these next big stars in the game. Yeah, I mean, pistols are actually a very fearful thing because of just how aggressive people move with them.
Yeah, sure, but also at the same time, even when we start shifting over the conversation, for example, an overpass, right? If we say Vertigo, Eternal Fire should probably take it, but maybe Tyloo's got a chance to get an upset up because of how they were playing yesterday. You look over towards overpass, it is not a clear win for Tyloo. There's one very good, very favorable matchup, which is Jamyoung versus Calyx on the CT side versus T side, which I think might give them an edge. But overall, the middle part of their map, they're still going to have to contend with Xantares coming out over towards A ramp, and it's Kaze and Mercury who like to play mid. That's a very difficult matchup to get for yourself. Xantares is very good at getting that first shot out onto AWPs as well. They're good at using flashes to make sure Kaze won't have the easy angle up against him, which is what he relies on very often. I don't know if this overpass is even a guaranteed win for Tyloo.
Yeah, I mean, do you think Major and Calyx can lock down the B-bomb site though?
No,
you know, like,
I do think...
You stay away from A. You just avoid Xantares.
Look, I think Tyloo probably takes overpass, but then even if we get to a Mirage, it's just too difficult to beat out Eternal Fire there. They've got such a dynamic duo there between Vicadia and Xantares on their defense in the middle side of the map, and then Woxix doing a great job playing more supportively, being great at throwing Util out of window. He's really been able to adopt an angle which I never thought I would see from him, while having some variety in the picks he can go for. I think the Mirage mid-core is just too much to deal with.
Right, where are you leading then? Who's winning this series?
I've got to go with Eternal Fire taking this one away, 2-1.
I'm going to go with Tyloo. I actually believe in them. I feel like we've seen too many stumblings from this Eternal Fire roster too early on, especially with them having a lack of preparation coming into this event.
I'm going to lean Eternal Fire. As much as there's ups and downs, these guys have a ridiculously high ceiling, and I just fundamentally think Xantares can just do a number. He can just win series when he wants to. One last topic to discuss is expectations here for Eternal Fire. Top 8 at Pro League, big scalps along the way on LAN. Last week playing another LAN into the grand final. We know they're in good shape offline. They should be making playoffs here. They're that caliber of team.
It's not even just about making playoffs. It's the fact that MIBR has done the hardest part for them, which is that they brought Virtus.pro down to the 2nd seed. Now, Eternal Fire, if they're able to go forward, it's a match versus MIBR. That's one they 2-0'd very convincingly on LAN just a week ago, right? This is a clear pathway to the finals. The only thing they have to make sure they don't do is trip up, fall down, and break their nose.
Yeah, also, I mean, can dragons even get burned by fire?
Well...
I'm asking mythological questions.
I think the Game of Thrones.
But it's also an Eternal Fire. Dragons only add to it. It's just more fire then.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
They
could have been allies in another life.
We need some scientists here to find out.
Is this like an out of the saucepan into the dragon moment? Like, what's going on over here? This makes no sense to me. We're not going along with this very longer because I've just got to say, Eternal Fire, on paper, this is a clear path to victory for them to the finals. Maybe not beyond that, but at least to the final.
Either way, let's get into game. Dragon on dragon action. Hayes and Trav, take it away.
Thank you very much, Alan and co. What an opening game we have lined up here for us, Trav. Everything on the line for both of these teams. Loser eliminated in 2-0 fashion as well, losing both your games. Nobody wants to go home like that.
Exactly. And I'm concerned for the likes of Eternal Fire, because if they go down so quickly, then that is a big shock, especially after their big 3-0 loss in the BO5 in their recent LAN they played as well.
Yeah.
It's not what we've expected from this team recently.
Be such a juxtaposition going from reaching the grand finals, beating teams like MIBR and Furia, and then being one of the first teams eliminated from, quoting Major's words, the easy group as well. They would have lost to Nouns, and if they lose this match as well to Tyloo, nobody would ever have expected that. So for me, it kind of feels like Eternal Fire aren't just playing to make sure they continue through the competition. This is for reputation, man.
Almost. And as you say, like, I really feel like Eternal Fire match up really well against Tyloo. I think they'll be winning the duels more often than not, in my opinion, but we'll have to see. It depends who shows up on the day, especially if Tyloo's rifling trio can make it a bit difficult for them. Let's see how we do. It is Vertigo.
Yeah, good map for Eternal Fire, of course. One of their strongholds. Starting on the CT side here, Tyloo happy to just take their time, build themselves into the round. They've got a bit of utility to work with, a smoke and a molly. And Advent's disposal, armor across the board outside of that. Quite a lot of util for Eternal Fire. They got that double nade, so keep that in mind once that bomb plant potentially comes through.
Major has that kit as well, but just so much damage done, and Calyx isn't expecting them to be so close to window. And all the kills will come flurrying in for Tyloo. Leaves just Antares remaining. He's managed to pick up that kit, but it would have to be a ridiculous 1 versus 4 for him.
Yeah. Save your kits and armor, lad. Surely, right? Just get that $350 bonus upgrade to the head armor if you decide to force them the next. Would require something remarkable here. Love the pistol round we've seen from Tyloo. Really good timing on the push through middle. Not giving away any clue as to what the plan was there as well. Taking contact, and as soon as they came into contact with somebody, they just barreled all over that B-bomb site. It is going to be the first round going the way of Tyloo.
Yeah, I've seen some good stuff from Tyloo as of late on this map. I mean, I think everyone knows that at the moment... Oh, Antares won't even manage to save. That's a lovely shot from Kaze, actually. But yeah, I think at the moment, obviously, we were all aware of how good Eternal Fire are on Vertigo. We've seen so much explosive action from the likes of Antares and Wakeda just running up a ramp, just owning it feels like, in some of the games back in CSGO. In CS2, weirdly, even though technically it should favor them with this Peekers advantage that we have, it hasn't really felt like it has overall. And to lose to Nouns in the fashion they did yesterday, I think the most worrying factor was Nouns were just plainly the better team.
Yeah, exactly. Nouns won that game. It wasn't just Eternal Fire not pitching up at all. I mean, they were leading 7-5 on the half. They were in control. It was actually their CT side which looked the most fallible, and that's a problem. It's where they're starting this map as well. Keep in mind, though, Tyloo have only played 4 Vertigos against non-Chinese or Mongolian opposition in the past 12 months, Trav. So they don't have many reps playing against a team like, you know, Eternal Fire on Vertigo. So that could prove to be a problem.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know, maybe I'm a good omen, though, because the last time I casted Tyloo playing Vertigo, they beat the Mongolian team Atox 13-0.
Yeah, that's a result. That is a result.
It's one of the results of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that'll make them feel good. I think this is a different box of frogs, though, Trav.
Ah, yes. I wondered if it would be day 2 where you'd bring out the box of frogs. We finally got it in Jönköping.
Yeah, you got to keep something in the back pocket.
But yeah, it's a great start at least. And as I said, I mean, the desk spoke about how that rifling trio can very much go up against the likes of Antares, Wacadia, and Calyx.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a situation, and especially with that sort of talent you have, they could absolutely trump them on the day. But for me, it comes down to 2 factors, and not even the rifling trios, because we know that there are a known quantity on these teams. It comes down to whether Woxic pitches up today. His numbers have been poor throughout the duration of CS2, and for me, Major is the more storied and maybe even more successful IGL than Advent, and his individual level is a lot higher at the moment as well.
Yeah, just had a lot more opportunity throughout his career as well, a lot more experience, although, you know, maybe been around for a similar period of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on the Woxic point, though. That's definitely going to be a big win factor here for Eternal Fire. If he pitches up, if he plays the game we know he's capable of, then Tyloo are going to have a very difficult time of it. On the flip side of that coin, though, going back to the rifling trio of Tyloo, if they all pitch up, then there's certainly a world in which they can win this, right? It's not like this is a...
Absolutely.
It's not like this is a formality, this game coming into it.
You're not wrong. Jamyoung, Mosea, and Mercury, they've been a part of multiple ESL Challenger lands in the past around the world, and they've impressed us so much. So it's great to see them back again, and of course, as we've discussed, under the most legendary Asian organization in Tyloo. Tyloo picking them up, saying, okay, we haven't been to a major for a long time. Let's pick up the best Chinese team and see if we can make it back. But just as they do it, it seems like maybe Lin Vision have taken that title.
You think Tyloo are looking over their shoulders right now, these X-Ray Atom players?
I think Tyloo maybe are looking in front of them at Lin Vision, saying, okay, we didn't qualify for IEM China.
Yeah.
Lost out on that LAN qualifier in Shanghai. Maybe we've got some catching up to do.
Eternal Fire some catching up to do after losing the pistol. Back into the action we go, and they've decided to go for the force buy here. Trying to keep up as much pressure as possible. The unorthodox approach in CS2, if you lose that pistol round on the CT side, normally you go for the save, but they don't want to bend the knee. And they're lacking head armor. It's actually only Calyx who has head armor, and that's because he's afforded the Deeg instead. So this is actually a great chance for Tyloo. Honestly, as the T side, I'm so happy to play against a force buy.
Yeah. The problem is, are you so happy to play against a force buy that has Xantaras on it? In goes Wicadia, massive wide swing, random timing on the mid-round, but that's very well dealt with by Tyloo. All 4 kills come flying in, and Wicadia only has that, well, not really even an upgrade. A switch to the Mac-10, he'll get caught trying to fall away. Wow, what a start from Tyloo. That could easily have gone awry.
Yeah, but just good awareness from them, good composure. Once that aggression started to come through, they didn't falter, they didn't start to just break apart and get overwhelmed. Everybody knew what their role was in that setup, in that situation, and they were able to hold their own. And they keep 4 players alive against the force buy as well. That's going to bode so well for their economy going forward.
Full eco for Eternal Fire. Just a couple of those deagles, of course. Wicadia got a little bit of that bonus cash from winning that 1 MP9 kill, so he can afford to get at least his deagle as well. I just need to be careful. We obviously heard from the desk, Alan, Yumi, Tea Time, talking about how they are a bit fallible to pistols sometimes. Need to make sure they don't fall down, and here we go again. 5-7's flying in, lots of team damage, thankfully. In the end, there should be no problem, but should I assume that when Xantaras is alive? That Molotov should maybe not let them expect there's a player there, but unfortunately, Xantaras will miss his shots and Mercury will deal with him. So a nice, clean 3-0 start for Tyloo. That's not what we saw yesterday. They fell foul to that MP9 deal combination from Monty and Bro, of course, on Anubis. It's a bit cleaner to start today, and that is a good sign.
One of the concerning factors for Eternal Fire in CS2 so far has been their CT sides. I mean, Xantaras has been, Xantaras 1.2 rating. Outside of that, you've got 3 players with a sub 1.0 rating.
Yep.
Calyx 0.95, Major 0.82. So their CT sides have been a problem. Obviously, CT sides in general have been challenging in CS2, but it's certainly something Eternal Fire need to get under wraps.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say, I mean, other than yesterday, the Nouns game, which was just a turn up for the books in so many ways, I've been more impressed with the explosivity of the Eternal Fire T side more than their CT side, and that's always been the case, to be honest, on Vertigo. Good start in this round, though, from Wicadia, and they need a handle hold in this opening map, even if it's so early. Who's feeling the most awake in the -4 temperatures of Jönköping? Not in the studio, of course, but still.
Yeah, but thankfully,
but getting there.
A bit more comfortable. I mean, we're in shirts right now, at least I am.
Yes,
so...
I'm in my patched up bomber jacket.
Oh, okay, that's great from Mercury. I thought Xantaras gets that kill every day of the week. That levels it back into a 4 versus 4 now. A side's been compromised, forced backwards by the util, and Tyloo, I guess this is their round for the taking until Major is able to get a frag back. The bomb plot just going to come through, but the retake absolutely on the cards now with the frags that have been found.
Yeah, Woxic hit the wallbang there toward Advent. So much damage done. Major then spams through and finishes it off. How does Mazaya get involved with this one to try and help out Mercury? Mercury's still stuck on default, and then when Mazaya peaks, he gets removed by Woxic. Leaves Mercury to go down. At least one more, but no more than that. Important start to CT for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, despite the fact that Eternal Fire were forced out of the bomb site, they were still able to inflict a lot of damage there, got themselves the man advantage before they had to commit to the retake as well, and they didn't even have to do a huge amount there in the retake. Kills just got offered up to them, and they happily obliged. So there we go. Turkish team on the board. As we mentioned, though, Tyloo did keep numbers alive in the rounds they were winning, so no problem for a reinvestment coming into this next round.
Yeah, it was nice seeing that Mercury kill from his POV there. Talking about Eternal Fire being off the board. Xantaras is not off the board yet, which is, even though it's only 4 rounds in, it's actually very unusual for him. And when he's the main man getting boosted up like he was there, he is always the one to take those boosts, mostly as the star player. Usually he's the one to get them, but oh my goodness, look at this flash in through the B stairs. That's a bit of a change up. Eternal Fire looking for some deep control. And to be fair to Wicadia, at least he gets his 1-for-1. But it's only a 1-for-1.
Yeah, CT side, that's probably not ideal, right? T side happy to go for that exchange. Woxic has his head ripped right off by Mercury. He's going to do the exact same thing to Xantares. His tough times continue at the start of Vertigo. That's round over.
Xantares tried to Xantares peek, and he got Mercury peeked. And I'm afraid that planet is too much for him to deal with.
Yeah, got sent into another dimension.
Beautiful 2K entry from Mercury, and just like that, it's going to steal the round, despite the fight that Eternal Fire had in their hands for their first gun round, which in the end turned out to be pretty comfortable. Tyloo will just hit straight back off the back of it, and yeah, I mean, there wasn't really a huge amount to that. It's just once they saw Eternal Fire's pressure down to the bottom of B stairs, they knew Arcadia only got his 1-for-1, they knew there was one more on B still.
Yeah, true.
They pounced. They knew that maybe if there's an A player remaining, it's either towards sandbags on his own, toward double stack on his own, or perhaps in the middle of nowhere, as Xantares was.
Yeah, the general school of thought with those opening kills, if you go 1-for-1 as the T side, just so happy with that at the start of the round, because you just think about the space that you create. 4 versus 4, you know you've opened up the map a little bit more. You know you can group up and go for some sort of an exec at that point. You're going to have a numerical advantage on the map. You can think about the push and the pull, the rotations you're going to be forcing. So sure, you know, it looks flashy from Arcadia, but only getting the 1 kill, I don't think that's necessarily worth it.
It was an attempt from Eternal Fire to maybe get 1 and get out, but even though they got Arcadia through that smoke, of course, it wasn't a situation where he managed to check his close left, which is so often where a team will default. Kaze is having a nice start to this game as well. Really important for his orb to get started fresh. And considering, of course, that Woxic is the one that's been struggling in CS2, weirdly, I would favour Kaze over the course of this series.
We didn't see him with the AWP much yesterday against Nouns. Excuse me, against Monty rather. But that was just a problem with the economy. Wasn't really able to get the gun involved either way. Eternal Fire, they do manage a decent arsenal of weaponry coming into the 6th here, and they've got that opening frag as well. It's so important they don't lose this next round, otherwise things really start to snowball out of control for them.
Yeah, Eternal Fire being a little bit extra proactive toward B stairs in this game so far. Major once again kick off the round. Mazea will drop, and of course it leaves them in a bit of a weird situation where they're once again forced to somewhat retake A before the bomb's even been planted. Just looking around the outskirts of the site to see if someone has lurked up, wary of Mercury, perhaps doing the same thing again, but this time it's going to be 3 toward mid for Tyloo, and Major just jiggle peeking back and forth, looking for information. When does he get shot at? There is the timing. Now he can fall back to a more defensive angle, and of course with 2 players in elevator, this could make it very interesting for Tyloo. They're about to go into the mixer, but Mercury's turned up today. Another big headshot, but Major and Woxic will turn up for some of their own. Yeah, Jamyoung will at least take Woxic. And the HP, of course, is very low, and the time is very low as well. Calyx has helped out toward Kaze, and now Jamyoung is incredibly stuck, and I think he realizes that the best course of action is to save.
Yeah, heads for the hills. Good attempt there. Mercury does find a frag. Unfortunately, they're not able to build off of that. They were just running out of time, and they didn't have any obvious options available either. It was a good setup there from Eternal Fire in towards middle. Just churned up the Tyloo players once they made their way through. Jamyoung accepts his fate, and he will carry the rifle through. So that is Tyloo dropping the ball after winning a round. We're just trading rounds, trading blows back and forth here between these two teams. Neither squad able to build up much momentum. And if this is indicative of what we can expect going forward into the rest of the series, we've got a game on our hands, man.
Absolutely. Especially if Xantares isn't necessarily going to show up either.
I do feel like that's not really a problem right now for Eternal Fire, because you know, as much as the sun rises, you can rely on Xantares pitching up eventually.
Yeah, even if it's not map 1, it'll be map 2, without a doubt. It's one of the most reliable things in Tier 2, even sometimes Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and it has been the case, incredibly, for probably about 5 or 6 years, maybe more.
Death Taxes and Xantares pitching up, man.
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, even from the transition from CSGO into CS2, he's one of the players who's just been able to maintain his performance, even a slight elevation in his numbers. Looking forward to seeing him on the T side. He's got a 1.4 rating on his T sides in CS2 so far.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch how he had been playing the first few rounds of this game as well. He was often the player to take point. We saw him on the boost. We saw him peak elevator first in that previous round. talking of peaking first, this time it's Wicadia. There's been similarities drawn between Wicadia and Xantares. This time Wicadia will be the one to fall to Kaze's AWP, and he is having a really impactful start to this game, appearing above those ramp smokes, of course. And when you get that opening pick as a T side toward the bottom of A ramp on Vertigo, it can be so rough as a CT side to try and retake that. You need at least 3 riflers sometimes to even regain control.
Yeah, and that's if you even want to go for it, right? It is a big gamble from Wicadia to sort of play that position. I mean, it's really popular with the AWP on the T side. Most popular option to just play bottom of ramp, hold the top of the smoke, then wait to see if somebody pushes into your scope, into your crosshair. And off the back of getting that kill towards the A side, Tyloo head towards the opposite side of the map here. They know they're forced to have drawn some sort of a rotation. And Eternal Fire, they've got 3 players leaning in towards A right now. It's only Major on the opposite side of the map, and he has a big job to do.
Oh, it's a nice start, but he will get deleted by Jamyoung, and it's those sort of trades that are so critical for Tyloo during the course of this entire series, and it's so promising that we're seeing them hit them so early on. 3v4, utility is available, and it'll definitely be one they'll go for now with Calyx catching Advent, but hang on a moment, Mercury's on the flank, could he be the key man once again?
Yeah.
Not a single player from Eternal Fire is considering this. This could be brilliant as soon as this smoke fades, even if it doesn't need to fade, he's got a freebie, but Xantares took Jamyoung in the meantime, so Mercury just has to stay alive, but Kaze's on the server, Woxic can't deal with Kaze, even jumping around on the B stairs, wow, Tyloo are here.
Yeah, perfectly pinging contact off of one another there were the Tyloo players in the post plant, buying the time for Mercury to come through with his backstab, and then once Mercury activates, that's when Kaze makes sure he's able to get into the fray as well. Just a really good understanding of how to play off of one another in that situation. That's shattered Eternal Fire's economy, and the CT side is starting to look bleak.
Hell yeah, Tyloo. It felt like we didn't get to see what they were about yesterday. I think we're already seeing what they're about today.
Yeah, it's true. They just didn't pitch up at all in their game against Monty yesterday. We know these players on paper. We know this rifling core are ridiculously talented. And they want to prove to themselves as well. They just want to pitch up and put up a performance to be proud of, right? Even if you lose or you get eliminated from an event, you sleep a lot better at night knowing, yeah, but we played our game. You know, we gave it a red hot crack. There wasn't much more we could have done. We just got outclassed. But if you go home and you're like, yeah, we actually just didn't even really pitch up to the event at all. We got blasted out the water. Kind of just feels a bit empty at that point.
A little bit concerning for Eternal Fire that they seem to play that particular situation, walking nearly all their players through A, of course, on this pistol round. I know it's just a low buy, which is being dealt with nicely by Jamyoung and Mercury, but it's concerning to me slightly they just sort of walked back into A without expecting perhaps there to be a Tyloo player already having presence up the ramp. Seems to be a bit lackadaisical.
I'm not too worried about Eternal Fire just yet. I know it's their T side where they'll do most of their heavy lifting. So if they can muster 4 rounds in this first half, I think they're still in with the shout here.
Yeah, and Xantares is just being an absolute nuisance right now. It really doesn't matter if he goes down to the ball.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's close.
Not enough.
Unfortunately not to be. They survive at 22 and 18 HP combined, and the grins tell it all how close that may have been. But I think Xantares will actually be quite happy with that, getting a couple of kills for his early morning confidence with the MP9, farming up some of that cash, of course, to get proper investment into this next round.
The problem is here for Eternal Fire is they haven't won consecutive rounds yet.
Indeed.
No momentum being built up at all. You can see the coaches offering some thoughts here. Good to see them using their pauses. Head here on the desk yesterday said, you know, she detests teams who end up losing a map without having used all their resources available to them.
And I'd feel the same. I mean, even like in regular life, if you feel like you failed at something and you haven't done to the best of your ability that you believe in yourself, it's disappointing. Timeouts are a very important factor. Tyloo, 6-2. And it's such a refreshing start from them after what we saw yesterday, of course.
Yeah, they've pitched up here, man. Played the first game of the day yesterday, the first game here today as well.
Very good point. At least it's a BO3 this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Overpass the map after this. Mirage decides the series if we go the distance. We know Overpass is a really good map for Tyloo. probably just exceeded by Nuke in terms of their best map, but either way, Alex is taking first contact here and he's hoping his teammate can play off of him.
That was very risky from Calyx, actually, once he'd been seen. That is a very nice team ollie to move Major out of that position, and of course they should now know that it was a double setup there. I think there was enough time between Calyx shifting away and that Molotov coming in to think it's just one player. Should be obvious that it's two. They're still trying to make up their mind. Bottom of ramp again. Kaze's been waiting here quite often and has been very successful with it.
Yeah, it feels like Tyloo realized that they've forced those players back towards B stairs, so they know they've deprived Eternal Fire of information. They've also got A ramp control, so the CTs don't really have any idea of what's going on right now. They're kind of just having to go for a bit of a gamble.
That's the worst part, right? When you don't have ramp control as a CT, you just let yourself be executed upon. But thankfully this time, the sprays through the smoke and the HE from Xantares is going to work out beautifully. It cancels it out this time. Kaze still towards sandbags though, and that's not something Eternal Fire knew of just yet. KD will go down for free on that one, and Mosea's still here. That's a clean headshot. There's a gap player as well, but Woxic just about recovers it. So it leaves Kaze 1v3, and double stack will rear its head. Xantares gets his second, and now he's awoken. You have a chance to recover for EF.
Good work coming through there from the Turkish team on that A-bomb side, able to lock it down, despite the fact they didn't really know what to expect there in terms of where Tyloo were headed. They did have a bit of a gamble rotation. The third player arrived on the scene, and that made a big difference. Just able to lock it down as soon as Tyloo gained some traction there. They got shut down and actually whittled down to some upgraded pistols, a Galil and an AK. So this is Eternal Fire's opportunity. Despite the fact they haven't really pitched up yet here on Vertigo, you win this, 6-4 becomes 6-5. And that's certainly a decent halftime scoreline for them.
Yeah, we mentioned it a lot. Exactly. We mentioned it a lot, right? I mean, sometimes you can start off pretty clean, 6-2, you're feeling really good. Even 6-0, you could be feeling really good. And suddenly the half ends 7-5, and you're like, oh, the gap's 2 rounds. Whoopsie.
Where did it all go?
Whoopsie doodles.
Arcadia, not sure if he was actually spotted there, I don't think so. Utility dwindling now for Tyloo as well. They only have a couple flashes of smoke and a molly left at their disposal. Oh, Arcadia playing a brave game right now. Himself and Woxic. Taking these forward positions up, looking to try and gain control and play for information.
And now, Eternal Fire taking point. Woxic going for his swing, then Arcadia will pick up the back of it. The AUG is a perfect weapon for these long ranges. He'll eat up a couple. It's all Woxic and all Arcadia to finish that one for Eternal Fire. And as you so rightly pointed out, Matthew, this could have 6-6 written all over it, honestly.
Yeah, Tyloo actually just kind of get picked apart there, man, like a carcass, and Vulture's just picking them limb from limb.
Yep.
They didn't have any utility to try and contest ramp. Normally you see that halfway ramp smoke coming through from the T side, but not employed at all. They kind of just go for the fights. Even the first frag that was found by Arcadia, there wasn't even any trade potential, despite the fact that all 5 players were there. Just looked a bit discombobulated there for Tyloo.
And now the full eco for Tyloo as the final 2 rounds of the half will come in. We're guaranteed a full investment for both teams on that final round of the half. Woxic has been pretty decent. Obviously, we haven't seen a huge amount of AWPing yet, but he's put himself into important rifling positions, especially on that split that came through mid on that 1 gun round. They managed to deal with it pretty nicely.
Same setup being employed by Eternal Fire. Worked out very nicely between Woxic and Arcadia in the previous. Xantares, he's been playing in towards middle. Normally the partner in crime for Arcadia in towards ramp, but they just got a bit of a 2-2-1 setup being employed, and Tyloo will now try to close the gap, but this is a formality. I mean, damage won't even really matter because the next is the last of the half.
You see a bit of communication there between Arcadia and Woxic, perhaps being a little bit panicked, but they should realize there's no reason to be. Saw it on those player cams, and now Xantares perhaps looking to try and farm up some ecos, but Tyloo are going elsewhere. And I respect doing this with just a Glock round. Sometimes it's very, you know, consider it a throwaway. You'll just run in, but they are at least trying their best to get a plant, maybe a little bit extra in the next round. I'm afraid that's not going to be the case. Major will just about finish it off with the last USP bullet. And we do have a possibility of an even game going into half number 2.
Yeah, it's going to give Eternal Fire a good boost of confidence. Because of the loss they suffered yesterday to Nouns on this map, that will be fresh in their memory and fresh in their minds. So they could be slightly frail coming into the game as a result. And with things not starting too well, I was wondering if maybe they could slip into a bit of a rough place. But they've won some consecutive rounds now. They've got some momentum behind them. They've pitched up on the server. And it's certainly a half that they can work with going into their T-side regardless of what happens here at the 12th.
Like they're going to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and maybe go for a very similar round as before. But this time, Molotov comes in and puts Wakadia down to 39 HP already. Now him having seen a stall, but he's happy to take those duels either way, and Eternal Fire have realized what cancels out Tyloo at the end of this first half. And it's been a relatively impressive recovery, to be honest, from 6-2. Looking like it'll be ever closer to that 6-6.
Yeah, Tyloo are looking like a completely different team in these past 4 rounds, though. Not able to get any ramp control. Wakadia and Woxic, the duo, working a charm towards ramp right now. And I love the fact that they haven't hung around here either after they get those 2 kills. They've locked their profits in. They head in towards the bomb site. They force Tyloo to make that next move.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? You almost feel like in these last 4 rounds of the half, if they had just run up super quick with the likes of Mercury, who we saw hit some ridiculous entries to basically win a round single-handedly early on in the half, maybe that would have been a bit more successful than taking it slow like this. But we're all experts after the event, of course. Woxic in position. Will swing at a mid-round timing to try and catch off Kaze, but actually gets caught very much in the open. That's a little bit dangerous for Eternal Fire, but Xantares and Wakadia are, of course, still here. Mazea will get taken down, and now Jamyoung is last alive. Molly into a double that might move Major away. It's a little bit deep, but they'll all peak at the same time, and it is a 6-6 half to start off day 2 of ESL Challenger Jönköping. We'll see you after a very quick break. Even Stevens to start off day 2 between Tyloo and Eternal Fire, the battle of the dragons. And I think with how that first half panned out, Eternal Fire will be quite happy to at least get back to that even standpoint.
Oh, absolutely. And the concern for Tyloo is that was almost without Xantares playing his normal game. Now we get to the T side where Xantares has been phenomenal in CS2, so that's only going to compound the problems for Tyloo coming into the second half.
Indeed. Double dualies, Mercury and Advent. We saw Advent win a pretty important 1v2 with the dualies yesterday, but see if he's in the same sort of situation today. Kaze, P2000 in elevator. So it will come in, and it's actually a bit of a carbon copy to what Tyloo wanted to do on their T-pistol.
Yeah.
Now Eternal Fire's going to try and put it into practice, and Wicadia doesn't check Advent. Gets at least a 1-for-1, at least a quick trade from Calyx, and the bomb is down already. But it is only a 3v4.
Good position from Xantares as he plucks Kaze out the air. He's able to maintain the spot as well, although Jamyoung jumping around the corner. I love that approach coming through from him. Throwing caution to the wind. No kit in play though for Tyloo, so it's going to be tough for them to make the retake happen, but that doesn't matter when Jamyoung's hitting shots.
Yeah, hitting shots and hitting strafes, of course. That we've seen many high-tier professional player full foul of that strafe around the top of the building, but it makes sense rather than to pile all your retaking players through one spot. And actually, it was the key bit of movement that worked out to win this round back for Tyloo.
I think that's what unlocked the retake because of Xantares' position, as we see right there.
There it is.
Oh, I love it. Could have done it with the knife even, but it doesn't matter. Job done. That's what he was looking for. Beautiful kills coming through from Jamyoung. A player the best highlighted, and he's living up to that expectation. Both pistol rounds now going the way of Tyloo here. So, does that mean Eternal Fire, they have not won a pistol round yet here on the LAN?
I think you may be right on
They
that
lost
one.
both to Nouns yesterday on this map, no?
I think you may be right on that one. They may have lost both to Nouns. They did win their T-half 7-5. So
Yeah.
if they're to do that today, they'd be safe. However, they've already lost that pistol. And Mercury playing a very nice defensive angle. They're falling back, not wanting to go too aggressive too soon, knowing, of course, that Eternal Fire with that bomb planted on the pistol will have some sort of investment here. May just sacrificing himself to get Xantares on an AK. The other two on Galil's and Wicadia. Now on nothing.
Yeah, he was trying to chase down the player there in towards Gap, and unfortunately, as a gap opened up in his head, re-aggression from Tyloo going to be the approach off the back of a flash. Not necessary, though. They've got the man advantage already. They want more, though. They want information. They want control. But now we've reduced the game to an even numbers standing, and there's still time here for Eternal Fire to play with.
That was a gamble from Tyloo. You don't really often see a CT side try and retake ramp on Vertigo when you have an advantage.
Yeah.
And you know it's been taken as well.
Not only that, but Eternal Fire playing with the Force Bias. So you have the weaponry advantage, you have the man advantage. You don't really need to try and make those sorts of plays, I don't reckon. Either way, Eternal Fire, radio silence from them there afterwards, but it's going to be a second wave in towards the, say, bomb site. They have got a flash between them as they look to try and make their way forward. 17 seconds on the clock. They're leaving this one incredibly late. Late enough for Mercury to turn his back. Woxic hits a great shot, and Mercury can't do anything about the bomb plant.
That's so awkward. Woxic, another big shot on the rifle, I think it's fair to say. Going to try and strafe back away. That's Calyx falling back to Crane, and he'll manage it. No kit on either Jamyoung or Mercury, and that is the issue here. How are they going to speed up this retake? Is there a kit dropped on the site somewhere? I am not sure at the moment. Woxic toward Gap. Jamyoung is about to face him. It's going to be a tough angle to hold, though, and as I suspected, Jamyoung hits the Pika's advantage. 2v2, taps on the bomb. It's going to be a massive brawl toward ramp. They know where Major is, but he just needs to waste the time, and I think he's going to be... I've done enough here. Jamyoung is out of there, and Major will lead his team to a 7-all.
Yeah, not going to live to tell the tale. That's fine, though. That's the least of his worries. The Force Spy is successful. Despite the fact Wicadia was the first to go down there. 5 versus 4. Smiles across the board there for Eternal Fire. First round on the T side, and that's a rough one for Tyloo to lose. Because now the scoreline's leveled up. They're going to have to Force Spy. If they lose that Force, then it's an eco, and Eternal Fire is sitting very pretty at that point.
There's that Tyloo ramp retake there, which cost them a 2-for-1. Thought for a second that they might get punished with Woxic not taking the initiative there, letting himself get peeked by Jamyoung, but time was always going to be that problem, and there was no kit available, so That is where they found themselves, unfortunately.
Remember, we mentioned this yesterday, that Eternal Fire have not won a best of 3 that's gone to 3 maps since April this year. Any best of 3 they've won has been 2-0 since April. They are struggling in terms of games that go 3 maps. So that's something we certainly need to keep in mind here.
Actually, such a crazy statistic, of course, because you'll think back and their Pro League run and say, really? It was all 2-0s. 9 Liquid, Cloud9 Big, Astralis, all 2-0.
Yeah.
Incredible.
They kryptonized that 3rd map, man. And this time around, it will be Mirage if we go to a 3rd, which is a bit of an iffy map for both of these teams. The triple boost for Mercury. No, actually just the double, or was it all 3? I think it was all 3. He was struggling to stay on top there. He had a lot to aim at, but unfortunately couldn't connect on the shots. So that's an opening kill that goes a-begging.
Definitely was a chance. And these walls, to say they're wall-bangable would be an understatement.
Yeah,
seen many a player getting caught on that one. And Calix, he's been smoked off. I think they're aware that he's close. Oh, it's a whiffy one from Calix. But he gets away with it. Jamyong can't complete that one. And with Major taking Kaze, Eternal Fire could be about to put their foot down here. Advent will at least get a kill in the side. And it's a gun that maybe just will be able to be picked up. Yes, it will. They're fine with the 2 guns to save, but Eternal Fire will retake the lead, at least with those saved guns. If they're allowed to save them, it's going to give Tyloo something to work with in this following round, of course, after that forced by war.
This is going to be the first time on the map that Eternal Fire actually have the lead. So that'll give them a good boost of confidence. Next round's going to be an eco around these saved weapons as well for Tyloo. They will have a bit of bite, of course, with the AK and the M4 that's going to be carried through. But from that 6-2 scoreline in favor of Tyloo, they've only won a single round since then, while Eternal Fire have mustered 6.
Yeah, they've built their way in. And that's the way to start these early morning games for sure. You can't expect yourself to start quick every single time with these. But they're used to it, I'm sure, with some of those early morning online matches that they have to play. It's a whole different breed, of course, on LAN, especially in a cold country.
It's always more rough for the UK guys, right? Because they're an hour behind Europe, and so sometimes you get those like 9 AM starts with the online games.
I've seen enough of Mighty Max complaining about that on Twitter. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I've seen enough complaints.
Yeah, fair enough, man. I'm trying to be a UK sympathizer here.
Understood, understood.
Either way, Advent has kept the AK, and I don't know, man. Personally, I'd rather see that in Mosier's hands. He's also got Kevlar. This is the Zeus effect all over again, man. Zeus and Simple. Remember that one?
That's a bit of a throwback, that's for sure. Mosaic, he can do a little bit of the fakeage. Advent actually, with that saved AK overall, will do well to get one, considering he's getting swarmed upon. Actually, Major's Mach 10 to take him down. Number of players ready here. Oh, but that would have been a big win for Mercury if he was to take Calix. I think they'll probably be throwing at least a couple of players into this one because they can buy next round anyway, but Xantares' flames will spread, and somehow it's continuing to do even more damage. So much fire and flames tickling away at the feet of Jamyong. And Kaze trying to be a nuisance to try and pick up that M4, and actually he's managed to nab it. How he's managed to jump himself into that smoke, nab the M4 and get out of there, don't really ask me how.
I don't know if he's...
Houdini action.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to stay alive, though. Calix is already closing the door in on them. He's going to hear these footsteps as well. I mean, Kaze has got the health to sustain this gunfight because Calix is low, but Calix has the angle. And with that, he finds the frag. A 2-round buffer now for Eternal Fire as we head into this first full gun round of the second half.
Yeah, it's been a while, right? Because of those forced by wars, of course.
Yeah.
I think there was one game a few years ago where I think it may have been, obviously it would have been CSGO, but I think it may have been between Eternal Fire, actually, and another roster, and I think the forced by wars might have gone on until something like 6-6 in the first half, where they would just refuse to back down because no team could win 2 in a row. This time Eternal Fire will manage it.
No AWP in play on that T side. By choice as well, by the way. Could have afforded an AWP and had it dropped across.
Well, I mean, that's kind of interesting, right? I think Woxic has been rifling all game pretty much.
Which is a huge statement. I mean, you think back to CSGO, Woxic was one of the best AWPers that we had in the game. And for him to be dropping the gun, I think that just makes a really big statement of the state of the AWP.
Makes a big statement of the state of the AWP, but maybe the state of his confidence with the AWP as well. We've seen quite a lot of AWPers in Tier 2, of course. Look, flashy, superb with that AWP, despite the fact, obviously, it's a little bit worse. I think there's definitely a few. I mean, Brokey is the obvious one, but maybe some more unknown names like Art Frost, for example, do make it look pretty good. Well, a bit of a pace. This is what we used to see from Eternal Fire in Pro League. Just give the CT side no time to relax up this ramp area. And Mercady's already got his 1-for-1. Saw him do that so many times. Always good for that one. Thankfully for Tyloo, they're able to get one and back off.
Yeah, but you take that if you're Eternal Fire. You've leveled the numbers out very early on, and you have great control here. You've also forced the CTs to deploy more utility than what they would have liked to just keep you at bay. And there's so much time now for Eternal Fire to decide what they'd like to do from here. They can just leave one player posted, they can rotate back, they can just completely sell the fake. They've got so many options.
Yeah, and Vent will chuck in that little one-way smoke there on the side of the crane, but there's no one to really play with it. And he spots a little ahead in the gap of that left-hand side smoke. Oh, the Molotov on the white box behind. Calyx is going to burn down Mercury. They were trying to prepare a boost on that white box to try and see above these smokes, and the Molotov stops them from doing so and gets a kill with it as well. Jamyoung's position has been seen. There would be no reason for him to flash that otherwise. And Eternal Fire, off the back maybe of that perfectly placed Molotov, have forced Tyloo away again.
I wonder if Advent maybe body blocked Mercury a little bit there, so he wasn't actually able to get through, because there was also a molly in towards Advent's left-hand side towards the double stack.
Yeah.
So it was a very little room, a very narrow area for them to position themselves to not get burnt out. Great util usage out of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, you could see what they were planning for, Tyloo. Fire couldn't let them put it into place. That boost above those smokes can work out for so many cheeky picks to get back into these sort of rounds.
This has slipped away so quickly for Tyloo. They were leading 6-2 at one point. Eternal Fire have won 8 out of the past 9 rounds. All the momentum behind them on their favored side as well right now. It was a great start for Tyloo. But now they're on the brink, they're on the cusp. Are we going to see an investment from them? We could see Jamyoung dropping a rifle, so we probably... I mean, do we see them go all in? If they eco, they still have some firepower behind them. So it's probably what the discussion is about right now.
You would think. It's always good times to put in those timeouts, not just to slow it down, but to actually figure out what kind of purchase you're going to make and make sure it's as you want it.
Both teams looking pretty calm, composed, not a huge amount of emotion on display. Faber, the coach of Eternal Fire, probably the one we've seen the most emotion out of so far.
Yeah.
Into the game we go. It is going to be an investment from Tyloo. Looks a lot better than what I initially expected. Still lacking that AWP. Lose this round and you don't save any guns. 11-7 becomes 12-7, and that's probably an unassailable lead.
You would think so. And yeah, Faber probably looking a little bit animated, of course, because no, Eternal Fire, this is basically a game they cannot afford to lose.
Oof, that was unlike Xantares. Looked a bit slow on the trigger there.
Yeah.
Crosshair placement was good, but Kaze comes out on top.
There's one thing about Xantares, even if he dies, his crosshair placement will always be pretty decent. Yeah, that's a great pick from Kaze, using that cheeky little hard-to-clear angle on the edge of the white box, despite the fact it was checked by Xantares. Kaze got there first. Now, it's time for Wicadia to perhaps pounce toward A. We've got Advent close up. Is he about to be flashed in? He is. He needs to get himself a kill. He'll manage it. Calyx will trade it, but it's now a 2v4 for EF.
I love that from Mosier. It's what I wanted to point out there. The fact that he took up Kaze's position, because in the death cam from Xantares, he would have seen Kaze falling back in middle. Mosier shifts into his spot there in mid and works out perfectly. Everything falling into place right now for Tyloo in this all-important round.
It's been pretty nice on the rifle so far, but he's going to need to find a few ridiculous shots here. 30 seconds for Eternal Fire. Can Calyx get a couple? He cannot. He cannot even get the one, and now it's Woxic. Would be a 1 versus 4, but Tyloo now know not to do any form of peeking. The gap player just needs to hide. 15 HP. Bomb is dropped in the open. He'll manage to collect it, But of course, there's not really any time for this, knowing there's still a player ready to face him as soon as it's tapped. Even a Molotov just from planting for the CT area. That's a nice bit of protocol from Tyloo there.
Wow.
And Woxic will somehow path his way out toward B and save.
Well, he's just chasing Ghost at this point. He's thinking, okay, I've picked up the bomb, I've made some footsteps. That guy, Gap, is going to reaggress now. He waits for him.
Yeah.
Nothing there. He sees the molly coming through from Connect. He thinks, okay, I'm going to try force the fight on that player. Nothing there either. Eventually just carries the rifle through. Not the worst result. I mean, chances of winning that with his lack of health were slim to none. And here we go. Tyloo keeping their heads above the water right now.
Yep, Gap is only 2. Eternal Fire. Thankfully for them, they of course still have everything, and they'll have a buy in reserve as well, even if this round is to go awry. Now, Mercury aggression from the bottom of ramp. You see this so much, so many teams, but there will be a nade to break that smoke. This time, though, it works out in Mercury's favor. That is a lovely first pick, and he even looks like he's going to get away toward the back, and even get a second on Woxic. That is impressive, and still with 36 health to spare.
Yeah, very brave there from Mercury to kind of hang around and find that second kill as well. Massive advantage now for the team. That's a beautiful kill out of Xantares. My God. Barely offered up an inch, but he takes the country mile.
You see that so often. He loves that country mile. Must have a nice landscape. Calyx waiting for aggression from Tyloo. He'd be absolutely right. Jamyoung is close up on the plywood, boost up on the stairs. That could be hard for Jamyoung to face, and yes, that's a rough one. And Xantares, here we go. That is what he's capable of, cracking open the bomb site all alone, but the round is still very much on. Mazer's doing all the work right now, trying to waste the clock for his teammate Advent to come and help out. Smoke back towards CT, and it looks like they will get the bomb down comfortably, but there's a bit of a peek over the top of the smoke, and Major will be taken down. It's down to Xantares, and he needs this ace for his team, but he's not expecting Advent on the flank. Wow, Xantares really put everything into practice there, but he'll fly 51 floors to his demise, and Tyloo closed the gap to 1.
Yeah, really important round going their way. It's the first time we've seen Xantares lighting up the server in that fashion, but unfortunately his efforts are in vain. With that bomb plant, probably just enough money for Eternal Fire, but Tyloo hanging on by a thread. That's all they need right now, round by round on their opponent's map pick. They force Eternal Fire to call another pause here. And they've actually been pretty good from their pauses. I think they called one at 6-2 as well. We saw Coach Fabre have quite a few words, and that's when they changed the setup up towards ramp, and it worked out nicely for them. So I'm keen to see what the solution's going to be here afterwards.
Don't forget, Eternal Fire were feeling comfortable around about, what was it, 10-7 against Nouns yesterday?
Yeah.
And managed to fall down. Torres, 5th highest rated player on day 1.
Not really. Going to mean much to him.
Not going to mean much to him at all.
No.
Even if he was the top-rated player on day 1, it wouldn't mean anything to him if he got eliminated from the tournament, of course, on day 2.
Here we go. Look at that shot. My God. I mean, I feel like that has to be a pre-fire. It's just... Oh, no one has those reaction speed. That sort of reaction speed. That's inhumane, as Anders would say.
Inhumane. Very inhumane, unfortunately, for Tyloo. Mercury, once again, spamming down through those ramp smokes. This is a huge round in the context of this game, but that's a whiffy one for from Advent. And we mentioned, of course, his individual level can be an issue sometimes. He's had a few important kills in this game, even though he's 9-14. But it's those sort of situations where getting 1-for-1 is so critical for Tyloo, and he isn't able to manage it this time.
Really good work out of Arcadia. He's happy to be the tip of the spear here for the team, happy to be the one thrust into the front lines, take those early gunfights. It's not a comfortable place to be, but he's been doing a really good job in that regard. Kaze has a massive job on his hands right now. Orb in play for the first time here on the CT side. He's on the correct side of the map as well. Eternal Fire start to dump their utility in towards the side. Kaze has not been displaced. He's got support as well, but no, the support doesn't have a favorable angle, so Kaze has been caught in the sidelines. Now that means Mercury has to make good for that mistake, but he's only going to be able to get the single kill. Mosey is running out of health at a rate of knots, and surely no chance for Tyloo to recover. Jamyoung has to do so much work here on the flank, but he's been spotted already, and that's going to be Eternal Fire up to 11.
Yeah, and then spotted for the second time as well, trying to at least make something happen on a flank. Maybe not quick enough, maybe not confident enough to push it a little bit sooner with the information that he's got. But Eternal Fire up to 11. Again, it's not been smooth sailing in any stretch of the imagination, which does make me pretty confident for Tyloo, to be honest, going into map 2, especially Overpass, and one they love very much. Well, of course, we'll get into that later. Eternal Fire still have to win this one out, and it can still go either way. But unfortunately, the economy for Tyloo is going to be a situation where it's not going to work out, and Jamyoung won't even be allowed to save. Was that some wallbang damage there through the edge of the building? I'm not sure. We didn't see it from an Eternal Fire POV.
I don't think so. He was just very low there, I reckon. Either way, that is a problem because now Tyloo are going to have to settle for a save, and that means map point is ripe for the taking to get themselves up to that 12th round for Eternal Fire. Man, Tyloo were breathing down their neck here in these past few rounds, but it'll be a sigh of relief for the T side, as they should pretty much be able to get up to 12 for free here.
Mosaic needs a round for Tyloo, otherwise they will be playing for overtime.
This is something we saw Tyloo struggle so much to do in the latter stages of their T-side, get ramp control early on. Wakadia and Woxic just kept them at bay the entire time. Look at how easy and seamlessly Eternal Fire have been able to take this control in the past few rounds.
Yeah, even on the gun rounds against the utility, right? Wakadia has been so consistent and confident to go for that. Some of the Eternal Fire from the Pro League run. Damage significant. Wakadia flicky and clean with it. Jamyoung and Advent will go down. Calyx to follow up. And ideally, Isaiah will try and keep the AK for one more round.
Yeah, carry it through here for sure, mate. Oh, but he won't even be afforded that luxury. Major takes him down. And that is map point here for Eternal Fire. 3 map points to look forward to here on their map pick. From chasing Vertigo 6-2 at one point, they've completely turned things around. They've won 10 of the past 13 rounds, have Eternal Fire.
Brutal for Tyloo, brutal.
Yeah, and Kaze has kind of dropped off. I mean, I know nobody's really putting up great numbers, but I think he was like 10 for 3 or something like that at one point.
Kaze had a really nice start to T-side. He was getting loads of picks on that ramp area. DT side has not been as impactful from him at the moment.
Woxic has his ult, by the way.
Yeah, finally. I mean, they've got enough money for it this time, so I guess they're thinking, you know, why not? It is map point at this stage. Let's give it a go. Hasn't been a necessity for Eternal Fire, basically in this entire game. Oh, lots of burn damage for Jamyoung, and even though Mazea was looking for the boost, Xantares has repeated it again, and Calyx is going to go even deeper for it. Kaze will be removed. It's Mercury and Advent, and Wakadia hits 2 headshots as well, and that encapsulates what Eternal Fire are all about. 5 quick fire headshots to take map 1.
Great reflection of their mental fortitude as well. They didn't get shaken after their slow start to the map. They knew what they were capable of. They stuck to their guns. And again, that pause after the 8th round was a really big turning point for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, they look really, really clean in the end. And I think despite Tyloo's fast start, getting, of course, that 6-2 lead, the fact that they could only get a 6-6 at half was a little bit disappointing. Let's send it over to Alan, Yumi, and T-Time to see what they have to say.
A fiery finish for Eternal Fire, looking so good towards the end. T-side dominant from the Turkish team. Yumi, what went right for Eternal Fire?
Collaboration, teamwork, and a burden of responsibility distributed across the whole squad. Eternal Fire made some really nice adaptations. I think they highlighted it on the cast. That timeout that they called, then moving positions, that's where the spark of interest started to arise for this Eternal Fire roster, because Xantares didn't show up at the start, but he showed up by the finish.
And listen, the Dragons did show some fire resistance, like you mentioned, Michael. They did come through with a great game plan to begin things out right. Mercury was getting the better of Xantares so many times, but unfortunately, after that timeout, they didn't have the same plan B, so they were really brought down a level once that happened.
So we're looking at the kind of the two calling entities, the leadership, and saying Eternal Fire had more depth. They adapted better throughout this game.
Yeah, no, I definitely think whoever made the call, you know, to pull Xantares away, have him play more middle focus. We saw Woxic and Wakadia take over his position and actually fight for ramp, even though they typically typically only do that when Zentars is there as like a backup entity. They needed to step up in that moment, and it was actually great to see Woxic have that responsibility on his shoulders. Because sometimes
staying on this A site angle, talk us through Wicadia and Woxic, because they were brilliant in that first time.
Yeah, no, they picked up a lot of the slack. Zentars was getting entry by Mercury. They were losing picks to the Kaze AWP. You know, there were a multitude of opportunities over on A. When I came into this game, I actually thought they might even just target the B-bomb site because, you know, you want to avoid Zentars, but they were shutting him out, and Woxic and Wicadia picked up.
I guess, I mean, for Tyloo, they probably thought that if we can remove the constancy of Zentars, we're going to have a much better chance at it. And I like the thought going into it, but unfortunately, Wicadia and Woxic, like you mentioned, Michael, they had this great adjustment where they didn't go fully aggressive, but they were trying to fight out more towards the middle of the round at ramp. And that's something that they just weren't ready for on Tyloo, unfortunately. They couldn't catch them out. And when they did start to shift over the focus to that B-bomb side, it felt like it was a bit too late.
Yeah, also, I mean, Calyx, I think, had a lot of responsibilities rotating away from the bomb sites because that A site saw so much aggression, so much siege from Tyloo, and once that stopped working, they started to sort of, honestly, reveal the Tyloo that I'm kind of used to seeing as well, where they start to take this slow, drawn-out process. And against experienced players, especially in the EU region, they're not going to fall foul to these sort of late site hits unless they're extremely well documented or it's like a hard anti-strat.
So particularly the way this ended was pretty one-sided. That second half, not a lot of traction for Tyloo on the defense. Are there any worrying signs from how that Vertigo ended?
Like, the worrying signs over here, obviously, they started off very strong, but they seem to get sort of brain freeze as you go into it, right? So you are having struggles going aggressive again afterwards. It felt like once Mercury stopped being able to be aggressive, despite his great success in the beginning, it just felt like it never came back. And what Michael mentioned about there being a dearth of aggression in this team, it did feel like a return to the median. It felt like a return to the norm. And that's very unfortunate because it does feel like what they were doing really well, but they just couldn't find a second dimension to it.
Well, it's like when we looked at that Nouns game on Vertigo against Eternal Fire, the big reason Nouns actually did well in that game was a lot of the sort of peaks and fights they were going for felt kind of unusual to see. Like, especially as an underdog team, you don't want to just go in all guns blazing, but you need to have that confidence. And I think Tyloo started with that, but once they started getting shaken down, the cracks started to show.
It has to be said on the scoreboard there, opening kills very much in favor of Eternal Fire. We said rifling core for Tyloo is punchy. Mercury can be very aggressive, very good at opening up rounds. Do they need to reverse that going forward in this series?
Well, listen, they definitely need to, especially because even though they shut down Zentars early on and his end scoreline wasn't that great, he was so good on that T side. He was finding those opening frags in the places where it felt like Tyloo was caught on the middle ground. They're thinking, hey, we need to be aggressive. We did find success being aggressive, but instead of fully committing into it, they may be playing halfway across the bomb side on B, something like it, putting themselves in a position where they have to win an aim duel. And although I like that, it's not quite the same thing as being set up to win the aim duel. If you're going to end up in 50-50s, I'd much rather them maybe, come through and be the ones taking the initiative.
Let's flip this over and talk Overpass, because the context is that was Eternal Fire's map pick, so maybe we should have expected them to win it in the first place. But Tyloo now, Overpass clearly knew this was going to be the pick coming into the series. What do we need to see to flip this series back?
Tyloo have a very, very good defensive setup. And the thing is, I think they are confident so much so in this defensive hold that they never step out of that boundary. We've talked about this before. The games that they look the most compelling is when they are willing to target areas of the map in the early game. Because sometimes Kaze will just sit on the bomb side, just chill out, have a good time, and then try and hold their side. And they do. They do succeed in Asia. This is the thing for Tyloo. They have had multiple international opportunities. They need to show that they can actually compete because the Asia region is not one that we are looking at anymore and thinking, oh, woe is me. We even have EU imports nowadays to the Asia region because they're trying to sort of diversify their assets. They need to come in confident.
And this is where the fact that Mosaic on Overpass is such a good B-side lurker on the T side will be incredibly impactful for them. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to show up fully in Vertigo. And I hope that that's just a blip on the radar, because if he can activate going into this game, it's going to make life living hell for those B-side players coming out from Eternal.
I think the good news for this game is that Eternal Fire looked like they'd done their homework.
Yes.
They looked like they had some very good targeted utility, and Overpass if you were to comb through those demos, if they have that same kind of preparation, Tyloo are a very systematic team in the way that they open up CT sides that I think Eternal Fire, if they've come in as prepped as they did for Vertigo, could have them.
I agree with you, but also at the same time, we did see a bit of a newer Tyloo going even into this Vertigo, so the prep isn't one-sided, right? Advent and company have clearly put in a lot of homework into this one, and I do feel like there's going to be a lot of that targeting you mentioned, Michael, and as systematic as they might be on CT side, Overpass CT side is a map where you can be systematic, right? You can try and go for standardized pickoffs and try and play into that, and I'm really excited to see exactly what Advent's got cooking coming out into this T side, because if it's anything like that Vertigo, it's exciting.
This is statistically Advent's, I think, best map. Like, I've seen Advent have like weirdly high performance fragging maps on Overpass, so if I could ask anything from him here, that would be it, I guess.
I'm a little bit nervous for Tyloo because I look at Overpass, particularly on that T-side, and I say, your defaults need to be so clean. You can't make mistakes, you can't give up entries like we saw on Vertigo. And Xantares, when he's on the move, on A, he is a monster. He's always in behind. And I think that's, for me, is the fear. Is Tyloo, do they have the depth? Do they have the protocols and the contingencies? Do they have the communication to deal with these aggressive riflers on the side of Eternal Fire?
No, I absolutely think they do, right? Their default is very clean. When you look over towards that 3-1-1 split, the fact that you've got Kaze, Jamyang, and Mercury going over to the A side is really hard to deal with. Like I said, Mosaic is a great lurker. The only question mark that comes in is that Advent almost exclusively plays connector solo, and that's something that Xantares on the other side, funnily enough, likes to go in and try and get that 1v1 very often playing from the CT side. So that's a tricky 1v1, but the question is, what do they have in response from the 3 players coming out from Playground, and how are they going to try and stop that from coming?
How far can Advent hide from Xantares? Because he'll know he's coming, but he may not be able to stop him.
Last word, Michael. We talk about this rifling trifecta on Tyloo of Mercury, Jamyang, and Mosaic. Which man in particular on Overpass has to show up or they're going home?
Jamyang. Jamyang for sure. You know, he's definitely been the longevity player for this roster, this core. He was there before Mercury and Mosaic. He was a part of the reason why they bedded in so well. He has had one of the cleanest sprays, has had the best mechanics on this roster for the longest time. But sure, the shining light is on Mercury because he's an aggressive player. Jamyang doesn't really always get into those clutch situations. I need Jamyang on Overpass. This is his map. It was what made them good on this map.
We need Jamyang, we need a performance, or Tyloo are going home. Next up is going to be Overpass. Should be a zinger of a matchup. Do not go anywhere. Let's see if Tyloo are going home.
Yeah, because it's a new game and we learn a lot of stuff. So because mostly in CSGO, there's no changes towards the maps, so mostly it's kind of boring, I would say. So in CS2, there's a lot of changes, like the maps, like let's say Inferno is a new map now, I would say. So as I say, the smokes and grenades, we all have to learn again. And it's kind of fun doing that, I would say.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, cause I got no
Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems, problems. 'Cause I got no problems, problems. 'Cause I got no problems, problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems, problems.
We are back, baby, and we're going to be getting into the second map of the first game of the day. Tyloo have everything on the line coming into Overpass. If they lose this map, they go home without even winning a single map at the event, Trav.
Yeah, and that would not be very nice indeed. Unfortunately for Tyloo, I've had a chance to watch them twice on Overpass recently, actually for the ESL Challenger Atlanta qualifiers, of course, are still, the main event still to come this year, and they lost twice to Mongols on Overpass, 13-11 and 13-7. So, from what I've seen from them lately, it has not been that clean.
Yeah.
As the desk called out, this boy, Jamyoung, he's usually a big factor on Overpass. He needs to show it today.
On the flip side, Eternal Fire, they've shown some decent form on Overpass recently. They beat both Parivision and Furia on LAN on the map recently. They did lose it out to 9 Pandas in the grand final, but it's a map that's certainly in their wheelhouse. So even though it's the pick of Tyloo, they still certainly have their work cut out for them.
And I've seen some weird, streaky moments, of course, from Eternal Fire and Overpass in the past. Sometimes on the CT side, they can have ridiculous halves. On CSGO, they had some incredible performances, and sometimes it would fall apart on the T side. But the CT side is where they will start this time, of course. And it's Wicadia on the dual leads, has a smoke as well. Major has that defuse kit, and already Santares is looking for some info, and I think he got some.
Look at those odds, my goodness. That is not a good look for Tyloo. Normally, those odds reflect the done deal. We're just starting off the second map here.
You're not wrong.
All right, well, let's see what this pistol round has in store for us. Tyloo have a lot of utility. They've won all of their pistol rounds so far. Can they make it 5 for 5? Eternal Fire yet to win a pistol round. Can they make it 1 from 5?
Crazy as well, considering the first bullet aim of some of these Eternal Fire players. Santares looking for that information, and he'll see a couple of heads running through bathrooms and up divider. but he's been forced all the way back into Bank. The utility's been used by Advent. A couple of flashes, a smoke toward Dumpster. That has cleared out the site. A plant will be allowed. Advent will get it down, but there are 3 players with Eternal Fire here about to burst through Bank.
Yeah, and they've also got a kit in play on Major, Smoke in tow. So it's going to be tough. All 10 players left alive. Firefight's about to break out left, right, and center, and they're all going Tyloo's way.
Wow.
So much damage done. They don't even lose a single player in the process.
Goodness me, that's not what I expected. Usually you expect a few trades, not a clean sweep like that. And even a little cheeky grin from Advent as well, and that certainly deserves it. Eternal Fire, they tried to go all together, tried to play off of each other, tried to play the trades, and in the end, they got none.
So that's 5 for 5 now. Tyloo won both their pistol rounds against Monty. They won both pistol rounds on Vertigo against Eternal Fire and the first on Overpass, while Eternal Fire have not won a single pistol round at this LAN event.
So weird. It's so weird.
Man. I guess it's just a big reflection of how RNG pistol rounds really are, you know, as everybody's acknowledged for the longest period of time.
That's what people say who are bad at pistol rounds.
Okay, just make themselves feel a bit better. Yeah, we've seen a few pistols being bought up here by the CT side. There's a 5-7 in the Julies, and normally I'm not a fan of the Julies, and we saw Xantares do it yesterday, talking about exclusively in a full eco. I just feel like the Julies are just, you know, they're like small dogs, Trav. You can kind of just like kick it away.
Whoa.
They don't have much bite, man.
No animal abuse on this stream. Thank you very much, Matthew.
They don't intimidate me, Trav.
Woxic and Xantares. 2v3. And they managed to get a killer piece, of course. Xantares, as you say, probably with a pistol round only meta weapon in those dualies.
I don't mind them if I have the AWP. It's not
true.
They've got a decent draw speed.
Absolutely. But saving will definitely be the idea. They would be able to afford a lot more utility in this next round thanks to this save. And of course, Tyloo have not built up their bank yet, so there's no reason for them to go hunting. Gives Eternal Fire a chance to keep those in play. And Xantares has an AK. It's not an M4. That could make a bit of a difference.
Oh man, Xantares would love that AK on the CT side, so that's certainly going to be bolstering his position. He really came to life towards the end of Vertigo. It was a slow start for him, and I think that's actually that's going to make Eternal Fire feel a bit good, you know, the fact they won that map and they were competitive in the first half, despite the fact it wasn't the Xantares show.
Yeah, and the fact they, to be honest, all of them started relatively slow.
Yeah.
Of course, it can be tough to wake yourself up in the morning, a cold morning here in Jönköping. Lots of snow around, it's very pretty, but it's time for Eternal Fire to make some pretty shots happen.
Oh, man.
And look at this jump spot from Karza. The nade's about to be blowing the smoke open, and it's absolutely textbook. That's CS2 in a nutshell.
So well worked there from Xantares. Great timing as they clear out the smoke as well. He knew there was one there for a fact. Walks away with 2. And that's the perfect start to this round. I love to see the proactivity there from Eternal Fire as well. Completely disrupting Tyloo's setup.
Advent, oh, they're body blocking in the smoke. Surely Wicadia realizes it, and yes, the hug is no more. And there's definitely not going to be a warm feeling in this round for Tyloo. Eternal Fire picking them limb from limb.
It's one of those things that you don't always want to fire first, because then you also give up your position. So it's always a bit uncomfortable in a situation like that when you're body blocking your opponents in the smoke.
Yeah.
Kind of got to realize, okay, something's going on here.
What on earth am I stuck on? Oh. It's another player. Jamyoung.
That's something that CL Bob could help with, is that you can see you're not moving.
Yeah,
Gun
true.
bottle not moving at all. So
Add Bob. Add Bob. That's all I'm saying. Jamyoung, 2 quick headshots. At least he's a great chance at making this expensive for Eternal Fire, because of course, very early on in this game, they may... A little bit of cash, of course, saved over from saving those 2 guns on the second round, but Jamyoung is able to somehow find one more. There is a little bit closer to him in Xantares, but I don't think they're going to meet.
Nah, I mean, look at the time.
7 seconds, it's important for Jamyoung to stay alive. However, I think he'd be quite content with the fact he's managed to kill 2 players, considering it's a 5v1.
Bit of damage inflicted, and he carries the AK through. He still has $2,000 in the bank. Just wondering with the money here, I don't know if Tyloo have to go for the force buy. I think they might just be able to afford an investment in the next round if they do commit to the save here. Let's wait and see what they're going to go for. Most teams in the situation would force up, but I think there might be just enough money to justify the eco.
Yeah. I just love seeing that replay of the nade breaking the smoke there. That was absolutely as planned.
Do you remember when they released snippets of what CS2 was going to look like? Everybody lost their mind with the being able to blow the smokes open. And you know what? I actually love it. I think it's been a great addition to the game. It adds so much innovation, so much depth, and a completely new dynamic altogether.
Yeah, it's one of the best parts of CS2, without a doubt. And it's a lot of fair criticism about, obviously, the state it was launched in. We had our lovely little Alan's Corner skit on the couch at the beginning of the broadcast, which we had some fun with. Lots of improvements lately, and they're coming thick and fast, which is great to see.
It also just shows you how much people despise change, though, man. Because it's like, oh no, this is going to be the worst thing that's ever happened to Counter-Strike. And it's like, this is actually kind of cool, man. I'm having fun with this. So, yeah, just got to be more open-minded in general, I think.
Yeah, it's gamers for you. Kaze is a gamer. That is a lovely shot to deal with Xantares, and his favoured position there. Woxic with his AWP. Now this is certainly an AWPer's map. We didn't see it much on Vertigo until the very end. But we'll know the AWP can do so much work, and has done for so many years, and Woxic has done for so many years on this map. Great pick and response. He tries to catch another as they make their way down toward Connector. Jamyoung actually almost getting away with two there. Calyx only just got that trade. It's down to Acadia in water on the beach side. That's going to be a really nice HE, and it removes Kaze. Major will peek off the back of it, so it's down to Mosea. 1v3 it would be. He needs to go and pick up the bomb. That's going to take so much time. He's got no utility to recross. And of course, Calyx is so low, so Eternal Fire are going to play this one safely.
Yeah, he will be able to activate the C4. You say it's going to be a safe approach, Mosea! Oh, so close there on the transfer. Good spacing between Calyx and Major, not stacked up on top of one another. You can see the smiles aplenty as Major gets that kill. And actually, the fact that Eternal Fire come away with that round goes completely against the run of play.
Yeah, surprising, honestly. And as you so rightly pointed out, I did say safely, but I thought they would at least give them a chance to trade Calyx. In the end, they did exactly that, but a lot quicker than I was expecting. Leaping Calyx into the action, not wanting to let Mosea get off the plant and reposition.
Yeah, I think that Tyloo somewhat missed their window of opportunity to execute into that B bomb site. They paused for a few seconds. That's what allowed for the extra player to rotate down to the B bomb site. Major got there just in time to catch the players crossing from short. So that was a problem for Tyloo. You have to be clinical. You have to be able to just make that decision and commit immediately. You can't take time fumbling utility, setting up, and talking about what's going to happen. It needs to be a seamless transition.
Indeed. Already. Tyloo are back down to pistols once again. Can the Deagles do some damage? Xantares, I think he knows what he's up against. Taking a big off angle, and of course will hit both kills.
Xantares is also one of those players where if he has a slow map, he almost doubles up his performance in the map afterwards to make up for the slow map before that. Yeah. So that's a real concern. And on the CT side, like Overpass, where there's just such a vast amount of space for him to play with, he's a menace, man.
He is a menace. And he's definitely a menace against the ecos as well. If he's having a slow start, you'll definitely see him go and warm up a bit against those ecos. Kaze is desperate for the pistol on the ground, but Wakadia isn't going to let him get to that. Advent, long range, that is a 1 in 100 shot, and Wakadia will make sure it stays at that ratio. 3-2 Eternal Fire.
1 in 100 being that one-time device with the Deagle just pulled off that ridiculous clutch.
God, yeah, that was one of the most insane ones, I think, of all time.
That was the 1 in 100 you're referring to.
Maybe, maybe.
What a player. Of course, he's got some new teammates now.
True.
Lost his prodigy.
He's lost Buzz.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a surprise. That was a bit of a surprise, but...
not in a million light years did I expect that.
I guess it makes sense in a way, right? They obviously paid Sprout for Stairs buyout, so maybe they want to continue with him for a little bit, and he has looked relatively promising lately, so... Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how Astralis do moving forward with their new heroic duo. But back to the here and now.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row for Eternal Fire. They've got the ball rolling on their CT side. There's going to be a bit of aggression, but Mosea, he's keeping tabs on the side of the map while his teammates lean towards the top side. And Calyx is going to come into an engagement, but my god, that's a snappy shot out of Mosea.
Yeah, that's a really clean adjustment. So often those are so hard to hit. And Calyx pretty much positioned himself perfectly there to keep himself on the headshot angle and almost duck under the crosshair. Mosaic was just too good. Back of that, they'll move to the front of bathrooms, but then straight down connector again. I think it was Yumi who mentioned that Advent does enjoy hanging around in connector. Seems to use it a lot on those T-side strategies, and once again, they'll use it to drop down into water, but it's Mosaic to show up again, and this time it's Woxic to drop. Major, all he can really do is chuck a smoke down on the short B side.
Yeah.
And maybe gamble stack toward A. That's exactly what they've done, but they'll realize that Tyloo are going to take this round and make it 3-all.
Not a bad option from Eternal Fire, just feigning as though there might be some players on that B-bomb site, hoping they can funnel them up towards A. Yeah. Not going to attempt the retake, just carry these guns through into the next. It was unfortunate there for Woxic in his exchange with Mosaic as well. He was trying to clear out that right-hand corner where Mosaic got the initial pick on Calyx, but then he peeks from the opposite side, from the barrel side, and demolishes Woxic as well. So the only 2 kills in the round coming from Mosaic's hand. Very impactful on that lurk. Not even doing a huge amount, right? That just shows you the value, and sometimes just, you know, playing the long game, taking your time, being a bit more passive. You don't have to force the issue in that situation.
Yeah, and you wouldn't think the kill on Calyx would have made such a big impact in the round so early on, but in the end, it was one of the only 2 that made a difference. And Calyx, perhaps, with the benefit of hindsight, perhaps may look at that and say, was that positioning necessary? But as I said earlier, we're all experts after the event.
Yeah, something about hindsight and good vision.
Indeed.
All right, well, here we go. Eternal Fire, they smash open the piggy bank, spend most of their money, a bit of pocket change left on a few players. They've got $1,900 round loss bonus behind them, so enough to afford a few pieces in the next round, but certainly not a full buy. As for Tyloo, they keep 5 players alive, so they've bolstered their economy nicely.
Tyrus looked like he was priming there for a little hop on the bench, and that jump throw HE grenade that goes deep into T-stairs.
Yeah, through the hedge.
Yeah. You'd expect the hedge to have some clipping, but it does not. That
used to have more in CSGO, I think.
I think so. It was quite common in CSGO.
Yeah, it's like a risk-free nade now.
Yeah, Xantares used to throw that one a lot. Felt a little bit nervy, I guess, in that instance. He was a little bit late to mid, so decided against it this time. Strafed back away.
Which is a good option. You've got to have that internal clock in your mind and kind of understand what you might be exposing yourself to, what the risks are.
Yeah. Once again, Advent's and Connector, right? I mean, I've brought it up already. The desk brought it up. And, well, once again, they'll try and clear it out to contribute to their control toward A, because this time, off the back of that connector control, they have 3 long instead.
Yeah, good control being found here by Tyloo. And I think they are going to end up on the same bomb site, but Eternal Fire are well prepared to deal with this. They have got 3 players leaning in towards the side of the map, including the orb of Woxic. They're going to continue to chain smoke in towards bathrooms, and now Woxic can have his impact, but misses the follow-up shot. Great kill from Mosaic, and that's going to ignite this commitment.
Yeah, Xantares still here, but look at the fire, just absolutely all over the bomb site. It's ladening it. And Mosaic will catch Xantares and Major in what felt like no man's land. Calyx, Wicadia remaining. Wicadia cannot complete the kill on Jamyoung, and I'm surprised he went back for more on that one.
Yeah, I think after you missed the opportunity to deny the plant, you just got to head for the hills. If they carry 2 guns through here, they can afford a full buy in the next, but they might not even be able to carry a single weapon through. Mosaic, he was the one who got the only 2 kills in the round before this, and now he's found the 3 of the 4 frags in the follow-up. Great impact coming through from him. We know what a ridiculously high ceiling he has, and we're seeing that being explored right now.
Yes, and such amount of good work online, of course. Only 18, Mosaic. Definitely one for the future, but of course for the present in front of our very eyes.
Yeah. In CS2, 1.15 rating. Played 26 maps in total.
Results have been on and off for Tyloo. Of course, the Atlanta qualifier couldn't make it. Mongols took them down that time. And of course, they did play in the CS Asia Championships as well. Of course, that IEM China closed qualifier on LAN in Shanghai as well, where we kind of get the impression off the back of that Lin Vision have kind of overtaken them as the best team in China.
Feels weird to say, man.
It does feel weird to say, but when you watch Lin Vision play, you'll understand why.
Yeah. Sure. Going back to Mosaic, 60% headshot percentage in CS2 as well. So this guy's giving out haircuts at the moment, man.
He's quality barber at the moment is Mazea in this new era. And of course, there are some players in CS2, of course, who are these young guns who we'd expect to suit them. And then there are some old heads, Rain, JT, for example, who have completely revitalized them.
Carrigan as well.
Yeah.
Been having some good performances. All right, well, Eternal Fire have been able to afford an investment here, and probably a better looking investment than what I had initially expected. Very light on utility. And there we go. We can work with this. Give us the audio cues, Trav. Give us some onomatopoeia.
I'm not sure I'm the man for that. I can do the Zeus sound.
Yeah, you can. You got that one waxed. Yeah. Couple kills going through for Eternal Fire. We're just going to roll with the punches right now, man.
Yeah, I think we're having a few technical problems right now, so we're going to have to try and roll with it. I've obviously got producer in the ear letting me know what's going on, so hopefully we can sort it out. We can just about see it, and we'll try our best to see it ourselves.
How's Zantares in T-Spawn?
Is in T-Spawn, by the way.
That's what I'm wondering right now.
And he's managed to deal with them. 5v2 for Eternal Fire off the back of it.
Flexing their muscles, despite the fact they've lost a couple rounds yet. They haven't gone into their shell. We spoke about how Zantares is keen to make plays. And you know what? Now we need to go with their facial expressions. Clearly both Wakadia and Zantares is still alive. They're still playing, they're still gaming. I don't even know if Tyloo are going to attempt this, man.
No.
James watching in the crowd and he's thinking,
thankfully,
yeah, just save.
Thankfully, we've got a little bit of time to get back into it. And I think we have been recovered, yes. Our observer screen, unfortunately, was struggling slightly, unfortunately. But we are back. No worries. And Wakadia will manage to deal with Kaze. That is a big kill to take, to be honest. Mercure at least managed to grab that AWP. Thankfully, Kaze, I don't believe, went down after time because he still has plenty of that money in the bank. So he is good. Yeah, Eternal Fire will recover it to 4 apiece.
I mean, to be fair, things have been running ridiculously smoothly at the event, so
yes, you're right.
We were bound to run into a hitch somewhere along the line.
Yeah,
it comes with the territory.
It happens. It happens.
Roll.
We're professionals.
Punches. Yeah, we do what we must, man.
Woxic. This time he maybe will want to be the one to go for that jump peak over the top of the hedge, but I'll just play it safe for now. Going for a bit of a bathroom setup.
This is fast. This is really quick. Woxic's going to hear these footsteps as well. Ooh. Great position. Frag found. His counterpart, Zantares, might have to join him here in the defense, although maybe not. Woxic single-handedly able to lock it down. Finally, the trade will come through from Kaze, but Zantares, as expected, gets in on the mix, and Advent, well, basically no chance here in this 1 versus 4, and this round's for the lead.
0.0001% chance on this one, I'm afraid.
So you're saying there's a chance?
If that.
If they all crash on the side of Eternal Fire, is that the chance?
Maybe. You know what? I've seen it before. In professional games. It can happen. But obviously then the round wouldn't be live. Go on, Advent. Hit that 0.0001%. I believe in you, son. Major will go down first. But of course, the problem for Advent is that bomb is not in his possession, and he'll get caught in the side by Wakadia. And I have to say, another really nice two-piece from Woxic on a rifle. We've seen some okay work from him on the AWP, but the rifle today is where he's doing some of his best work. And that first kill, clotheslining Jamyoung running through long, was a real nice reaction.
Yeah, true, and that's going to give him a good boost of confidence. You could imagine Woxic, such a confidence-based player, you know, probably in a bit of a rough place mentally at the moment, not putting up the numbers he's used to, right? So it's going to just bode well to Lefter's individual performance. I think just lift the outlook going forward. Tyloo spend all their money coming into this next round here. They've been able to muster up a couple Galils, a Tech 9 as well. Lose this, though, 6-4 becomes 7-4. And I'm thinking, you know, Eternal Fire, if they can get up to 7, they'll be pretty content with that.
Yeah, I've said before that they've had some quality CT sides in the past. Sometimes the T sides where they can weirdly, on overpass, look a little bit toothless. It changed a little bit going into CS2 in some of the few maps we've seen from them, of course. But still, Major looking like he wants to maybe play the smoke fade there in Monster. That's more of a CSGO strategy than a CS2 strategy, but of course he's doubled up with Wicadia, and Kaze can't hold it, and he even peeks short pipe too. That is a great two-piece to deal with Mazeo as well.
It's been a very dynamic CT side from Eternal Fire so far. They're not just playing the extremities of the map, sitting back in the bomb sites, giving up control to Tyloo. They're constantly asking questions, constantly disrupting their setups. And it's looking very good coming through here from Eternal Fire to go up 6-4. That campaign, that cause furthered even more. I mean, these past 3 rounds have actually been very dominant from Eternal Fire, and that's a bit of a cause for concern for Tyloo. We saw something similar happen on Vertigo, where Tyloo had started strong initially, and then once things started to fall apart, they never really got going once again.
Yeah, 5 players alive once again. And it's a bit of a similar start, perhaps, to that first map.
Tyloo have only managed 2 kills in the past 3 rounds, Trav.
Okay. I would say that's not good.
I think that's a good way to describe it. Yeah, you're onto something there. You're cooking.
They don't pay me the big bucks for nothing.
You're getting paid for this?
Damn.
Oh, man. Mosea, he's been tickled in the back.
Just a pistol round, though, for Tyloo. Preparing for that final round of the half. Eternal Fire looking like they are pushing toward a possible finish line here. We thought it would be a little bit closer. But in the end, as we saw with the end of Vertigo, everyone on Eternal Fire just hit a random headshot, basically. Xantara to that 2K entry toward B side. And then, of course, Wicadia had that spray down to finish it off. I'm not going to talk about what Calix just did, because that was all over the place.
What are you talking about? There was nothing there.
Yeah, nothing happened. You didn't see it, guys. No
All
worries.
5 players stay alive. So now that's 2 kills in 4 rounds for Tyloo. Like I just mentioned, when things started falling apart in Vertigo, they weren't able to get things back on track. Hopefully, that's not going to be the case here on Overpass as well. Also, let's just highlight Wicadia, man. He had a big game on Vertigo. A lot of impact kills coming through from him. And here on Overpass, he's been putting up a very good performance as well.
I don't know. I mean, some people have whispered baby Xantares, perhaps the one to take the mantle when Xantares moves on in the future. They've a lot of comparisons have been made on the desk between the two of them of how crispy their crosshair placement and entries can be. I would say it's a little bit like Grigor Dimitrov being compared with Roger Federer, if there are any tennis fans out there. But either way, Voxic.
That's a slam dunk.
That is a slam dunk.
Well, that's a volleyball reference, I guess. So, missing that one. What's it called in tennis? You got the slam, the smash. That's the one.
Yeah, it's an overhead.
Yeah, exactly.
And the serve is...
There's no coming back from that, man. When someone smashes the ball, that's game over.
Unless you're Gael Monfils. There are some famous clips out there. I'm sure there are some aficionados out there.
Listen, Roger Federer is half South African. Did you know that? His mother is South African.
I actually didn't know that, weirdly.
At the Rugby World Cup, he was there sporting a South African shirt, man. So that's one of our claims to fame.
There we go.
All right, well.
South African pride.
Last round of the half here, Trav. And this has kind of snowballed a little bit for Tyloo. Sure, it can still be 7-5, which is a very respectable halftime scoreline T-side Overpass, but 8-4 would be fairly bleak, I reckon.
Yeah, Tyloo, I think for me, it feels like right now they're on the edge of being eliminated from this tournament. It really feels like they need this last round, but Major and Wicadia are sorting it out nicely. And it's a 5v2 off the bat, it feels like. Kaze, now the last one alive. Nice kill in toward Connector. Ooh. And we'll get the follow-up on Calix too. He's still got 100 health, but Major is still hiding in water. But I think now he knows the location of these final 2 players. Unfortunately, it's impossible to penetrate as they'll peek off the back of each other. Xantares finishes off an 8-4 half for Eternal Fire. See you in a minute.
Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all your secrets and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels, I've been talking mistakes. You could fight the best you can. It's not easy when you're dancing, holding someone else's hand. I've got nothing more to tell you. I got nothing more to say. No. We can catch the lightning. It's perfect crime. Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? And does it feel so good when we touch too much?
Tyloo let that half slip through their fingers. They were leading 4-3 at one point. It ended 8-4. My one concern, Trav, is the 2 gun rounds they were able to win in that first half were courtesy of Mosea. He gets the kills to get them into those rounds. Outside of that, they get 5 kills in the last 5 rounds. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's not good enough, I'm afraid. And some of those were exit kills as well, just to compound the misery.
True.
So not really in a decent position are Tyloo. Yeah, I think it's rough because, of course, the desk shouted out Jamyoung. We really have seen more from Mosea on this map, of course. A lot of the strategies that Tyloo seemed to put in place on that first half was just that take through connector, which Advent seemed pretty convinced was the way forward toward the front of A on a number of those occasions.
Yeah.
They got locked out. The one round that was actually a significant success was that moment where they pushed 3 through long and had Mosea hit that triple. So I guess you could look at it and say it was pretty okay, but overall, for the rest of the rounds, it just wasn't good enough, and Eternal Fire now in a fantastic position.
Can they win a pistol round is the question. Yet to win one here at ESL Challenger Jönköping. And Jamyoung started off very nicely for Tyloo. Big breach in towards the B bomb side coming through from this T side. Still a man deficiency for them. No utility further either or upgraded pistols. And Tyloo know exactly what's going on. They've got the defense padded up on this B bomb side, and Eternal Fire, they decide to cancel in the 11th hour.
And it's weird, you don't usually often see a cancel on the pistol round like this. Usually just brawling your way back in is the way to go, but they're happy to slow down the clock, of course.
Oh, I love
rounds
this.
Aren't just a rush, and
yeah,
this could be a pretty interesting change up here.
Tyloo are thinking, okay, because they've pulled out so aggressively, there must be somebody that they're trying to rotate in towards here.
Yeah.
And Wicadia kind of sells the fake even further with that presence in towards lowers. I actually really like this approach out of Eternal Fire.
Bluff and double bluff, and sometimes triple bluff on these rounds where you pause, make no sound, and go again. And it honestly very well might net them a bomb plant here, which would set them up well for the second half anyway in that second round, even if they are to lose this. Advent toward Heaven. We've got the bomb carrier in Woxic shifting up toward his position. Spots 2 players. I think he'll realize now what's going on, and Woxic will realize as well and realize that Advent... Oh my goodness, that's bold from Advent. Straight down from Heaven. I thought he was going to say wait for his teammates, but no. He does not care one jot. Now, what can Eternal Fire do? The kills are finally coming in for them on pistol rounds, and Calyx will swing 1 each for him. Wicadia and Woxic. It's down to Mercury. 1 versus 2. 2 players in front of him. Lots of bullets, of course, with these dualies. And look how close Wicadia is. 3 bullets left in the clip. It's a dance round pillar. And now it has to be Wicadia. He had more bullets, and unfortunately, Mercury needed more bullets.
Yeah, good work out of Wicadia there, just buying time, dancing around the pillar. Man, Tyloo, they took the bait, hook, line, and sinker, rotating away from that B bomb site. What a call coming through from Major in the heat of the moment as well. To make that call, that decision, that commitment, everything goes according to plan. Bomb plant, and they lock it down thereafter. Eternal Fire finally win a pistol round. The first out of 6 they've played at this event.
Yeah, and with the full eco for Tyloo, Eternal Fire are going to be 3 away from eliminating them from Challenger Jönköping, just like that.
Man, that's
and it feels like it's been too fast. It really does, but Tyloo have had a slow performance in this entire tournament.
I mean, they started nicely on Vertigo, though. We thought, okay, here we go. We're seeing something from them. But ever since then, it's just been one-way traffic.
Yeah. And it's kind of been a bit of a repeat other than that. That's the only shining point of this tournament so far for Tyloo, that start on Vertigo. And if you start well, it's all well and good, but ending well is what matters.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Just going to be looking to see if they can inflict any damage here in this round. Kills have been hard to come by so far for Tyloo. Running out of time, as you say. 3 rounds, that's all Eternal Fire are going to need, man.
This is exactly what Eternal Fire did need, though. They needed a professional performance today and a clean performance, and so far they're delivering exactly that.
Yeah, and it's not even like this is to get them into the semi-finals. This is just to stay alive.
I think even if it was a close game that they managed to pull through, they still would have been looking back at it thinking, eesh, shouldn't have been that rough. This is a sort of convincing performance that maybe it gives us the thought of, could this team make a push to a finals, perhaps?
Yeah.
You know they have the talent for it.
Absolutely. And if they win this, which they should from here, they get a rematch with Nouns in the best of 3.
And that could be a complete change-up. From a BO1 on Vertigo, which can be a bit of a puggy map, which, of course, Nouns have played quite a lot on, they'll know it well, to a BO3, where they'd have to do it twice over somehow to win out that match for the playoffs.
I wouldn't count Nouns out, honestly.
Absolutely not. They've been showing some great stuff in this tournament so far, and I really am hopeful for them that they're going to keep it up, and it's not just a flash in the pan.
Even with their game against Monty yesterday, we saw some good glimpses from them. Either way, we need to see a lot more than good glimpses from Tyloo right now. Kaze has the scout. Not ideal in such an important gun round, but the bait and switch works well.
It does. Mercury takes the kill, and I've seen such mad stuff from Kaze on the scout, but Advent... Oh, that's going to hurt. It hurts deep in my soul because Calix has got a 2k off the back of it. Mercury toward long, found by Wakadia as well. Another 2k for him. And Jamyoung must be wondering, after the communications that probably would have come through with Advent in that position, how on earth has it fallen apart after getting that opening pick?
Man, Advent was licking his lips there, rubbing his hands together. He was thinking in his mind, how many here? 2? Maybe 3? This is going to be a good one. And then Calix wakes him up from the dream and says, mate, welcome back to reality.
Pain. Pain. No
back
more
to reality. Oh, there goes Advent. He choked. He's so mad, but he hopefully won't give up yet.
Did he?
Yeah.
You tried.
Yeah, there was something in there, man.
You tried. Listen, I respect the attempt. And Advent will go down there without getting one, of course, and as you can see, head in hands. He knows it's a rough situation for him. 4-11, we mentioned his individual ability, of course, and his stars would have to shine. Occasionally does get those important kills, and Yumi rightly pointed out that he has pretty decent games on Overpass sometimes. But I think for the future of this Tyloo roster, I hate to say it, because I love Advent. I think he's a fantastic player and has been for so long, but maybe the future is now a coach role for him.
Well, can't look that far ahead just yet. They need to look at this map round by round is the approach. It's the name of the game coming through here for Tyloo, and it shouldn't be this round either. They're going to be playing for overtime. That's going to need them to win or require them to win 8 rounds in a row to force OT from this position. Highly unlikely, Trav. But that is what's required of them right now. Can they find a miraculous way to win the eco? It's not an eco without any bite to it. Upgraded pistols and an MP9 in mix as well.
It's doable. I've seen it done many a time, and I've seen Eternal Fire fall foul to them as well. Smoke's going to fade, though, and Kaze can't react. Now they know exactly where Mosea is. Stuck in the corner of truck. Thankfully, they're baiting in teammates here. Mercury might not be checked, and there we go. 5-7 gets the headshot. This is going to be rough for Eternal Fire unless there's some madness to come through from Woxic, and he'll manage it. Xantares hits his headshot as well. Of course he does. And Jamyoung is left 1v4, and once again having to rotate up, unfortunately, probably to his demise.
Life of the B player, man. Last alive, can he pad the stats? Can he get a bit of extra money? And the answer to both of those questions is no. And that is a 12-4 scoreline. It was 4-3 for Tyloo at one point, mate. They've lost 9 rounds in a row since then, all of them in dominant fashion, maybe bar the pistol. But they've disappeared. We need to put up some missing signs in Jönköping. Where are the Tyloo players? Because they're not on the server right now.
Yeah, Jam Young, as we saw on the player cams there, letting out a massive sigh. Unfortunately, the morale in the camp right now is not great.
Yeah.
It's fair to say, as you rightly pointed out, other than a quick start on Vertigo, they've honestly had nothing to show for their what are incredibly high skills in this tournament.
And as you mentioned, Trav, this is exactly what Eternal Fire needed to just light that fire inside of them, reignite that belief in the team. And Major looking to lead the charge here, looking to finish off the job in the most dominant fashion.
Yeah, Major hasn't had to do anything in this game. He's just 5-5, getting the odd important kill here and there. It's Wicadia, 20-7, just looking superb. And there's a Xantares peek towards short. They just have so much freedom now to do what they want, so much map control so quickly. Tyloo don't seem at the races, mentally and perhaps individually as well. Calix has already crept in toward B. He's about to tap down Kaze, you would think, stuck toward ABC. It's going to be very rough for him to get away from this one.
Yeah, B bomb site compromised. The only problem for Eternal Fire is that bomb is still very far away, so it's going to take a while before they're able to activate the C4. I got a fright there for a moment as the smoke faded. Calix is in these forward positions. Everything falling apart right now for Tyloo. The writing is on the wall. Kaze will have to go astronomically huge. Ooh. That's a nice headshot coming through with the AWP. He's looking for Advent to try and get in the mix as well. They've got a smoke and they've got a kit, but their chances are slim.
Very slim. The kit might be a lifeline, but it's Major, Xantares, and Wicadia. And they'll absolutely be playing this one to try and finish the game here and now. Nade almost finished off Kaze. There's Xantares with his 16th. And now they know that Kaze is low, and of course they know exactly where he is. Xantares finishes it off, and I'm afraid Tyloo, that means they are eliminated from ESL Challenger Jönköping.
Yeah, the end of their brief run here. Eternal Fire continue their way forward. They book themselves a date, a rematch with Nouns. They want to show them what they're capable of. Best of 3 the territory for that series. As you say, rough for Tyloo that's going to be the end of their run. Certainly a lot left to be desired.
Yeah, it's not like they were even too close in a lot of these maps either. It's not like they can look back at it and say, oh, it was so close, but yet so far. They kind of got destroyed, I'm afraid.
It was always so
I'm
far.
pretty sure, yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure the desk will probably concur with that one. Let's see if they do. See you in a bit.
You can indeed burn a dragon. Tyloo sink out of the tournament, 10 on the trot for Eternal Fire. Let's talk more about Tyloo and the kind of circumstances here a little bit later on. Let's focus on Eternal Fire. They were absolute monsters there at the end, finishing both maps in stunning fashion. Same question again, Yumi. What went right for the Turkish
team
squad?
effort, again. Like, I cannot express this enough. I think the main criticisms coming into this tournament and whether or not they'd be able to replicate successes is that Xantares is looking ecstatic, stellar on CS2. And to see his team sort of unable to bring forward rounds or unable to bring forward games, even when he's having these massive pop-off performances, is always a crying shame. But they showed up, and they actually made up for some of the shortcomings Xantares had on that first map in Vertigo, and now engaged Xantares was on Overpass.
It's really nice to see some of those questions answered, right, that we had about Calix in particular. Calix looked fantastic in this game. Wicadia, obviously, you talked about how, Michael, he's really, really good, but the fact that he stepped up even beyond what Xantares had to offer is wonderful. I think overall we'd probably have Xantares around the middle of the scoreboard for the series, and yes, he struggled a bit, but that's honestly great news. The fact that they can come through, have a comprehensive stomp against a team with very good firepower, despite the fact that Xantares isn't necessarily on his highest echelon right now.
Let's talk about the kind of cooling behind this Eternal Fire team. So Major's obviously in the Incognito spot. We've got Faber behind the team. It has to be in the series. Good adaptations, good T-sides, on the same page, finding holes in Tyloo. Do we need to give the cooling for this Eternal Fire side more credit?
I think it might even just be preparation as well. I feel like when we saw them on their T-side efforts, they were very infrequently getting caught off by the setups that Tyloo were going for. I think they are a team that do follow their plan and their book very heavily, and so you can sort of get anti-strided. I do think there has to be some commendations thrown to Major here in terms of the calling for sure, but I think the prep work ahead definitely helps alleviate that strain in making adaptations mid-game.
I believe we even have Major on site to speak to Sam.
Ooh.
We do have Major here on site. A fantastic victory, Major, but I actually want to go back to what happened yesterday because the biggest upsets of ESL Challenger was you losing to Nouns in that first game. What happened?
Like B1 is not something we really like, to be honest. Like we know that if we do mistakes and we lose both pistol, that it can be really fast. But yeah, we was favorite on this matchup. We didn't play well. They deserved the win. But now we have a chance to revenge against them on BO3. So this morning my guys were pretty good. I think I feel confident on my team. So let's see. We're gonna give our best after that and try to take our revenge against them.
Taking a look at this game now, you go to Overpass, their map pick, and you just dominate, able to win the series 2-0. What is it that gave your team the edge?
Overpass is a map that we really like, to be honest. Like, I didn't know really what they will pick, but I checked the Overpass, the last game Overpass. I knew what they was doing because it was possible for them to pick Overpass. But Overpass is a strong map for us, to be honest, in CSGO. And now in CS2, I try to do the same. So we're pretty confident. We start CT, we did 8-4, and then we win the pistol on team side. And yeah, it was pretty a good win.
Very impressive. You were able to bounce back after that loss yesterday. Good luck for later today.
Thank you very much. See you guys. Thank you.
Good stuff there from Major. Some good individual performances as well for Eternal Fire. Looking a little bit more at the Tyloo side. How do we look at this match, guys? What went right? What went wrong? Where were the holes? How did it fall apart?
The thing is that Tyloo actually did end up having what you asked for, Alan, which is a relatively clean default. What they weren't ready for, though, is the amount of small plays that Eternal Fire was making. That's where, you know, the calling that you mentioned comes in a slightly weird way. I think one of the biggest reasons why Major should be commended is he clearly didn't overcall on that CT side or anything like that. There was small plays being set up from Woxic and Xantares. I mean, you go back to the one round, Alan, you were talking about this as a coach and your experience that, hey, the nade popping open the smoke and then them just going for that kill onto both Kaze and another man. They clearly weren't ready for that. You know, you mentioned that's something that they probably haven't seen outside of Europe. It's a very interesting thing to see that way. And yeah, you know, we have this nade coming over right there. Xantares getting that big double kill and they're ready for like a peak to come through, but they don't think it's going to be that aggressive. That's why Kaze is going for those jump spots. That's why they're giving out more information than they normally might.
Yeah, and you see the kind of positions that Xantares is in to sort of facilitate these fights. You know, he was actually very forward, fighting frequently in connector and sort of fighting through middle. And then we saw the later portion of this half, Xantares just take a back seat. You know, they just curdled back into bomb sites. They were playing more defensive. And I just think that this is another game in which Tyloo are probably going to reflect and think, we came in with some fire. You know, the start of both of these maps was actually pretty compelling for Tyloo, but as soon as they hit those road bumps, they just completely get off the road.
Yeah, as we said, the staying power wasn't there. And an aspect we said going into this map is the aggression coming out from players like Xantares disrupting the defaults. As you got deeper and deeper into that first half, it felt like all the opening duels were going the way of Eternal Fire. But it wasn't just Xantares. Woxic and Wicadia, they were factors too.
They impressed me throughout this series, I think, just because of the fact that, you know, Woxic was there for a lot of those Xantares peaks. He was there on the AWP taking challenges as well. And Wicadia throughout this map just felt like he was cleaning up so many of these sort of late site takes that the Tyloo guys were trying to opt for.
And Woxic was really active in trying to find that fight towards Divider, doing such a great job of at least getting one kill. I will say, though, there's still certain sneaky suspicions in the back of my mind when I see him re-peak twice again that, hey, maybe this is something that might get punished later on in the tournament, but for now, he really did deliver that supportive performance to Xantares that allowed him to retreat in Connect, or at least to be traded should he die in toilets.
Let's see how this is shaping up then. So obviously, yesterday's games done and dusted. Eternal Fire now knocking out Tyloo. That sets up a rematch against Nouns. Obviously, later on, we'll have the full-on analysis, but I think, I don't know, man. I think this is a different Eternal Fire against that game. Nouns, they might have won yesterday, but with the form that Xantares is in, with the calling, with the players, Eternal Fire look in great shape going into that series.
I really do think they were caught off guard by the way that Nouns were playing that game. You know, there was I think an underestimation of what to expect. I think in a lot of ways, the way Eternal Fire played against Tyloo, it seems to me like they had a massive wake-up call after that Nouns performance, where they did actually just kind of get overrun by some of the faster, aggressive plays that they were going for.
Oh, no, absolutely. And especially when you consider the form that, for example, someone like Calix is now going into that next matchup with. He was really struggling going up against Nouns. A lot of the opening kills that Marky was finding was on Calix. This is not the same Calix as we had yesterday. Calix looks really good.
Yeah, Calix, Wicadia, Woxic, like we are getting the squad involved, which I think is the main concern that we had.
The boys are back, baby.
Listen, the last time that they showed up at one of these challenger events, they were amidst some roster moves and in-game leading struggles, and you know there was some of the old spun narratives around them. I do like that they found an identity, but I need the core to perform, and they did today.
Let's take this moment to say goodbye to Tyloo. Unfortunately for them, let's be honest, it's not their best tournament, but they did play some pretty heavy-hitting opposition. Monty, a top 10, a bona fide, proven top 10 team in the world. Eternal Fire, yes, a little bit inconsistent, but their ceiling is so damn high, and obviously in this series, we saw a bit of that ceiling. So it was top opposition. I guess in isolation, you wouldn't take them maybe to win these matchups every single time, but how do you reflect on it, Michael? Is this disappointing? Should we have expected more?
I don't know if disappointing is the right word to say. I think expectations for the Asia region nowadays are much higher than they've ever really been before. There are definitely some Tyloo stans out there that will be very saddened by this, but there are a lot of ways that they can make it to an ESL Pro League.
They could stop. Make them stop losing. Come on.
Well, they can't lose anymore.
That's the good news. No, God damn it, not like that. I want them to stop losing in a way which makes me look at them and say, hey, maybe they're being out-talented, maybe they're being this, maybe they're being that, but they're so individually strong. Even in this series, we saw the best of Mercury. Even in this series, we saw some of the aim of Jamyeon coming into it as well. Sure, we might not have seen that activation from Mosaic in the first map. He was so much better in that second map overall. It's like I can see every piece of the puzzle, but for some reason, when you stick them together, it burns up in flames.
Let's have that conversation then.
Yeah.
If the players are there, if the individuals look good, if we know some of their game plans early on, and their pistols too, we're in good shape, where were the gaps?
My main problem with this team is I think they have a mentality struggle. You know, these guys, when they come into games fired up, they actually look dominant. Hell, I'd argue for most of the time that Mercury and Mosaic have been on this roster, they were the top team in Asia, above the Mongols, above Lin Vision. They were beating them in a lot of these high stakes competitions. And then when it came to qualifying to LAN tournaments and qualifying to the next step up, that's where they would crumble. You know, that to me reeks of just like a poor sort of team environment. I'd almost want them to get like a sports psychologist or a coach or like an analyst coach that can maybe supplement some of the leadership on this team, because it feels like it's everybody.
I mean, it's got to be said, even though obviously new to Tyloo, this core of players and this 5-man lineup, 2.5 years, that is a long time, a seriously long time for anybody competing in kind of the top 50-ish of the world. And I feel like going over to Tyloo, that narrative changes. It's not like they're with this organization for a long time. They have a lot of say. Surely Tyloo management now have a bit more play to look at this lineup and say, you know, if we're not going to improve, is there a world we make changes? Is there, what does that change look like? How do you progress from here?
Alan, the thing is that when you look at this Tyloo lineup, it fundamentally feels like you can tell that they're from an older generation of Asian Counter-Strike when it comes to the leadership figures in particular, right? You can tell that Advent maybe to become the #1 team in China for his time, to become the analyst favorite for Asia at one point, did start to lean into what a lot of the people on Twitter and whatnot might say, oh, it's European Counter-Strike. But at the same time, you look at teams like the Mongols, you look over towards teams like Lin Vision, they've got players who are much more willing to individually get aggressive and be proactive in rounds, which seems much more akin to the modern day metagame. So it feels like even though most analysts are still saying that, hey, Tyloo's playing European Counter-Strike, they're playing structured CS, they've got good defaults, they've got so many good things going for them. Even though they're saying that, they do feel like none of their players has an individual identity that transcends the team, which feels like a prerequisite in the modern day of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you almost have to have your structure there for that. Once it breaks, someone has to be able to build it back up. I don't think that there's enough sort of ownership of experience like that. But this is also one of the things with the Asian scene. You know, it happened with Lin Vision as well. X-Pro as an in-game leader basically fostered all of the squad. Advent is very much the same for this Tyloo roster. So if there are going to be problems in terms of the calling or what they want to do in rounds, it might just be because they're all under the same tutelage.
But the problem, Alan, is the fact that X-Pro, when you talk about Lin Vision, was a very young player, right? He's surrounded by players who are growing with him as well. So I don't know if they can really do the same in terms of replacing one person out. So it's going to be very interesting to see the future of Tyloo.
Well, that's the end of Tyloo. Unfortunately, we're sending them home as Eternal Fire go forward. Next up will be Virtus Pro versus Game Legion to send another team into the semi-finals.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
New game, same challenges. Play in enjoyable lobbies. The most feared anti-cheat. The fairest matchmaking. And choosing your preferred server might just help with that pesky peeker's advantage. See for yourself.
Wake up like the world is on fire. Last call came late last night. You're caved in and tired. One more lover that will never be found. Just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive. Give it one more last chance. I know the words my pain away. Nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Well, hello there, and welcome to another segment of Alan's Corner. Should be exciting stuff today. Had a riveting series to get us going, but unfortunately, Tyloo have left us. Of course, I've got Yumi here on the sofa, but Hege has arrived. Hege, did you catch any of that first series? How did you find it?
It was quick.
Say that again.
It was fast-paced. It was Eternal on fire, who was absolutely... what was it you were saying? The dragons that you were mentioning.
They weren't fireproof.
They were not
They really
fireproof.
weren't, especially when there's so many people adding extra fuel onto that fire.
I think a question we have, of course, coming over to CS2, been a lot of online tournaments, a lot of, about a major cycle, the circuit's a little bit less structured, so you get to choose which tournament you're playing in. There's a big disparity between the teams that played a lot of tournaments, some that haven't played so many. You've got teams like Monty, Virtus Pro playing so many damn games in CS2, and then some of the other teams, the game leaders of the world, that haven't played so much. How do you weigh this up, Yumi? Is it a big advantage playing a lot of CS2?
I think it helps understand the ways you can exploit the new game mechanics a lot. You can obviously make use of that in scrims, but how applicable is blowing open every smoke that you may be practicing in scrims into proper league officials, where sometimes the pace is honestly just different. The way that the game feels will feel different when you're in the server. And also, because there are stakes now as well, you're not going to be thinking quite the same way as you would in a prac.
Yeah, every round counts so much more, and you feel it. We feel the days go by so much faster because it's just a more quick-paced game.
Yesterday was
well,
faster.
Well, maybe let's not jinx anything for today. But I love the fast pace. I love it when it's explosive. I love when we get these super crazy rounds. So the game that we just had, for me, that's just so entertaining. It may not be the best Counter-Strike that I've ever seen in my life, but I absolutely love it.
Just to clarify, these are stats before the tournament started, so the Game Legions and Eternal Fires of the world have racked up a few more already. Monty, Yumi, we know they play a heck of a lot of Counter-Strike. These guys, I even heard Waru say in an interview the other day, I can just play 3 best of 3s a day. I just enjoy it. What? Some sort of masochist that enjoys this crazy amount of Counter-Strike. Those guys have a work ethic and then some.
Yeah, I mean, some people are just flat-out grinders. You can genuinely have these players that come up and just have so much fire and drive to succeed that we have these guys that, they'll maybe play 17 pugs in a day, or they'll play 3 officials a day and still prep for all of them.
The best players that you have are the players who will, before practice, do their deathmatch, do their aimbots, and prepare. Maybe they'll even warm up with a face-it match. And then they're coming after practice for 8 hours, they will keep grinding.
I feel like this change to CS2 is a bit of a reset button.
Yep.
We have all these traditional stars, the Nikos, the Simples, the Zywus of the world, and it's a little bit of a change-up. We've got new players in the mix. Donk is a monster. Unfortunately, he's not here, but hopefully next year we can get a bit of Donk action because everybody needs that in their lives. But a couple of guys we do have here, Xantares and Flit. Of course, we just saw Xantares, but Flit, he's not too bad either.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had the same sort of numbers so far this tournament, but I don't think he's
We know why. Some technical issue happened to this poor man yesterday.
He was having some weird nervy thing happen.
Buttons being smashed left, right. I've done it myself, and it's absolutely atrocious. But Yumi...
Yeah, no, there's just the idea that we had, so many other factors come in. Like Norbert, I think, has actually done very, very well this event. I feel like he's refined his position, refined his roles, and he just does great work now.
Now, for everyone looking to get involved at home, we do have the DHL drop.
Do you think you know everything about CS? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CS Twitch channel.
Another spicy question for today. The question is, which current 3D Max players also competed for the organization a few years back in the DreamHack Winter 2018 qualifiers. Is it Exercise and Haji, Lucky and Jocko, Maka and Jocko, or Lucky and Maka? Use exclamation mark DHL drop in the chat with A, B, C, or D if you think you know who is going through. Either way, we need to get into our next series. That is going to be Gamer Legion versus Virtus Pro. Let's waste no time and get into that series.
I don't know, it's hard to say something about Gamer Legion. Maybe the last roster changes, they need to prove a lot after Major. They had bad performances on some events after that. But for me, it's just another game, just another team we need to win. And that's it.
Game time, baby. We're sending another team into the semi-finals. It's going to be Virtus Pro or Game Legion. Of course, for many, Virtus Pro, one of the favorites coming into this tournament, and with very good reason. 4 attendees of Challenger events, 4 grand finals, 3 titles. They know what they're doing, Hege.
They do know what they're doing. ESL Challenger event has been their bread and butter, and we cannot forget when they, after winning the ESL Challenger, was it Rotterdam? They went straight to Major and won that too. So Virtus Pro, they are the Virtus Pro.
Yeah, but even though they were a top-level team, probably our favorites coming into this tournament as these ESL Challenger champions, MIBR, what a performance they put up in that upper bracket. That best of 1 lasted about the length of a 2-map best of 3.
Yeah, what an absolute insane matchup that was. I think we all kind of underestimated MIBR when after the recent lineup changes, we kind of maybe were not prepared for them to be as settled in as they were. But this Virtus Pro MIBR match was an absolute firecracker of a show.
It's sometimes easy to be detached from the South American scene or the Asian scene, for example, you know, to sort of get a good gauge of where they are right now.
Yeah, I think it needs to be said that people that didn't see that MIBR game, it really felt like MIBR were playing up to the level of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro were playing good Counter-Strike, and MIBR did some good work. Either way, we have Norbert to talk us through all the details going into this one.
My fate.
A surprising loss against MIBR yesterday. Norbert, what happened?
Actually, I don't know. We just lost some important rounds, like in the end of the. Yeah, we just lost one important eco, and that's why we have to play a lot of overtimes. So that's why.
It was a very long game. Was the team drained at the end of that? What was the morale like?
Actually, everything was okay. We just felt good, not stressed, and just in the game we just lost a lot of important rounds. So it's fine. We just made a lot of mistakes. We fixed it, and we're ready to play another game.
You were here very early this morning. I was very surprised. What was the team doing here?
It's just like our regular schedule. So we're waking up earlier, yeah, and we're just playing that much.
They were here before the first 2 teams were about to start playing. So they are getting their iron and their prep. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Getting in their practice are Virtus Pro. Some good to hear words also from Norbert on the topics of, reviewing games, what to fix, recognizing those mistakes. Can't fault them on that front. But let's talk about some of these players. And the man I think we should talk about, Michael, is Mir, because Mir for me is the barometer of this team. He's not necessarily the most consistent player. When he's playing great, they smash. They wreck house. He's in such strong positions, but not always the case. Mir, kind of determines this team for me.
He's been a star player for so many of his other rosters before. You know, it's almost a shame that he hasn't been on top-level Russian teams for kind of some time. But for him to have landed himself in Virtus Pro, I think expectations were maybe set a little bit uncomfortably high, given the amount of firepower that was already on this team, and you just cannot have 3 stars, 4 stars, all competing for the same frags. You know, for Mir, I don't know that he's maybe my barometer. I think actually, like, Norbert is my barometer, because I think if he has a bad game, then suddenly everybody else has far more struggles. But Mir is somebody that can just have a very explosive performance kind of out of nowhere for me.
Yeah, I think Mir's role in the team is that of a mid-lurk. He's supposed to cut off rotations, and you see how uncomfortable he becomes when he is actually forced to be playing more proactive. I think he fits perfectly into the team as long as the other team members, like Norbert, like Flit, as long as they are doing their job. This is he fits perfectly into this jigsaw.
I mean, it has to be mentioned, a difference between Virtus Pro and a lot of other teams is James, your AWP is the in-game leader. He's also an elite level player.
Yeah.
That essentially frees up a rifling position for someone like Mir. They've got an opportunity that not a lot of other teams have.
Well, I mean, also, given the form that we've seen them in so far this tournament, even though it was a very hard game versus MIBR, like, if Norbert plays good, like, where is the weakness on this team? Like, are we going to look at Fame or Mir and say these guys are weak players? Because they aren't.
Right? Yeah.
And Flit is kind of the sort of the consistent fragger and also one of our top performers in CS2 so far.
I think if they can make it, when they, basically, I think this is just a matter of time when Virtus Pro is going to really come in to be that stable, top-tier, #1 performer. They can challenge any team out there.
On the flip side, though, it is Game Legion. Let's hear from them.
What a meme. I am so short and I didn't realize it until I stood next to Bogdan. How's the team feeling? We know they were a bit sick yesterday.
Way better if it comes to the sickness. We have fought it a bit with some medicine. Yesterday was dreadful. Yesterday was, 3 of the players were semi-dead. So today is a bit better. We ate something good, so I hope it will be better.
They're going to have to be firing on all cylinders, going up against Virtus Pro, the favorites coming into ESL Challenger. But yesterday they looked a bit shaky against MIBR. What do you think your chances are?
I never considered them to be favorites in this tournament, so yeah, they look shaky. We look shaky as well, but as I said, the conditions weren't the best. We came prepared to this tournament, and I hope we will show better CS than we did yesterday.
Team happy with the veto?
Yeah, for sure. We expected the maps, and yeah, we were prepared.
Thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bogdan, a man of many laws. Great insights there from another man behind this Game Legion team. Clearly have a depth in support stuff. We know yesterday there were a few mitigating circumstances in terms of raw physical health for some of these players. Hopefully today a little bit more cleared up. What I want to know though, Michael, is players on this team. There's been a bit of inconsistency, but what are the bright spots? Who are the guys that can actually take this to Virtus Pro?
Yeah, the people that you want to look towards are Snacks and Volt. I have highlighted them a lot this tournament. I think actually the one that's seen the most improvement as time has gone on is maybe Acor as well. I feel like his rifling has proven to be a valuable asset for this squad in terms of alleviating strain and pressure and just being able to get good rotates out. So, you know, I think for me, that 3 needs to perform. Otherwise, you know, we'll have to fixate more on some of the sort of lackluster or sometimes the positions that players are now opting into because they sort of are forced to, you know, with them engaging in a new system. Kios is displaced from his normal spots. Isaac as well, it does seem a little uncomfortable.
Isaac isn't necessarily so uncomfortable. It's just that the roles Isaac has in the team isn't that of a star player. But you have a good point. I think Chaos has been the one who's kind of been suffering the most with the roster changes, and maybe he just needs a little bit more time to get comfortable. But I don't see Acor stopping anytime soon. We saw him also wield up yesterday, and he was phenomenal. Acor is actually still trying to go for the flicks, and he hits the shots when they're needed.
A question I have, Hege, is, you know, as a former professional yourself, we talk about these players moving into new roles, learning new positions. Is that just their job? Is it the job of the in-game leader and the coach and the support staff? How does this all fit together?
I had to change from being an AWPer my entire career to a rifler and an anchor. it is all up to the player. If you want it, you will work and you will intensely do that job that's required. But of course, you also need to have your coach and the rest of the teammate there to support you and encourage you and help you. Because this is a new role, it's new positions. If you have experienced players on the team like Snacks is, you are more inclined to be able to make that adjustment in a quick time.
Now looking towards the veto, permaban's out the way, but in terms of the picks, Yumi, what are we expecting? Any surprises?
Kind of an interesting move that VP have gone with an Ancient here. Because I mean, that's a map that Gamer Legion themselves have seemingly been comfortable enough on. You know, it's maybe not been the most stellar results, but you'd think it's a whole new day. Like, we move into an Ancient and a Vertigo that, to me, like, Virtus Pro are very happy with these maps. Like, Vertigo was one of the big reasons as to why they took some of their previous Challenger events. The way that they play it is so aggressive versus the traditional playstyle.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that veto looks super good. Where are we leaning, Hege? This really looks great for Virtus Pro.
It does.
This looks amazing for Gamer Legion. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Did you not hear the coach? Man,
he didn't even say they were
Bogdan
favorites.
Bogdan said, we are so happy with this veto. And I see why. This is what they have been preparing for.
I hope so, because when I look at this, I say Virtus Pro have probably 3 of their best 4 maps. They're definitely going to be comfortable. We know Ancient yesterday was an issue for Game Legion. So having seen some of those games, Yumi, what do you think needs to change here going into map number 1? Because yesterday, it was a little bit of a turkey shoot.
I think for me, when they actually had those timeouts called so timely by Ash on, I think, on Overpass, like, for me, that felt like he was actually having a lot of influence. And I feel like that might even just free up some of the space for the guys to just maybe even adopt more of the philosophy that Ash is employing. You know, when he speaks, everybody should be listening. I don't know that they would have anticipated this. I kind of expected VP even to maybe even move to a Mirage, because that's not something that Gamer Legion played too often.
No, but yeah, perhaps. But we were talking about this. We were talking about how Gamer Legion has been transitioning into playing more Overpass. And when you look at what maps the teams playing this tournament are playing, that makes perfect sense. Some of the best teams here, they do well on Anubis because it leans into their strengths.
But do you want to show everything you have on an Ancient when you expect to play it later on?
You want to win every single match. You want to win every single round. It doesn't matter. You will do whatever it takes. And if that means you have to show something that you may not want to show until the grand final, then sure, you will do it. You will do whatever it takes to win.
Now, self-proclaimed, Hege, you like this veto for Game Legion. Does that mean they're winning?
Of course. Who else?
Of course.
Oh, such conviction. I could never back that. I mean, I'm sorry, I've been down on Gamer Legion for most of this event. I do hope that they are feeling happier and healthier today.
Yeah, I think
they have looked better, but Virtus Pro are our ESL Challenger guys. They make it to Pro League
They were.
this round.
No. Gamer Legion has come in here. They will take that throne. They will claim it. And then Virtus Pro, they can move on to the bigger things.
Discourse here on the desk. I love to see it. I think, though, Virtus Pro winning this one. I'll even take them 2-0. I think they're a very strong team. And as I said yesterday, they might have lost MIBR, but there are lots of bright spots throughout. Right, let's frame this one then, Yumi. You're a little bit down, I guess, on Game Legion's chance in this series. What do they need to do to change your mind? What needs to go right for this to be a competitive series?
I need to see them actually deny Norbert space. Like, this guy is the space taker. He's a very clear motive intent for Virtus Pro when they want to go for a B bomb side hit or an A play. They need to be able to just contain him and those spots, because it actually feels like the map very quickly shrinks when he's not there to add space.
Yeah, I think Yumi is onto something here. Gamer Legion, they need to get their good luck and they need to have fun. Remember, this is they have been dealing with the flu. They have been sick. It's not optimal conditions. But I still think that if they can be confident, if they can play their own game, play to their own strengths, they can easily beat VP.
That's where I need the coach and the analyst to have really stepped up. You know, you want those players to rest up. There were a lot of rounds for VP on Ancient that they could have combed through versus in that MIBR game. That's where I want to see the focus. Like, if they win this game, I might just give full credit to Ash and the back-end staff.
Yeah, I think you're on the right lines there, because what we saw yesterday were a lot of small mistakes. Granted, this is a new lineup.
Yeah.
There is a lot of experience here, especially when you bring in someone like Snacks. And those are mistakes that they know every day of the week they shouldn't be making. Spacing, trading, small pieces of communication. And there is scope to do better.
Yeah, and please don't get caught with like devil walk with your pants down in the middle of trying to transition from a safe position. Isaac, just go into temple and hide. It's the right ball.
Still holding that against Isaac, go into temple.
I'm sorry, but yeah, it's haunting me still.
Either way, time to see that temple, time to get into game. It's Ancient with Trav and Hayes.
Let's bloody go. Can't wait for this one, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to side with Alan, I think, and this is going to be a hard one for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I mean, Gamer Legion have been sick out of the server, but VP have been sick in the server. So I think, leaning in that direction as well here from my corner. Of course, they did have a marathon of a best of one against MIBR yesterday. 47 rounds of Counter-Strike were played. Eventually, it was the Brazilians who came away with the win. But although there was a lot of information for the Gamer Legion staff to comb through, Trav, it's one thing knowing what to expect, but to know what to do against that is a different ballgame altogether.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes you wonder, as they were ill, of course, and are now feeling a little bit better, whether they can maybe even process that mentally a little bit, because you can just feel fuzzy in the mind, can't you? And there's a lot of stuff to look at and process in the server and out of the server, and you saw the pages being shuffled there. Perhaps they do have quite a lot of dirt on VP.
Yeah, there's a lot of notes there, man. A lot of notes to go through, a lot to expect, a lot to prepare for. This is a massive game. The winner gets themselves through to the semi-finals, Trav.
Indeed, and I absolutely can't wait to get underway. And I'll start it off by saying, after some extensive combing through of statistics, this is the first time that Snacks has ever played against his former organization.
Okay, well, let's go. A lot on the line in that regard. So much history between himself and Virtus.pro, of course, but we can't dwindle on that because right now, or dawdle, should I say, we got a pistol round live and Norbert blows the head right off of Volt. Snacks has a response, though.
And again, Norbert the Space Taker, so often for VP, he's only gone and done it again. And goodness me, players hiding in smokes, trying their best to stay alive. Snacks there really was trying his best and somehow managed to fall away. Bullets being peppered through those smokes almost took him down, but he'll get away with it. And it will be a 4v4 retake. But again, something we hate, no kit on this CT pistol retake.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be making life a bit more challenging. That bomb nearly halfway gone already. Gamer Legion just looking for players at this point. They're trying to figure out where Virtus.pro have positioned themselves in the post plant. And sure, they get a kill, but there's still so much work to be done. Frags breaking out left, right, and center. Someone has to get on that defuse right now. Needs to be stuck. Time already gotten out of their hands. And the pistol round will be opened up here by Virtus.pro.
And finished off by Jame. It was a bit manic, a bit mad, but no worries in the end for VP. The clock was the issue, and especially on a map like Ancient, right? If you have a smoke kit available, get that smoke on the bomb if it's planted, and with that particular pillar on the B bomb site, I feel like you can just stick it and have a pretty decent chance of just nabbing the round purely off of that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Also at this level, when you die, it's more often than not a headshot, so you don't really need to invest as much into Kevlar. Snacks, well, I mean, this guy, he's just in love with the auto shotty, man. It's his go-to. Even here in the eco round, he's decided to buy it up.
My blood has fully forced in while none of his teammates have. But I guess he looks at it as if to say, well, if I can get 2 kills, I've paid it off.
Yeah, but I mean, that's so heavily reliant on the success.
I know.
And if they don't come your way, then, I mean, I guess it's not the end of the world to save the auto shotty. We saw him using it in towards Jaguar yesterday to good effect.
Honestly, it brings back so many memories for me of Snacks just constantly buying the Mag 7 on Cobblestone and playing long with it. Or mid, all those mid doors, of course, and I think there's one famous clip against the old NIP where he just killed, like, what was it, I think, Exist, Forest, and all the lot. A ridiculous triple kill, and in that way, it completely turned the round. But I don't think this round's going to be turned, I'm afraid.
I feel like Ships is the new shotgun god as well with
yes,
the Mag 7
Ships
half-wall
with the Mag
Inferno.
7. Yes, exactly. We've talked way too much of Ships doing ungodly things mid-air with a shotgun. So yeah, shout out to the Bulgarian homie.
Virtus.pro have planted that bomb on the B site. They've completely cleared out that side of the map, and they're hunting for these USPs right now. Maybe not entirely necessary. They could run into some trouble with that shotgun as well. I guess both Fame and Jame wouldn't mind going on a bit of an explorative mission here to see if they can find some kills with these SMGs. Question is, how far do they extend? And the answer is not too much, but enough to find some blood.
Some extra money for James. Definitely going for more. There we go. Heals down, and Snacks obviously trying his best to save. Will he get taken down? He won't. So fair enough. I mean, he saves it through to the next round anyway, and it gives him a viable weapon into the gun round at least. So I understand the thought process to at least commit to the save if no one finds him. But of course, he is a little bit, I guess, hamstrung somewhat if he's on a retake at some point in this big gun round.
One of the problems for Virtus.pro is the fact that neither Fame nor Mia have really pitched up at this event in the way that you would expect out of them. Still a long way to go, considering the fact that they are the favorites here. Not according to Bogdan, though. I wonder who he had as favorites. Maybe Monty?
I would say so, yeah. I would agree with that one. But yeah, it's interesting to see what different staff and players think about this tournament. And I'll tell you what Volt thinks. I think he's annoyed that he's lost 60 health from that Molotov. Volt's been the main point for Gamer Legion, a team that struggles for firepower. Volt has tried to take up as much of that mantle as possible. And it's like they're going to be going for a double swing into Cave, and that's a brilliant clear of Jame. And they have control of that now. Flick can't afford to reface with the Mac-10.
Yeah, and they knew that Norbert was there. His gun barrel was spotted. That's why Kios pushes forward with such conviction. Sprays him down through the smoke. Norbert, none the wiser, just loses his life out. And the gun round here for Gamer Legion looking really good. Trying to get themselves on the board. Virtus.pro, well, they would have only played Ancient up until this point at the event so far. Ancient against MIBR and Ancient against 3D Max as well. So all 3 maps played so far on this very map.
Yeah, he's got a BO3 this time, otherwise VP would be 1 map merchants in this event. But when I say that, you have to say, at least that game against MIBR showed teams in this event that they are very beatable.
Yeah.
MIBR could even be a factor for the tournament victory. Snack trying to do something with the XM, and actually the damage done by Isaac helps out a lot. Nicely done by Gamer Legion, and it forces Mia to try and look for damage, but he's betwixt in between what he really wants to do.
Yeah, not even a single kill in the round here for Virtus.pro, and I'm not sure Mia's going to be able to save this AK either. They're going to be hunting for him right now. Has been able to tuck himself in the corner. Snacks will fall, and Mia will carry the AK through, so at least they have a rifle to play with, but Gamer Legion are on the board.
Yeah, and a great start as well to win it with all majority of their players up as well. And Kios, yeah, that was a brilliant clear of Cave. Taking that map control back, trying to force VP back into their hidey holes. As we saw, Norbert was given no chance in that position. Gun barrel betrayed him.
Norbert's been phenomenally impressive so far here at the LAN event.
I love him.
Well,
I love him.
I'd actually say he's been the best player on Virtus.pro so far. James does have a slightly higher rating, but we talk about impact, I think Norbert's the man.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because if you looked a bit deeper into the numbers, you would say, what the hell? Norbert? What's he been doing, really? But if you've been watching the games, you'll realize some of the singular rounds where he has so much impact is insane. And his playstyle, of course, that Yumi brought up on the desk that creates so much space for the other stars of VP. It's insane how much work he can do. And that AWP clip, I think, will be one of the... I think it was an AWP quad kill, I believe, will be one of the clips of the tournament, I believe.
He's really been able to settle into the team now. No more volatility, no more questions about his position in the squad. He's been able to build that foundation. That's certainly boded well for his confidence, as we are going to see a bit of aggression coming through towards ramp right now. It's exactly what James is waiting for. Posted on the angle, blood drawn, but there's a lot more where that came from for Gamer Legion.
Thankfully, 3 players on the site, as you mentioned, but unfortunately, Flit will already find Kios. Snacks is so very screwed. He's helped out by Acor, but it's going to be very hard for Acor to hold anymore. Thankfully gets 2. Honestly, that is the best he could have possibly done in that scenario. It puts Isaac into a 1 versus 2, but no kit on this retake. He's going to have to sprint at it, and it's Mir and Jame to face.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult for him to make something of this. I'm not sure if there's a kit on the site here potentially for him to recover, which would certainly make this a lot more doable. Going to compromise his position as well. Jame on the angle, that's his second frag. He opens up the round and he finishes it off as well. Great job. And I love the fact, you know, he gets that opening kill and you could see immediately the cogs start to turn. They realize, okay, here's our moment to pounce. They were never prepared for 3 players to still be on that bomb site, but there was a bit of miscoordination or something because the player gets killed from cave right while he's watching ramp. He doesn't have his back being covered, and that unraveled the entire setup.
It's those small little factors for Gamer Legion which I feel like has caused them so many of their issues as of late. Of course, ever since they lost their true star in Imma, someone has had to take up that mantle, and The worst part about it, of course, is they got gutted of their two main pieces, the IGL as well.
I think Volt saw that and he's like, listen, Ime did such a good job with the Romanian flag. I'm just going to switch over to that as well now. Because obviously he had the British flag before when he was playing for Into the Breach.
Yeah.
Now on HLTV, he's got the Romanian one, Romanian power. And I mean, his numbers have elevated since then. So it's got to be some sort of source in there he's working with.
Perhaps. But can't all be one player, and the firepower problem has always been a problem for Gaming Legion ever since then. Kiosk and Isaac are not really the players you expect to have to call on all the time. But Isaac, of course, had to step up into the shoes. Fortunately, it's been pretty difficult for this roster. And right now, they are kind of living off of their world ranking from that major performance by still having the core of the roster intact. I get the impression it could be a bit of a free fall to come. I can only hope it's not the case in their instance. I've always been a fan of this roster and this organization. I've housed so many good players over the years, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sure you remember the Scream and Existence roster back in the day.
Sure. It's going to be very difficult for them to maintain this position, as you say, with their rankings.
Can they maintain this round? Unfortunately, they've rotated off A
at
the worst given moment. They've gone for some intel on mid instead, and VP could be about to burst toward A at the worst possible time for Isaac.
Well, that smoke does bloom just in time. Means VP are going to have to go through the smoke. The flash is good. Isaac's trying to get himself onto the bomb site, but they now know exactly where he is. There's no support anywhere near for him. He goes down, and that's probably just the end of the round here for Gamer Legion, especially looking at their economic position. They've got no choice but to head for the hills.
It's awkward to watch from Isaac there. Getting caught on the wall, he tries to get past that smoke to play behind the default box, at least give him a headshot angle to work with. One you see so many CT anchors get a good amount of kills from. We couldn't get there soon enough, and once he was put off a little bit by that movement not going how he wanted it to go, couldn't find either of the players he was having a duel with. VP, slow and steady wins the race for them as always, kind of their protocol. Been speeding it up a little bit in CS2. But again, another slow round that Gamer Legion just lose one pick off of and have to fall away from.
Yeah, I was wondering what the gamble rotation was brought upon there from Gamer Legion, what really inspired them to completely depart that A bomb site. Unfortunately for them, the incorrect read cost them the round. At least they're able to keep majority of their players alive, so they'll still have some firepower. I don't think we're going to see them fully invest here around the guns they've carried through. It would make sense just to save their money, guarantee a full buy in the next round, and still have a few pieces of the puzzle to work with here in the 5th or the 6th.
Yeah, VP, maybe it was a minor surprise that we've gone back to Ancient once again. They're 3rd of 3 in this tournament. But Gamer Legion have not had the best of runs on it lately. Their 3 in CS2 have all been losses against FaZe, MIBR of course, and 3D Max in this tournament. Of course, the fact remains that Gamer Legion are technically the only team in World CS to have beaten FaZe in CS2 in that BO1, opening BO1 in Sydney in overtime, but that is the only blemish on that FaZe profile, and right now it seems to be the best result on Gamer Legions at the moment.
Also, yeah, on the permaban of Virtus Pro, so it was never going to feature here in this series.
Exactly.
Virtus Pro happy to just fall back and take their time here in the round, posting up on angles, waiting to see if there's any aggression they can punish. They have been able to get flipped through the double doors. He's got control of lane. And they found out where that AWP is positioned as well, so they can start to rotate and respond accordingly.
Ooh, Kios has to do the fighting here because his mate Acor is stuck in the corner with the AWP and he'll go down with nothing. At least Kios did get one, but Flit's already so far through Jaguar into Cave. Volt wasn't ready for it, and it's a slow start for Volt in these opening few rounds. Another man advantage for VP that should push them to a bomb plant, and then a 5th.
Yeah, as you say, slow start for Volt, which is a problem for Gamer Legion. He has been their most reliable player across the 4 maps he's played in the event so far. He has a whopping 1.18 rating, so they're certainly going to need him to pitch up if they're going to stand any chance. Non-negotiable.
Save for Gamer Legion there. At least we're going to be able to grab that AWP, and Snacks will keep it through to the next round. Of course, used to AWP in the old days for the organisation he's playing against right now for the first time. First time he's gone up against his former org. How many incredible AWP plays did we used to see from Snacks back in the day?
Was
with
he
that
not more
AWP
of a
and the Tech
second
9.
AWPer?
Yeah.
Alongside Pasha.
Pasha would do it, the majority. I think all of them switched around, of course, because they were together for so long. Roles were switched very often. Remember, Neo did it for a bit as well.
I don't think many people remember that for good reason. Just trying to think back. There was a team that Snacks did actually kind of main AWP for a period. I think it might have been in the Mouse days. He was in the team for a few months only, but I'm pretty sure he was actually AWPing back then.
Yeah, he's been spending a lot of time, of course, in those Polish mixed teams in Tier 2 as well before he got this call up to Gamer Legion. I like the choice from Gamer Legion. I really thought it was a cool little factor. I mean, as we saw yesterday, Snacks can pop up with some very impactful frags in big rounds still, playing just purely off of his own persona and cheekiness, like flashing for himself and so. Big rounds won thanks to him. Even now, the days of where, of course, he's 30 years old, which is just scary to think about. It's not old. 30 by any means is not old, but you, of course, remember him in his young days doing so much ridiculous work.
It's quite crazy to think Roy turned 30 the other day. When you compare them side by side, just shows you, it's not one of those things you can just look at objectively. You need to kind of consider the context. Either way, Snacks is able to make his way forward and get an opening kill for his team. Good to see the proactivity here from Gamer Legion, not giving Virtus Pro the same control and space that they've had to work with before.
Norbert, though, the space taker, trying to use this smoke to take that space, and the CT smoke is going to betray Snacks.
Oh!
That's unfortunate. Kios, he has a nade out in mid, and Mir punishes that one. 3v3, this is a round Gamer Legion can't afford to let slip here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially considering the fact they get that opening kill down 5-1 at the moment. Volt has shifted himself into a forward position. Time is ticking away now for Virtus Pro. They're going to have to get a move on. A couple players in towards middle. I wonder what angle Acor has right now. Can he spot them as they jump up to the ledge? Ooh. Well, not going to be there any longer.
I think Volt shoulder peeked out VP there. Has some information.
Oh, they're going A though, Trav. They pulled up the handbrake.
Smoke. Wow. A fake smoke with 17 seconds. Now that has just got VP written all over it, hasn't it? Isaac has to hide behind the box and get at least one. Yeah, don't pull out any utility, my friend. Just keep your gun out and try and get a duel. But James finds him straight away. It's basically the first angle he clears. Unbelievable. And now Acor and Volt, they're on a late rotation to the opposite side of the map. And I think they might realize time's not on their favor either.
I think they need to have a crack at this 2 versus 3. Isaac would realize he damaged Jame a little bit there, but because they haven't had anything offered up to them, they will just head for the hills. Someone pressed tab, they saw the money, they realized, okay, if we keep both guns alive, Kios can afford to buy for himself, Isaac can as well, so kind of just got to call it a day, but that's a really rough round for Gamer Legion to lose. Got that opening kill, had good control. Virtus Pro with the good little fake over towards the B side, pull the handbrake up, shift themselves towards the opposite side of the map. Isaac could have won that round if he was at least able to get a kill, but unfortunately was not realized, and with that, Virtus Pro continue their strong start.
Way too good from VP, and we expected it. I got the impression that after the BO1s, I think heading into the BO3s, Norbert said they were there very early, already prepping, which is impressive, to be honest. Ash and Dastan calling the shots.
Yeah. Of course, Gamer Legion played a pretty late game yesterday against 3D Max to round out the day.
While 3 of them were apparently semi-dead, according to Bogdan.
His words.
His words.
But he did also mention that they're feeling better today, so that's always good. We're happy to hear that. Want them to be in their best condition coming into this all-important game. Winner through to the semi-finals. Loser eliminated.
Indeed. What kind of magical goings-on must be in Ash's notebook? Only he can know. Gamer Legion are going to have to find it.
All right, well, they're starting to run out of time now. Of course, you can get a lot of work done on the T side of Ancient, but they need at least, I'm thinking like bare minimum 4 rounds for Game Legion on the CT side. As we do see Snacks feeling a lot of pressure very early on, completely blinded up, but they don't actually clear the corner. Snacks only good for the one trade, comes through from Fame, and now Gamer Legion are going to be in retake territory. They haven't successfully retaken any of these rounds so far, and Fame along with Flit will deny them. 2 quick kills, locks in the round for VP.
Oh, the phrase dynamic duo, I'm sure, is used a bit too much, but they truly are sometimes. Playing off the back of each other, pushing deep, Gamer Legion didn't even realize they were in those positions, and Volt won't even be allowed to escape. VP are one step ahead of Gamer Legion at every given moment here.
Yeah, well, let's just look at the numbers, man. You got 5 kills on Snacks. That's 8 with Isaac, 11, 50. They've got 16 kills. Maybe adding one more to the tally here, but 16 kills, and we're about to have played 8 rounds. Oh, goodbye, Mia. Add one more. But the fact of the matter is, they're averaging around 2 kills a round right now on Gamer Legion, and that's never going to be enough to be competitive.
Especially not on a CT side, especially not when VP's around. Flip will finish it off. One of your heroes, I guess you could say, in CS2 at this point.
Absolutely.
A man that I think a lot of us are thinking maybe even should be considered among some of the best right now in this new era of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and, you know, played against some high-level opposition as well, beating out, you know, Heroic. They've beaten Monty twice as well. Furia narrowly lost out to Cloud9, so those numbers come off some really good results.
Yeah, just shame for Gamer Legion in that previous round, of course. They weren't aware of the deep push through into the back of the B-bomb site. Caught out Acor, just holding a line, waiting for a smoke to fade. Worried about the smoke being broken, of course.
No.
And Isaac, oh, it never rains, but it pours for VP. And right now, Gamer Legion, they're just really struggling. And VP are raining all over them, as you can see.
Beautiful flashes being thrown there by James. Double flash. Norbert peeks off the second one. That's his second kill. Flitters in the back lines as well, just making sure he maintains some control in towards middle. It's a leg shot there from Acor. Will at least connect on the dome. Might finish off what he started onto Flitz. Snacks will activate from A main. Okay, we're cooking here all of a sudden. Gamer Legion have a chance in the retake. They haven't had much going for them in any of these post plants so far, but now Snacks has to clutch up 1v2. No further utility. He does have a kit to work with, but how does he even isolate or force these fights right now? Bomb plants in the open, and James says no.
Yeah, James, very smart there. I mean, obviously peeking straight away. You might think, oh, wait for the 5-4-3-2-1 before you finally swing, but he peeks as soon as Snacks taps it, which obviously is when Snacks maybe is still looking at the bomb itself or trying to adjust his crosshair to the angle into Donut, and James gives him no time to react. Beautifully done. And Gamer Legion just cannot get a handle hold right now.
It was a rough position that Isaac put himself in towards there in A main as well, because it's such a 50-50 spot. You've always got that nagging feeling in the back of your mind of, what if they come from this angle? You're looking one way, you kind of feel inclined to check back the other direction, and the timing just works out against you completely. Snacks now with the auto shotty is sent into another dimension. Man, VP looking so well drilled right now against Gamer Legion.
This right now is feeling very free for VP.
I mean, remember,
go ahead.
When they played against 3D Max on the snap yesterday, they got that 10-2 halftime scoreline on their T side.
Okay, here we go. Pistol for Acor, MP9 for Volt. The HE will come flying over by Norbert. Recovers it into the 3v3, and of course the HP on Acor is so rough after tapping down Mir with that P250. Bomb will go down, but of course, considering this is an eco anyway, they'll absolutely be going for this, will Gamer Legion. May as well try and cause some havoc. They've got a little bit of utility as well. Nade is really good on Fame, actually. Takes almost half of his health away. Problem is, though, it's Fame, Norbert, and James in an afterplant. They're going to have everything going for them, you would think. But there's a lot of damage coming through to VP here. Norbert will manage to deal with Acor, but in comes the charging Kiosk. He finds one, and Norbert's committing to the spam right now. James is hiding in the corner. Both these players are low. Big whiff from James, and Norbert's going to have to hit the wall bang here. Body blocks have come in, and I think it's going to be so close for Gamer Legion. Kiosk, he's got it at the last second.
My God, I thought no ways. I can't believe it. He got on that defuse just in time. The reverse wall bang to cover his teammate defusing the bomb as well.
Oh. Come on, Gamer Legion. Is that something to reinvigorate you? Is that something to ignite the flame?
A rare missed shot there from James. If he connects on that shot, they absolutely win the round for Virtus Pro. As Gamer Legion double up their scoreline, they win themselves an eco round. That has to ignite them here on Ancients. I said 8-4 is the baseline. Bare minimum. Still achievable.
Yeah, indeed. Volt. Oh, Snacks looking to go aggressive again. Gamer Legion love these sort of plays. Every team in the world love these sort of plays, but Utility is firing forward. He gets one. Oh, it so could have been two. Oh, 2016 Snacks gets all three, unfortunately. Fame gets the quick trade. Kiosk needs to stand tall. And will Should take Flit out and stay alive as well. Fame has once again got that deep position. It's madness on the site right now. There are so many pigs coming through these smokes. Mir finds another 2v2 out of nowhere.
Yeah, chaotic scenes right now on this B bomb site. No plant just yet either. They know where Isaac is. Acor, he is the unknown factor in the round, and he's got a massive flank coming through from T-Spawn, and he's able to catch Mir off guard. It's exactly what he needed. Now at this point, Fame's looking to force the fight with Isaac because he knows if he can get that kill, he opens up a free path to the A bomb site. Super smart from Isaac, just repositioning altogether, not giving that fight to Fame, which he so desperately desires. Acor's also changing up his approach in towards the site right now. A lot of respect being offered up to Fame, though.
Yeah, and that could be a problem, because when you give Fame an inch, maybe he'll take a bit more than a mile. And if you can take Acor and Isaac, that will break the hearts of Gamer Legion.
Acor throws that flash there towards lane and then doubles up back with his teammate. Fame's now seen them both. He's got the information available to him. There is a kit in play here for Acor, but the time is against him. Now he realizes he's the one who has to make a move. Fame looking, bobbing, weaving back and forth, trying to figure out where Acor is, but Acor's left this one too late. Now he has to stick the defuse in the smoke. The kill comes through, but no way for him to finish the defuse. Surely not again, right? Bomb should explode in his face, but it doesn't. They've done it 2 rounds in a row.
Oh, come on, Gamer Legion, let's go. They've managed it 2 rounds in a row, and that's enough to put some smiles on faces. Incredible. 0.002 seconds or something is the difference between these last 2 rounds. Wow. How on earth have they got away with those? Incredible stuff. And Acor gives Gamer Legion a lifeline. Sure, they can only get 4 on this half, but it's a lot better than it would have been otherwise.
There we go.
Kios.
That's the most animation I've seen from Kios this whole weekend. Normally the loudest player on the server, regardless of who Gamer Legion are playing against.
I mean, the thing is, we're obviously getting deservedly hyped for those 2 ridiculous defuses, but all it does is change it from 8-1 to 8-3, and it's the fact that it had to be that close to finally get 2 rounds in a row.
But still, it does light up Gamer Legion. It gives them that feel, it gives them the fight back. They get the ball rolling, they can settle into the groove. 8-3. Can they make it 8-4? Virtus Pro yesterday had a 6-all scoreline against MIBR. Of course, that was mirrored on either half as it went into overtime. Even with 8-4, Trav, I mean, do you think Virtus Pro just finish it off from there? You think there's a chance for Gamer Legion?
I think on the CT side, BP will probably finish this one off. And they are looking to change up the pace there toward the outskirts of A. On A long, what's damage done? Flit. Oh, how has he got through like that? Volt must be so frustrated. Gamer Legion were just looking to go for that push and clear out B lane. Such a huge amount of map control you can get for that position, but they only go 1 for 1.
Yeah, Flit's going to be kicking himself a little bit there that he wasn't able to get more done from that position. And Snacks goes on an explorative mission, finds a wild Fame, and he comes off second best as a result. Doesn't look like Gamer Legion are going to take their foot off the throttle either, as they continue to make moves in towards middle.
Fame causing more pain. Oh, that could have been a lineup for Acor. Thankfully, he's got Kios to peek off the back of him. But that kill only recovers it into a 3v3, and Fame gets away with his life. Norbert again, Space Taker. We're going to sound like a broken record, but he's doing it again, and I'm not sure that Kios is going to expect it. Another big impact kill from Norbert in this tournament. He just does it again and again. Jen getting pressured. It's an AWP fight in mid. They're getting leapt at each other, and Acor manages to win it out. It's swapped back to a 2v1 for Gamer Legion. How are they winning these rounds?
Okay.
Fame again.
Fame again against Acor and Isaac. This was the exact same combination in the 1 versus 2 previously. They're going to be a lot further forward this time round, and Fame only has 41 points of health, and he's looking to force the fight as well. Into the pistol he goes, takes damage, and it's going to be Isaac to finish it off. My God, Gamer Legion will actually salvage a 4th round here, winning the last 3 rounds of the half. Is that going to be enough for them to be competitive?
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. I'm sure in another universe, Gaming Legion do not get 4 rounds out of that half. That was a minor miracle, but it keeps them in this opening map.
Yeah, keeps them in the conversation. They have a slight pulse behind them right now. Can they turn that into a strong heartbeat is the question. They've got a little bit of momentum behind them. 3 consecutive rounds won, and into the second half pistol we go. Little bit of utility in the way of a molly top mid-smoke thrown as well. See what they're going to offer.
And this time Mir is the player with the
MIBR
smoke kit. Oh yes, they're going straight through it, but James letting them all go, and he's relaying all this information. What can he do in the side? He can get snacks, and Norbert, of course, is here to support. Volt will find one trade back. It's a great fight from Volt. What an incredible triple. It keeps the round alive for Gamer Legion, but of course the issue is they have to go and grab that C4.
Oh, Mia, great adjustments. I thought he could get caught off by the Temple player, but the gods answer his prayers. It's now Kiosk in and amongst the 2 players, finds the first. That puts Mia on notice. Kiosk can recover the bomb. That A bomb side's complete, or rather the B side's completely open for business, and that's exactly where Kiosk is headed.
Yeah, correct decision. I would have also respected it if he went straight up for the fight, but he realized he could get out of there, and the plant is just as important almost, because it will give them something to work with in the following round. But let's see if Game Legion can win it out. It's going to be Kiosk. Oh, he goes for his wide swing. He takes the Pika's advantage, but Mia is just better on this occasion.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault Kiosk. He's probably sitting there thinking, was that the best option? Like,
Exactly.
you know, he had every post-plant position available to him, decides to try force the issue. Taking a raw gunfight with Mia is always a risky one. This was a great sequence of kills coming through from Volt. But that was the MIBR pistol strategy that they had used. Who was that against, actually, Trav?
I'm going to let you have a look at that one. I know exactly what you mean. I have seen it. But
they used it against Gamer Legion. It was against Gamer Legion, I thought so.
You remembered it. There you go.
Damn.
It's all in there somewhere.
Yeah. So Gamer Legion were like, that's so cool. We're going to do that as well.
There you go. There you go. Unfortunately, Kios couldn't swing and hit that headshot, and Mia deals with it nicely. Great fight from Volt, but not to be. And of course, James just having all that intel, hearing all the footsteps running past him in Red Room. Kind of a manic situation. But if there's one person to deal with a manic situation and look like he's just, I don't know, stroking his cat or something. I don't know.
He's so calm.
The most relaxed human in
Yeah.
history.
Does anything ever just, get him
Bother
worked
Jay?
up? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Take a lot to get him uncomfortable or uneasy, which is great in your captain, right? He's just going to exude that calm mentality throughout the rest of his team.
Yeah.
We know why he's always so calm before his games as well.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Ritual made popular at this point. Either way, Kio's going to be looking to lead the charge in towards his B. Bomb site split, good for one and further damage. Norbert can't follow suit, so this B site's been completely compromised.
Yeah. There's a player pressuring up close to his left as well. That is Snacks, but Mir will take Isaac in the meantime. Snacks needs 2, or he could have got 2. It was a great chance for it, but now it's a 2v2. Fame with the kit, and James on this long flank behind. Oh, it's a long-range spray and a great shot hit by Acor. It's Fame in another clutch, and I'm not even sure he might be considering going for this one, surprisingly. Look at the health. He's got a kit. Come on, Fame.
I guess that's just in their blood to save in these sorts of situations, and even if they had the information, it hasn't been relayed. So that's going to be Gamer Legion answering back with their Force Buy here to make sure that they don't allow Virtus Pro to pull ahead after winning the pistol.
Yeah, and of course, in the end, it shows how important that plant was from Kios. He might not have won the round, but committing to the plant at least gets them the buy in this round.
Yeah, true. James has looked pretty shaky. He's missed quite a few shots so far. Not looking as killer instinct as we normally see from him. I mean, I back him to get that kill 9 days out of 10.
Yeah, not the James we've seen online recently at the moment in this tournament.
Was even a great flank out of him there, man. Perfect position.
It was.
Had the jump on his opponent, but still couldn't get the kill.
Gotta give some props to Volt. He's had a slow game. We called him out as being one of the players that needs to step up for some Gamer Legion firepower. Only 3 on the pistol that was eventually in vain, but 2 big entries in that round to crack it open.
Surprisingly, Virtus Pro haven't gone for the Force Buy here. Most teams would in this situation.
A double eco, yeah.
Yeah, most teams just Force Buy because they know they eco afterwards, but then you only get, like $4,400 in the gun round thereafter. So I think Virtus Pro, they want to make sure they have full utility. They want that AWP as well. And this is exactly what Gamer Legion needed to open the door back into Ancient.
Yeah. And the one FAMAS that was available has been removed. The Galil firing off like that sounds like some sort of semi-auto sniper rifle. And it's on the third-person angle. Flit. Not much to say in this one. 10, 8, and 9. Got 8 assists already. Lots of damage in this game for Flit, but no head at the end of that round. Snacks takes that one. And the gap out of nowhere is only 3, and it should only be 2 coming in.
Yeah, and Gamer Legion kept 5 players alive in that round, and as you said, there's not going to be much resistance coming into this round for Virtus or for Gamer Legion either, so they can continue to further that cause and build further money. Isaac, the hero in round number 15. And little to no investment coming through for VP, so they will indeed afford a full arsenal of weaponry, full belts across the board coming into that next round as well.
Yeah.
But a prime chance for Gamer Legion to reduce that gap to 2 rounds. Now, remember, Virtus Pro were leading 8-1 at one point. They've won 1 round since then. Gamer Legion have won 5, about to be 6.
It's 8-1, that could have been 11-1 at half.
Should have been.
But for 3 ridiculous Gamer Legion clutches. There's a massive donut stack. Now, I might enjoy that. It's a bit of a messy one. Aids are being body blocked, but Isaac and Acor sorted out. And it's Fame and Flit try and run them down. What's your favourite flavour donut? Do you even have donuts?
Yeah, do we have donuts in South Africa?
No. Do you have donuts?
Oh, I thought you were like, in South Africa, do you guys have donuts? You know, we ride our elephants around and pet lions. I'm a good fan of a jam donut.
Fair enough.
Yeah, jam
Fair
donut's
enough.
always a good option.
Raspberry or strawberry? Blackcurrant, maybe?
Actually, apricot.
Apricot. You know what? I'm a massive fan of apricot, so high five on that one.
Your first choice of a donut?
I think, I don't know, I'm partial for apricot for sure, actually, now you mention it.
All right, yeah. Got the taste buds going, don't I?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, all right.
Survive on apricot flapjacks when I go abroad sometimes.
I could imagine worse things.
Well, absolutely. You're not wrong. James looking to try and save the AK. I wonder what people will be typing in chat as he tries to do that.
Something about time and his name.
Which way round, though?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. We got to come up with the phrase.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah. I did see AZS tweeting out about how I think he had like an average death per round of 0.25, so on average dying once every 4 rounds.
Disgusting. Truly disgusting.
Been a bit more this time round. That was after just one map, by the way, but still.
Of course, of course. Yeah. Thing is, though, it's something that works very well.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's refined the style. You got to appreciate the pioneer in a way.
My brother has won a major doing that, so can't shake your head at it. And at nearly 99% of the time, it does. Oh, hang on a second. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, there's a fast-paced play coming through from Game Legion. They've changed up the pace in the first gun round, and they've completely sprawled all over this B bomb site. Virtus Pro trying to just gather stock of what's going on right now. Sure, Norbert gets the first kill. There's still a lot more where that came from, though. Isaac responds with one of his own. Volt Mac 10, good for damage, but no frag.
So fast from Gamer Legion, and Flint, just spams down Snacks through the plywood. Not much you can do about that. Acor tries to go for a pick to at least make it vaguely winnable, but it never was. And VP deal with the speed perfectly. And James, dropping in that flash to help out his riflers behind the site, really helped out against that Gamer Legion aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate the approach from Gamer Legion in that particular round. You know, they've got some momentum behind them. They know they have a buy in the tank. They know how important this gun round is for Virtus Pro as well. Just put the pedal to the metal, go for that super aggressive option. It doesn't work out, but it was certainly worth a crack.
Indeed. Nice little view of the Elmere Exhibition Centre there, of course. Seeing some people walk in and out. It's the first time we actually got that camera shot on the left-hand side of people walking in and out there. Bit of a legendary venue, of course, where DreamHack Winter 2013 was held, of course, the first ever CSGO major. And we're back for the first ever CS2 Challenger event as well. Storied venue, a lot of history to talk about.
Yeah, culture.
Culture.
Love that.
I love culture. Apart from the fact I'm a little bit uncultured.
Yeah, the British guy who doesn't drink tea.
I love crumpets, though.
Okay, all right. Well, you fit the bill in that regard then, at least, Trav.
That's always when you have a go at me for not liking tea. I always say, listen, I love a good crumpet, so relax. It's fine.
Well, let's see if Virtus Pro can crump this way through the round. Norbert in a forward position finds the first. Does that stop Gamer Legion from committing? A smoke blooms in their face as well. Surely that's going to make them think twice about continuing with this plan.
Oh, Snacks, he's far forward, trying to push toward Red Room. The problem is he's being jump spotted by Mir, so Snacks is holding a line where he won't be spotted from either Donut or that Red Room area. When does he pounce? Mir, he's going to hear the fallback. Hang on a second. Snacks going on one of his legendary lurks here. He's got 3 players not looking at him. How much does he get done from this position? James will take Volt in the meantime, so Snacks is going to try and flank the A bomb site instead.
Oh no.
He's only got 1 player there, but Fame was pushed so far down mid. It's unexpected for Isaac, and Snacks' position is being rendered pointless.
Yeah, the problem is he needed his teammates to make some moves to give him something to do off of this position. They had to at least get into the A bomb site, and Snacks isn't even going to be able to get a single kill. It was a wonderful lurk, but it amounts to nothing.
Oh, that's painful. Walking around in a Snacks wonderland, but unfortunately it led to a horrible land.
Yeah, and you could see the game plan was there, right? He thought, okay, I'm going to go through and try and flank around A, called for his teammates to come back through middle, but James' position in Donut was great, and then Fame at the bottom of middle completely spoiled that approach.
Yeah, such a shame. I mean, makes you wonder if we do go to an alternate universe and think to ourselves, okay, what if he walks behind B and taps 2 players in the back? Maybe even 3, if he gets really, really lucky.
Yeah, and that was available to him to go for those fights on the B side.
It was a possibility, for sure. I think in the end of the day, little did he know he made the wrong decision, of course, at the time.
We saw something similar from Gamer Legion yesterday against MIBR. When he was on the B bomb site with the bomb, he decided against planting and playing it out. He tried to rather rotate around towards A. And I just hope he hasn't lost that killer instinct and instead just trying to play the cute approaches kind of thing instead of going for the brute force approach.
It's a possible thought process, for sure. Big of props to Mir for being ready for that as well, to be honest, reacting well. But yeah, I think maybe 3 of those ridiculous rounds that Gamer Legion won on their CT side, maybe that's one that could have gone their way. This time that hasn't gone their way.
Fair dues for VP.
It all evens out eventually, exactly.
All right, well, Gamer Legion did manage to build up their economy substantially off the back of the rounds they won here at the start of the T side. So at least they can continue to afford to invest here, but that money has now dwindled. So should they lose this round without a bomb plant or any guns being saved, they're in big trouble going into the next round where VP would be on map point.
Yeah, has to be a T Ancient comeback as well. Rough to put into practice. Seen it done. VP, a tough nut to crack. MIBR took them, what was it, 48 rounds to finally crack them.
Yeah, 47.
Yeah, that's it. Fame, ooh, okay. Shows a little bit too much from Donut. Volt gets a nice pick. Jame now under a lot of pressure. Knows there's a player jumped off to his right, and because of that, he goes for the pick on the left. And he's still doing more work. How is he still alive? 2 more kills, and he's got his scope up once again. He's got 3 from this. Jame, what are you doing, and how are you doing it?
Jame, the masterclass here in Donut. I'm pretty sure Snacks was the first player to get into Donut. All his teammates get picked off around him. A wonderful double kill does come through from Snacks to try and reinvigorate the round here for Gamer Legion. But time is ticking away, and the rotations have come through as well. How do they find space for the plant? The Molly will certainly aid their cause. They have a smoke grenade to work with as well, and they will finally create the space for that bomb plant.
Oh, that Norbert might just say no to this. He's creeping through the corner of that smoke. Snacks not looking at it at the moment, and there goes Norbert again. He finds Snacks. It's down to Isaac, and he's incredibly pinched. But right now he can isolate both duels. Norbert is in that smoke, and Isaac knows it. He's not emerged from either corner. So actually gives Isaac a chance to fall back into all this donut area. The bomb is planted for him, but unfortunately there's a smoke available for Norbert, and he can't connect when he sees a sliver of his enemy. It's going to be so hard to fire through this smoke. Surely not possible. The bomb's about to be defused. It's being held by Norbert. Teammates covering for it, and Flip will take it. Good teamwork from VP, but nice try from Gamer Legion.
I'd say good composure there from Virtus Pro as well. You know, they don't start to panic, even though there's that smoke on the site itself. Was it Flit and Mia? They just hold their nerve there really nicely. You know, they make sure that they cover all their bases, but this highlight reel from Jame is insane. He doesn't get baited in by the first player in towards Donut. He's ready for the players who are going to be swinging to try and help out their teammates. That triple kill was monumental.
Yeah, I'm so glad we caught James' POV when we saw that first player jumping over to the right as well, just to give you the idea of how calm he was to not even react to that first player.
9 out of 10 players scoped to the right side of Donut there to try and find that first frag.
Just Jame things.
Yeah, one step ahead, man.
Just Jame things.
All right, well, at least Gamer Legion find a bomb plant in that losing cause in the rounds. They still have a little bit of extra money to work with here to try and deny VP the map.
Oh, the Flit. Another important entry from him. Not had an explosive game, but he's had a very consistent one. And Gamer Legion just rushing their way in toward A. It's a wipeout for Fame. Isaac will manage to take him posthumously, but it's A-Core 1v3. He's a bit deeper on toward the A site than perhaps VP were expecting, but as this smoke fades, they do have players keeping an eye on it, and Shane will peek it once again. It's just classic VP to close out map 1.
Yeah, really good work coming through from them. It looked a little bit shaky towards the end of that first half, but they just maintained their composure, maintained their belief. Once they got the gun rounds going in the second half, Trav, they didn't actually lose a round from there, man. It was just a masterclass in the gun rounds from VP on their CT side.
Yeah, and really, it's crazy to think that the only thing that really kept that game close was those ridiculous 3 rounds at the end of the first half for Gamer Legion. Other than that, it was pretty impossible for them. Let's see what Alan, Hager, and Yumi have to say about that first map.
Virtus Pro were a team playing angry after last night's game. They don't like being in this group lower bracket. A beautiful performance, and that T-side, Yumi, they were on fire.
They didn't want to get trapped on Ancient again. They did their best to actually close this game as fast as possible, and they highlighted at the end there, those few rounds for Gamer Legion just simply weren't enough. You know, I expected more out of this roster coming into this game when there was so much prep work that could have gone into this, but a very difficult VP to play against.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting a lot more, and I just have to bow down to VP here. That was Virtus Pro anno 2015, 2014. I am stunned. I'm shell-shocked. I think that the Gamer Legion might be feeling the same way.
Yeah, I mean, a very compelling reason to look at players like Fame coming into this matchup. You know, felt like there were more players we could talk about when, you know, last time we saw them on Ancient, it felt like some players lagged behind.
Yeah, and certainly I felt during that first half, I felt actually Game Legion, their macro was fine.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro were just so good at getting the small things right.
Exactly.
The calls, the communication, the protocols, the spacing. These guys play, not all the time maybe, but certainly in this game, like they're an elite level team.
Yeah, and it's sad to see as well, because there was this one very crucial round we saw from Snacks where he managed to find himself in towards that window position, unspotted, undetected. And oh, I just wish he had peaked backlines there, because there was 3 VP players almost lined up for him. But then the decision was made and it was wrong. He pushed into CT spawn, and as we saw, didn't work out.
And that was just one round out of one of many opportunities that just too difficult for Gamer Legion in the end.
Pressure now though on Game Legion being a map down. Let's hear from their coach, Ash.
Thank you so much, Alan. I did have a chance to grab Ash, obviously, as that map finished, to ask him how the team was feeling. And he says it was somewhat expected to take the loss. They've lost a little bit of confidence on Ancients, obviously, based on what happened yesterday. However, he says the team is in good spirits because they do believe that they are stronger on both the next 2 maps. So they're feeling pretty good, and they think that they've got this come the second map. I did also grab Norbert as he was running off of the stage, and I just said to him, "Are you happy?" And he just looks at me and he said, "Not yet." So there you go, an update from what's happening right here at DreamHack Winter.
Norbert's not happy. Norbert's not happy. He should be happy. He played a good game. It was a great performance on Ancient. Either way, a few players we should talk about, Flit and Fame. Flit has been amazing in CS2. Fame, of course, a great revelation of a pickup last year. Yumi, why were these guys so good in this game?
It just felt as though every time we got space, we got entries for the Virtus Pro side, these guys were closing the rounds out so convincingly for the Virtus Pro system. Whether it was Norbert getting the entry, whether it was Flit getting the entry, it didn't really matter. If you had one of these two in a late round scenario, they would pull it through, aside from a few fumbles.
Yeah, and they understand the importance of gaining that backline control you see here. And when you are in an afterplan situation, you have to get more real estate than you're used to in CSGO.
I think as well, just like both these players mechanically feel like good sort of vacuum or chaos players, where even though there were a few rounds where Gamer Legion almost looked like they broke protocol in the ways that they were addressing some of the executes, they were still punishing Gamer Legion for these brazen plays.
And it's worth saying also, in a lot of those situations, you don't really have time to talk through what you're going to do. You need to know. You need to know intrinsically how you're going to move. And obviously for Game Legion, with these changes, a calling change, that's hard to work through. You need games, you need demos, you need reflection, you need a lot of work from the coaching staff if you're going to get on top of those sort of problems.
Yeah, and particularly what you need is confidence. Confidence to know that your team is coming in behind you. Confidence to know that if you're pushing into CT spawn, if you're pushing all the way to backlines, when you have the confidence, that's when you're actually hitting your shots.
Now, in terms of the end of that first half, Michael, we had a few crazy rounds, a few crazy afterplans. What was going on there?
I almost feel like Virtus Pro were getting ahead of themselves in a few of these moments, which is a little strange to say because I feel like they're such a composed team. But there were a few moments where they just kept on pushing for more deeper space. And there were actually a few of these rounds here from Gamer Legion, they actually started at a man deficit and then were able to bring it into an advantage, you know, and had these tight 0.002 second diffuses to actually give them a fighting chance in that second half.
Yeah, it was great, but as you're mentioning, maybe that's not necessarily Gamer Legion doing a good job, more than it was VP kind of fumbling a little bit.
You have to punish mistakes.
Exactly.
And they did do that.
Yeah.
Let's talk Vertigo. That'll be the next map of the series. Of course, the map pick, indeed, of Gamer Legion. What would you like to see, Hege?
I want to see Gamer Legion with 13 rounds on the scoreboard.
I need a bit more than that. How are they going to get there?
The tendencies are good. They were not expecting them. They were not expecting a win on Ancient. I want to see Gamer Legion primed. I want to see them ready. I want to see that confidence. skyrocket. I think pistol round is going to be the most crucial round because they need to get a good start, get that good feeling going and hype the team up. And then they're going to be motivated to take us to a third map.
I also think I want to see like if there is going to be a stagnation, because it felt like last time we saw Gamer Legion on Vertigo, there was a moment in the game where you weren't really sure if they were going to maintain that same level of form. If they can rally themselves here, like they have shown us that each and every day, each and every game, they have been improving so far this tournament. They are a new team that doesn't have as many official reps. You know, for me, if they want to show that they are one of these competitors, they are a team that has to find some level of stability towards the end of this year if they want to find it, and now would be a good place to start.
Yeah.
This is my fear though going into this. Vertigo is Virtus.pro are an elite level Vertigo team on CS2, beating Cloud9 cleanly, heroic, granted with some stand-ins, and took FaZe, the best team probably in the world right now, to overtime just a couple weeks back. We know James calls a good Vertigo. We know some of these players suit Vertigo. Game Legion have their work cut out. Virtus.pro are a seriously good Vertigo team.
Yeah, they're a team that have developed their Vertigo a lot through the Challenger circuit as well. You know, I almost feel like they've released a new identity with having to face off against teams like ENCE or like Movistar Riders in some of these previous Challenger events. And they actually have redefined Virtus.pro Counter-Strike to me. You know, there was a time where I did believe, yeah, they just eco all the time. They're all so slow. At these Challenger events, they give it to you. And these guys are definitely more role-defined now than ever.
Yeah, they are. And you can see them picking up the pace too. And you have to. CS2 is a more fast-paced game. And if you're not keeping up with the meta, you're not going to be able to compete. And what I think that Virtus.pro is doing is that they are defining the meta right now.
It's a good place to be. That's where you want it. Next up is going to be Vertigo. Quick break, and when we're back, we'll see if Game Legion can turn this series around.
Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Light up the dark, I'm superhuman. I'm spreading stardust into oceans. I wanna go up high and close my eyes to places nobody found. I'll never come down. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavenly. The calm is not a memory. It's here with me, and I know I will never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? So what? So what? So what? So what? My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I the beat, the sound of my heart. It will be alright, just to make a start. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Set me free. Set me free. I'll be holding on to my faith. Freedom is calling, so show me the light. Listen to the beat, the sound of my heart. It will be alright, just to make a start. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Set me close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free.
VP looking cool and collected. Gamer Legion looking a bit gutted. They're one map away from elimination.
That's true, but we heard that when Tekl spoke to Ash, apparently he said they really fancy their chances on the next two maps and they expect to get across the line. So the belief's still clearly there. I'm not so sure about that though, mate. Next map coming up is going to be Vertigo, and that's still certainly in the wheelhouse of Virtus.pro.
In the wheelhouse, it's one of their strengths for sure. They've taken some of the best teams in the world so deep on that map, of course. Some of you may remember their final against FaZe recently, which was an absolutely ridiculous game where FaZe basically all they did was use their brute force of raw aim and firepower to get through that game. VP took them so deep, and I just don't see a world in which the Gamer Legion members have the ability to fight off against the Fame, Flit, Mir trio when they take positions like ramp, for example. They're just so good there.
Even if Gamer Legion do get across the line on Vertigo, it's still Overpass waiting in the wings, which is tied for the most played map along with Ancients and Inferno for Virtus.pro. So still a very comfortable ground for them. It's going to be tough for Gamer Legion to make magic happen, but it's what they need to do here to keep themselves in contention. Winner gets themselves into the semi-final. Loser is eliminated.
Indeed. Hopefully Ash's headset is all well and good and we can get into this map. One that will keep Gamer Legion alive or send them home, or send our VP, our ESL Challenger Kings, really at this point. Did the double last year. Looking to do the double once again in 2023 as the defending champions from Katowice. Challenger Katowice, of course. Can they do it again and get through to those playoffs?
Man, it's such a tough draw for them as well. There was a more likely chance they should have been playing against MIBR once again here in this match to get through to the semis, but because VP slipped up against MIBR, it means Gamer Legion have to do it in an even more difficult pathway either way. It's Vertigo live right now. Gamer Legion CT side start for them. VPT side, that's by choice, by the way.
Indeed.
They had the choice.
They love that aggression on that A ramp position with their stars. I've seen so many insane games from VP on this map. That trio just looking so damn good.
All right, well, here we go. Snacks in position, has a number of unwanted visitors on his doorstep. Maybe he wants them. Maybe he wants to welcome them forward, rolling out the red carpet. He will connect on one. How has Snacks done so much damage? That's around 200, 300 damage now, all by himself. Isaac will rotate through to support him. Snacks holds his ground, and Virtus Pro, well, they're just left now without a rudder.
Snacks. We've seen some ridiculous stuff with him on the USB over the years, and those are some two very tasty taps, and make that a third as he runs down Fame. VP left wounded and whittled down.
Fourth for Snacks. I'd love if we could get the graphic to see exactly how much damage Snacks has inflicted here in the round. I know Isaac landed a body shot here or there, but Snacks has inflicted the lion's share.
Come on, Snacks. Get a USP ace. Take us back. Superb round from him, single-handedly shutting down his former organization. Mir has a smoke. If he can try and get a bomb plant, that would be insane. And that's a running headshot on Acor. Surely they deny this plant. They will. It's Volt to deny it, so no ace for Snacks, but a brilliant start.
The fact that he was by himself in towards middle and he was able to inflict so much damage is just massively impressive. I don't know how none of these Virtus Pro players actually hit the shot. I mean, Snacks was, maybe he's like a cat or something like that. He's got all the lives in the world. And he makes good of it as well. Great frags coming through from him. Business as usual.
The ability to bat the M4 as well. And there's your graphic, Hayes.
Thank you, production.
356 damage.
4 kills.
That's 356 ADR.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Trav. If he could keep that up, that would certainly be one for the record books. But I have a sneaky suspicion that won't be the case.
What kind of sneaky suspicion? What kind of boring sneaky suspicion is that?
I know, hot take, right?
Crazy.
Just trying to warm up the studio right now here in Stockholm. Pretty cold.
Pretty cold outside.
True.
That's for sure. Volt is about to see a lot of pistols coming his way. Thankfully, he's got Snacks to play off the back of him and a second player toward Gap as well to cover. Oh, actually only gets to the one though, so it's a little bit spooky. And Acor has a bit of an awkward peek there, aiming down. Down in CS, always been the case, and Shane will actually tap down Snacks with the P250. This is incredibly expensive for Gamer Legion. Of course, they'll win it out, and they'll recover that second M4, but VP won't be unhappy with that.
Yeah, absolutely not. Gamer Legion were always going to win the round, and the fact that VP walk away with 3 kills means there's no bonus round now for Gamer Legion. How many M4s are they able to manage? I think they should have 4... No, they'll actually have 5 M4s. They're just about distributing the rifles, figuring out how they're going to set up. Acor actually opts for an MP9. Could have gone for the rifle, but just saving a bit of money so he can get the AWP down the line. Great opportunity for Virtus Pro, though. If they win this round, they break that Gamer Legion economy off the bat, and they can really start to sink their teeth into this T side. But look at the play from middle right here, from Gamer Legion through middle, should I say.
I really love this. This is really unusual. It's actually kind of unusual for VP not to have a T-spawn defaulter as well, to be honest. But maybe they've done their homework on them. Maybe they see what they like to do on the first gun round and see there isn't someone behind that generator watching for mid. So they're going to have a very fast flank here.
Problem is, only really matters if you're able to catch Virtus Pro off guard. If Virtus Pro activate right now and executes into this A bomb site, I think they're still in a great position. They will have somebody watching the flank eventually, and it might kind of negate all that ground and space taken by Gamer Legion.
Yeah, finally a left side smoke comes in, so they're going to get the bomb planted. They're going to get it planted in the open, though, on that little cubby next to double stack, and that means Fame goes down for free. Not planted safe on default. They will finally get it down, but 4v5. So much damage being put into practice from the... Oh, but not from the flank. Hang on a second. Jay managed to deal with Acor. That's a big frag to take. Isaac gets one more. Norbert on sandbags. 4 players in front of VP. So much spam damage done to Volt. 9 HP to spare. When does Norbert go for the swing? The answer is now. Miramar got taken down in the meantime, but Norbert is so important in these situations. He finds another 2 in this 2v2. He's now the last one alive, and he still finds another. It's 16 HP versus 9. Volt finally gets it. He's the one with the defuse kit, and I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, 3rd defuse in the series within about a second left on that bomb. But Gamer Legion don't care how they get it done. I thought that was going to be Gamer Legion's round every day of the week. They had all the utility, numerical advantage, wasn't much health for the Virtus Pro players either. So the fact that VP get it down to that 1v1 is actually really impressive. Norbert's heroics in vain though, as Gamer Legion continue their clean start to the map.
Oh, Norby trying his best once again, honestly. He's so good in tough scenarios. I feel like put him in any corner, and like especially that one on sandbags when they're going for that retake, he always gets you 2. That time, somehow, he got VP3. Don't ask me how. Jame already up toward Gap next to the little ramp though, but that's going to tick him, and that's a big sound cue for Gamer Legion. They'll now realise there's a player up close, but Akoi, he's still jump spotting. There's a player on sandbag. This is risky. Surely he goes down. Oh, okay. The only respite is a team kill from Fame.
Yeah, Flit was brought down very low. The leg shot there from Akor does actually result in the kill. So at least there's something to take away from that skirmish for Gamer Legion.
That's a meaty one.
Really important round here for VP.
Another
one. They lose this round here.
Oh, another meaty one.
They're going to be in a spot to bother.
These nades are ridiculous, and with the spams that you can do with these silenced M4s, of course, no traces through those smokes, it might give them a chance to finish off both Jame and Fame here. Bomb plot we attempted, in comes a flash. Game Legion playing proactive, and Kios almost gets a double. Thankfully, Isaac will take Norbert at least. 2v2, but it's the 2 players that were so tagged up by those nades.
Yeah, not looking good. It's going to be very tough for Fame and Jame to navigate their way through the situation. Diffuse tapped in the smoke. VP kind of have to gamble that it's a fake right now. They don't have the health to go for the swing. Snacks is going to be the one to try and cover his teammate. Again, it's another fake. Jame looking to try and call the bluff. Eventually, Isaac will be able to step out and finish off the job.
Wow, Gamer Legion are the king of the close defuses so far today. That's another one to add to the tally, and another one with just 1 player alive. Their money is not being given a respite, and obviously VP will still be buying off the back of this. Plenty of money, maybe not on Mia, but you can get an AK dropped over to him and be absolutely fine. Damn, I can't believe Gamer Legion have still got a clean sheet intact.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds have been very close, but the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect that. At least Virtus Pro can continue to afford to buy here. Max round loss bonus behind them. Bomb plants in these rounds that they're losing as well. And we have seen VP just maintain their composure in these sorts of situations. It takes a lot to break them and shake them. And it's going to be a change-up in approach coming through from Virtus Pro as well. They've been hammering home on that A-bomb site. This time, a bit more of a default-esque approach.
He's insistent on fighting for ramp, which we've seen be so successful for the likes of Wicadia and Woxic earlier today. So impactful, of course, to fight for that at every given moment. But VP are changing things up a little bit faster in toward B, and it's going to completely catch Isaac off guard. Is this the way into a round finally, or do we have another ridiculous close defuse on our hands? Kios will get one back. He's going to go aggressive. Oh, but Norbert again. How many double kills has he got in this tournament that are just so important for VP?
Yeah, he's dealing in multi-kills right now as Mr. Norbert. 7 frags on the map so far.
Oh my goodness.
And money is bleak right now for Gamer Legion, to put it lightly, because they've been losing so many players in these rounds that they're winning. So one could quickly compound into multiple rounds here for Virtus Pro.
People questioned the decision of VP to switch between Norbert and Kicker so much. People questioned bringing Norbert back after what had gone before.
Yeah, Chiron as well.
Chiron was also a big question mark, which immediately got turned into an exclamation mark and then shown the door. But how Norbert has performed on this team is absolutely insane. He may go down to the bomb, but he's done his job in that round for sure, as he so often does.
Yeah, Gamer Legion's certainly going to be forcing around these 2 rifles that they've carried through here. This is Fame on the entry, the tip of the spear, great position and activating off the back of the utility, and there was Norbert who really hammered home in the round.
That's the face of a man who realizes the round is over, I'm afraid. Norby's got you again.
Yeah, not for the first time, and certainly not for the last.
No.
I liked it when Tekl asked Norbert when he was running off stage, he asked, "Are you happy?" And he said, "Not yet, because the game isn't over."
That's a sign of a winner.
Yeah, exactly, man. Eyes firmly focused on the prize. Not content with just winning the map, he wants the whole kid caboodle.
It's a good amount of comms from James saying, look, guys, we've put so much pressure on their economy. Surely it's time to put the hammer down and put our foot down. And to be fair to Gamer Legion, they've also put their foot down on their bank account. It's exploded into 2 M4s, 2 5.7s, and a Deagle.
They have kept some residual cash on a few players here, though. Maybe just looking forward to that AWP further on in the half. Oh, man, they're just taking contact. They're just walking forward right now, and as they deploy the utility, they burst all over that B bomb site. Isaac desperately falling back, but Flit's already activated in middle. And at this point, Volt and Snacks head for the hills.
Tale as old as time on Vertigo. Mid-split, mid-lurk, catching either an A or a B player.
Actually makes a lot of sense here, Trav, that both Volt and Snacks have saved as much money as they have. Now they carry their guns through, and what normally would have turned into a force buy into an eco into a gun round, they now have an eco into a gun round because both Snacks and Volt can drop weapons in this next round here. And then we're actually going to have a full arsenal of weaponry. So I really like the investment decision coming through from Gamer Legion in this round.
Honestly, yeah, really good point. Really good point. Sometimes those sort of factors are kind of overlooked in terms of maybe weird purchases that aren't necessary, but this one has a thought process to it.
Yeah, and it makes sense why they then stack up on that A bomb site, because then if Virtus Pro go A, they have the rifles on the right side of the map. If Virtus Pro go B, they can just save those guns. Kia's even able to recover an AK as well, so that's only going to further their cause coming into this next round. Almost giving Virtus Pro a taste of their own medicine. We saw Drop in the interview for MIBR yesterday say, you just don't get to play any anti-ecos against VP because they manage their economy so damn well. And you know what? I'm slightly off the mark there, Trav, because they're not going to go all in here in this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting call. You're right. They are playing very cautious with their money. And honestly, I don't dislike that choice either because, of course, they've had this ridiculous 4-round lead, which probably won't be repeated if they were to play out the rounds again, to be honest. Some of those were unrepeatable.
Yeah.
Like we saw at the end of Ancient. Let's got the line up for the left and right click grenade to break open the smoke as it fades. Hopefully for VP, in their case, they won't be going into this boost.
Well, it looks like they are going to be. It's just about whether they consider it or not. And Flit, he's just edging his way forward. Oh no, Stacks, he can't actually stay on top of the stack there. The totem pole disassembled, and that's information for VP as well as to kind of how many players might be leaning in towards the side of the map.
Shoulder peeks from Snacks, trying to go back and forth. And pop a right-click smoke down as soon as he feels under pressure. That's exactly what he'll do, but of course there's still 50 seconds in the round left to go. The only thing that Gamer Legion have left is a solitary flash on Kios. What can they do with it? A reboost could work out, though. Bolt, you see his head, my friend, and he gets it as soon as his weapon will be accurate once again.
Yeah, going back for a second bite at the apple there will net them the opening kill. Virtus Pro starting to run out of time here. They're going to have to force the issue into the safe bomb site. This is where Gamer Legion are stacked up right now. Can they make a mark on the defense is the question. They will find a couple kills, but not nearly enough to stifle Virtus Pro's attack.
Norbert with a triple. Kios in a clutch. Definitely going for it. They're buying next round anyway. Got sandbags, but it'll get deleted by Flit. Flit peak, CS2 peak, out of the round.
Yeah, Flit peak could become a thing, man. With the way he's been playing CS2.
Hello, crowd. We've got a little bit of a crowd in on a Saturday.
Yeah, good to see the crowd starting to fill out a little bit here. Some good Counter-Strike on display as well. Still got another matchup to come through after this as well to keep everybody entertained. It is going to be Nouns versus Eternal Fire, a rematch of yesterday's best of one. Eternal Fire going to be coming into that one hungry. Hungry for revenge.
Hungry like dragon.
Hungry like Acorn. He'll be somewhat satisfied as he does find an opening kill with that AWP, taking down the kingpin of Norbert.
Tough position for Kios. One of the most annoying positions to have to play. But Snacks will be annoyed to give up that kill toward Flit, and Flit's just done it again. What did I say about him taking a ramp on this map? It's honestly, it is comparable to the likes of Xantares and Wicadia, who we saw earlier. Flit can just delete people in an instant on this map. So where an aim star shines, and he's turned around on its head immediately off the back of that opening pick for Acor.
And it's only Acor on the side of the map. Okay, the bomb carrier nearly goes slightly too deep there. James will activate the C4. Acor caught a glimpse of him. James shows a little bit of ankle, enough to keep Acor interested, but he'll have to head for the hills and save up with the rest of his team. So that's Virtus Pro now. They lost the first 4 rounds of the map, but they've answered back with 4 of their own.
Yeah, I've seen some insane rounds turn back round the other way thanks to that wallbang through default. Tagged James to 44. I think Naf was a famous one that maybe he did a long while ago.
I feel like it's actually not exploited nearly enough.
Yeah, I think that's probably what Anders would say. He loves his wallbangs. You can wallbang default on overpass, guys. Do it.
It's true.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones that he used to put forth.
Oh, Mia going to be looking to try and deny them saving their guns here. He has lost a teammate to the bomb explosion, so he's not going to overcommit. But that is 4 rounds in a row, and very, or largely thanks to Flit's effort there on the double.
That's where he got that opening pick, but we're going to see Flit now. Nice brown snacks, and look for the immediate trade. You just can't react to that if you're Volt. You just cannot. There's nothing you can do when someone swings you from that sort of angle. Just past the yellow tarp.
Yeah, Volt hasn't really pitched up in the series like we've seen out of him yesterday. Had a really good day yesterday.
He wanted it, but not to be so far in this one.
Show's not over yet though, Trav.
It's not. It's not. Still a relatively close second map. Game Legion just need to find a couple more on CT and they'll probably be pretty content with the first half, knowing that VP do love their T-side vertigo. Of course, as you rightly said, Nouns and Eternal Fire will be coming up after this, a little bit later this afternoon. It'll be Bardos and Walker to bring you that one. Acor, sightline down gap, looking for something. But right now, the smoke shows nothing. Kios, shoulder peeking from elevator. Maybe he wants to go to be the one to finally do the wide swinging. He's not given the opportunity with all this utility.
Oh, Snacks. First fight does not go his way. Norbert continues to add to his tally, up to 11 kills already. Leading the server by some distance. The second closest player is Snacks, who he's just taken down on 8 kills. And Gamer Legion, should they lose this round, the lead goes along with it. I guess scoreline leveled up, but they had a comfortable lead at one point. Flit will be finished off there by Volt, who's been able to take some deep control, but the problem is on the opposite side of the map right now. Kios has a job to do.
Oh, just peeking at random timing, but oh, it couldn't be worse as the player strafes to the right. He goes back to the left and completely pushes off his aim.
Yeah.
He'll get traded, and now Volt 1v3. Quick flank, has a kit, doable if he gets the first kill, and there it is. Norbert is low, and of course, James is stuck behind the mid-sight box as well. Volt's making a lot of noise, so James will know what's up, but a shadow is very obvious. Can he isolate the second duel? Oh, James just picks him on the timing. That'll piss you off, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely, but James just timed it so well, and he knows he's got his teammate covering his cross, so he doesn't have to step out there. He doesn't have to try force the fight. Times his peak to perfection, that internal clock on point.
Oh, I don't think that duel went Snacks' way in mid either. Flit wins another one, of course, on ramp, as you can see, but Snacks' body just showing a little bit over the smoke before I think he probably saw Norbert. And Norbert took advantage of it.
Yeah, Kios' aim also looking pretty rough there in that situation. Either way, 5-4 VP with the lead here for the first time on the map, 5 rounds in a row. Gamer Legion need to find a way back into this, and it looks like the answer is aggression towards ramp.
There we go. Nice thing to put into practice, which we've seen so much today already. An opening pick. Well, once again goes Acor's way. Snacks is pretty deep. Oh, he can't get his one. And unfortunately, that leaves Acor exposed. Again, it's fallen apart for Gamer Legion. They just can't get 2 for 1s.
Yeah, they've had a number of opening kills so far here, but they just haven't been able to convert as many as they've needed to. 3 versus 4, certainly not going to be counting them out of the round just yet, but it's going to require a heroic effort here to get them back into the round. Multiple avenues of entry in towards the bomb site as well. Jame in towards middle. Couple players in towards gap right now. And it's going to be Gamer Legion who look to try and make a move. They look to try and force the issue onto their opponents, but again, they come off second best.
Kios only had a few bullets left because he was spamming through the top. Try and finish off Jane. Couldn't make it happen. Isaac at least gets a freebie, and he'll be given another chance in this clutch. He'll phase the smoke, perhaps. He has a smoke himself, but no kit. Norbert on the close left. That's an annoying angle to have to clear, especially where Fame is playing from, and Fame will just delete him instantly. VP at least confirm a tie on the half.
In these past 6 rounds that Virtus.pro have won, Gamer Legion have had the opening pick in 3 of them.
That's impressive. But not for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, certainly not. I mean, you need to be, that's 50% of the rounds. We know that, you know, kind of I'd say the benchmark is you need to be winning at least 75 to 80% of the rounds in which you're getting that opening pick. So 50% is, yeah, way off that mark, obviously.
The buy for Gamer Legion before the end of this first half, the final round of this first half. Coming after this one is 4 MP9s and a Deagle.
Yeah.
Trying to get that high movement speed and that AD into play. They are preparing for something, and actually Volt's done really well to get one while maybe he wasn't expecting that play to come through. Great nade as well. Their nades have been pretty on point so far, Gamer Legion, but BP always seem to find a way to win these rounds, even on low HP. Jane 58, Norbert 46. Mir will be the one to take point and deal with Kios. Snacks playing with the smoke. What can he do? Something cheeky perhaps. Gun barrel spotted, but nope. James spots him first.
So many fringe moments in this round here for Gamer Legion where things could really work out well for them, but Virtus.pro just able to eke out the kill and then get themselves the advantage. A 7th consecutive round about to be claimed now by Virtus.pro. And I said it, man. I said after they lost the first 4 rounds that they're a team who just maintain their composure. It takes so much to shake them and get them uncomfortable. And they were narrow rounds they were losing out as well. So they knew just an extra percentile or 2 would be enough to get them across the line in those rounds and get them into winning ways.
VP may have been VP'd yesterday by MIBR.
Yeah.
Ridiculously long overtime. 25-22. However, they seem back to where they should be today. Gamer Legion, of course, maybe a team not at full strength in terms of how they're feeling, but they're both feeling a little bit better today. I like this from Acor. Why not? Oh, he gets 2 from it. Fair play.
Problem is, it's the last round of the half coming up, so it's more just a couple of kills for the highlight reel than
It is the
anything else,
highlight
but
reel.
the intention is there.
The intention is there. If that was middle of the half, denying money for the T side,
then we're cooking.
Then we're cooking. It's the right thing to do. They're buying this one anyway. You may as well throw your Deagle in.
Virtus.pro have been so good towards ramp throughout the entirety of this T side. They've just found a winning formula. Norbert's like, what's
Norbert,
going on?
what just happened to Fame? Where's he gone, my brother?
Well, he met him in the afterlife swiftly afterwards.
He did. He did.
This is such an important round for Gamer Legion, Trav. If they go from leading 4-0 to ending the half 4-8, that would be a disaster.
11-4 and 10-5 used to feel a lot in MR15. 7-4, sorry, 7-5 and 8-4. Even though it may not be as significant, it does feel like a big difference between the two, even if it's only 1 round either way. Snacks dropping his USP to go for a swing. Never change.
Yeah, Fame spotted out the player deep and he immediately started to communicate that through. He didn't try and swing to force the fight. They know Gamer Legion has this deep control. They now know it's a second smoke that's come through as well. VP happy to just play the time here. Let Gamer Legion have their fun and then start to make their moves. I'm very curious to see how Virtus.pro are going to respond in this situation. It looks like it's going to be more of the same, just keeping their focus on that A-bomb site, but may just be a ruse. As that smoke starts to fade, Virtus.pro are going to reclaim the control.
Got a nice little setup here, though. Isaac can throw down the incendiary whenever he feels like it's necessary, and Snacks boosts up on the plywood. Oh, Isaac not getting one is huge, but a big nade. Oh, my goodness. Mir gets away from it all. Norbert takes the brunt of it, and look at Flit again. He's just abusing this A site. What's the timing like for Volt? He hears the rotations coming in. He's playing with his food here, Flit. Surely he gets the kill. Actually, only 1. The pathing didn't work out as well as I thought it would do for him. And Volt will push forward, finds one dancing around the smoke. 3v2. And he's going back in for more. He's lost his gun. That's what he needs. He's going in for the knife instead. Why not? When you haven't got your gun, go for your sidearm. And in the end, he'll close out the half for Gamer Legion. 7-5, it's something. How more can they do? We'll find out after the break.
Open, hoping for more. Dreaming, thinking what I have is yours. Realize, recognize 100 times I've cried. Top down, music loud as we cruise at 85. Wondering, is this a dream or real life? A fantasy is what this feels like. 10 toes down for my baby. This life be driving me crazy. Your friends talk down, it don't faze me. Leaving you alone, well that ain't me. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my card. If you let me, I will give it all to you. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my card. If you let me, I would give it all to you.
Always thought I could walk the fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could ride on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say so what? Just watch me.
Second half of Vertigo is upon us. It could be the last half of Gamer Legion's campaign here in ESL Challenger Jönköping. If they aren't able to recover on their T side of Vertigo, Trav, do they have it in them?
I hope so, because I want more of today for us, of course. And I want more of Gamer Legion, because at least they've managed to fight really, really well today. They've won some ridiculously close rounds. But how long can they really keep that up? And on T side, we'll have to see if they can do so. VP on CT odds, definitely not favouring Gamer Legion despite it being a 7-5. Doesn't surprise me. Kios will be the first to take point in mid, rushing very quickly. Norbert's just going to let them go. They know exactly what the ruse is. They're actually going through the Heaven connector there and through Elevator. Norbert and Mia doing so much damage. Gamer Legion are just walking into the Shredder, and that's not a Shredder you want to be.
I don't know what Shredder you do want to be in, but either way, it's only Isaac left remaining. 1 versus 5 for him. Will he even draw blood? Yes. Nice headshot there on Mia, but that's the first of many steps that need to be taken to recover this pistol round. This would be the clutch of the event by some distance. Surely just unfathomable.
Unfathomable. Isaac has the bomb on his back. That is the thinnest of silver linings. All he wants is an opportunity to plant it, perhaps, and a pick somewhere to open out an avenue. Plant would be pretty impactful for Gamer Legion to get that bye at least in that next round. Norbert, of course, very low, dink down, but still managed to get his 1 kill. Isaac trying to clear every single given angle in front of him. I'm afraid it might be too far. Got a player on stairs waiting for him to go for this plant. If he leaps behind the angle and plants behind the box, there's a possibility to get this bomb down. He's convinced there's someone to face, and right now, VP are quite literally giving him zilch.
Yeah, but if he could find a plant, that would still be a lot more than he should get from the situation, but it's not going to happen. He's caught with the bomb out, and that is going to be the pistol round going the way of Virtus Pro. Now, that is a problematic start to the second half here for Gamer Legion. Statistically speaking, a far superior CT side on Vertigo. 62% win rate on their CT side, and only a 42% win rate on their T side. The problem is, what compounds their issues even more is Virtus Pro favor the CT side of Vertigo, so everything is stacking up against this Gamer Legion team.
Yeah, that VP Shredder, hot.
Yeah.
Maybe it is a Shredder that they will like, at least.
I mean, that's true. I get you there. Now you're onto something, man.
Oh, dear.
Snacks has been dropped a hero AK here. Kiel says, mate, let me see what you can do.
Come on, Snacks. Get baited in, hit some tasty headshots, do some damage to VP. Fortunately, it's only Gamer Legion taking damage. That Jame HE take A-Core from a healthy 100 to a lowly 17. Surely he'll get finished off very soon. 3 players here, though. Have to be careful, do VP, but Mia is eating them all up. Helped out by Flick, helped out by Norbert. I think that might tell the tale for how aggressive they might play ramp for the rest of this half, to be honest.
And now you've got an AK on Flit as well, by the way.
Our boy.
Yeah. That hero AK could come back to bite them. We'll see what's going to happen here. Virtus Pro are just 4 rounds away from locking themselves a spot into the semi-final and sending Gamer Legion packing.
Yeah, Snacks happy to take that AK on the previous round, say, okay, listen, I'll drop it to you back in the gun round.
That's
and just
fair.
take a Tech 9 Kevlar this one. I mean, fair enough. Snacks to be able to do some ridiculous stuff with the Tech 9. I think maybe those times have gone. VP looking to try and fight for it again. Still got James MP9, of course. No or up yet. Still got a big bank for that in the following round, whatever happens.
Virtus Pro now going to receive some contact in towards ramp as Gamer Legion turn the burners on and they assume control. They have successfully forced the CT side backwards. Didn't have much utility coming into the round, but they still have some utility at their disposal.
It's all on 2 players, though. That's the problem. If either A-Core or Kiosk get picked off somewhere on the map, that's a big portion of it lost.
Yeah, true. Does look like they're going to keep things simple. 4 of the 5 players grouped up.
That's the thing with being able to drop utility, of course, over to teammates these days. Usually you'll see it shared a lot more, so you don't just die and drop either your previously selected or most expensive grenade.
Yeah.
Both can happen.
In the same breath, though, you know you've got players who want to set up for the exec and players who want to push forward, so you can't spread it too much, right? There we go, smoke dropped across to Snacks. Flitter's able to get into the sandbags. Do they molly this position out? Surely, right? They've got 2 mollies to work with.
Yeah, Flit has a smoke, though, so he can just deny and waste a lot of pressure. Waste a lot of time. They're not even checking him. Oh, a double. He'll take that, considering Isaac was in the process of shooting him. Jame will find Isaac on that trade in the end. 4v2 for VP. Jame going unchecked still, even though they're trying to entry onto the site, and it's just so easy for VP. Even with their lower buy, it's looking inevitable now for Gamer Legion.
Nothing even particularly special there, though, from Virtus Pro. Just holding some good positions. You know, Flit goes unchecked, and he punishes them massively with the double kill on the spray down. They had the mollies to work with. They opt against clearing it out. They pay the price.
Yeah, just thought Isaac didn't have his gun drawn because he didn't expect there to be someone's sandbags. I mean, why would they? They still had 2 of their teammates running past the position. So Isaac did not have his AK out at the time. Annoying.
Man, Gamer Legion were leading 4-0, Trav.
We've seen a very common pattern of that in this whole event, haven't we?
True.
Maybe the lesser team getting off to a good start, not being able to sustain.
It's part of LAN Counter-Strike, though. It's not like a strong start just gets you across the line like it does in online CS a bit more frequently, where you're able to just kind of snowball out of control. To keep up that tempo on LAN is a lot more challenging. As we do see some pistols being invested into here by Game Legion. This time they will clear Phillips out of sandbags, not before he can get a kill. And these pistols have been massively tenderized. Like a good steak.
Tenderized pistols. Not sure that's going to be on my dinner menu.
Well, it seems like Game Legion are on the menu tonight, boys.
Unfortunately so for them. 11-5 VP, 2 away from the playoffs, and another playoff appearance in ESL Challenger.
What a day. I mean, Eternal Fire kind of sped run their series with Tyloo, and Virtus.pro doing something similar here against Game Legion. Game Legion have only won 12 rounds in the series so far. Trav 12 compared to the 24 mustered up by Virtus.pro.
All the teams and players saw how long yesterday was after the MIBR VP game. Was like, okay, let's just get us back on schedule slightly. Let's give the talent some extra sleep.
Yeah, Alan sympathizes, I think.
Alan sympathizes, indeed.
All right, well,
Working
Isaac,
hard.
That's a good opening kill.
Something to work with. Isaac will take that one. James already low HP from his earlier gambit as well. Flit. Trying to get through that smoke with a little bit more damage. Nade or breaking the smoke, and he actually gets a lot of information from that. It's not just for getting kills, of course, it's the intel of maybe how many players could be there for a split second to know perhaps what Game Legion are planning. But in comes Kios, and this is something that VP actually aren't expecting, surprisingly. It's a little bit whiffy from Kios. He gets away with it. Do they expect a second on B, though? That is the question, and, well, they won't. But now they'll know about it.
Not again. Not again, please.
No.
I'm going to get PTSD if this ends up getting unchecked and Jane punishes them massively. They have to even just consider it, right? They have to keep in mind it could be a factor.
No.
And Jame needs more than one. That's why he's got the trigger discipline, but he doesn't have the transfer. I appreciate the way that Jame approaches that, though. He had to go for the multi-kill.
Norbert 1v3, lovely flick onto Snacks, but Acor thankfully is holding the line, and Game Legion will stay up for a little while longer. The gap is still 2 for VP. When you're on the 11, of course, maybe the opponent always feels like they have a chance, especially in MR12. But yeah, I agree on that play from Jame. I don't think he could have possibly played that any better, considering he knew he needed at least 2.
Great work coming through from Game Legion, taking initiative across the board, forcing fights in towards middle, getting a good amount of control in towards ramp. And they live to fight for another round. I mean, a lot of money mustered up for Virtus.pro with the 4 rounds they won in a row, so comfortably able to afford an investment here. Is that a double orb? No, it looked like it was just being juggled around, or one was sold. Either way. Barely see the double orb set up in CS2, right?
Yeah. Ops just feel a hell of a lot different, of course. To quote Art Frost from an interview that he did with me about the AWP, I'm dying because the game broken.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand.
When you take damage, right? And it gives you inaccuracy.
Fair enough.
The thing he was talking about.
Woxic probably echoing a similar sentiment.
Perhaps.
I think Anuba's CT side is one half where the double orb setup could still be viable.
We'll see for the rest of this tournament. I think it's going to evolve. Everything evolves in CS. Not just maps, but meta. Not just weapons, but meta. Jame has to react quickly for that one. He gets the intel.
Must-win round here for Gamer Legion. If they lose this, it's almost back into eco territory, and it's going to be 12-6, so it means they'll have to force buy to try and deny Virtus.pro cleaning out the match. So much in the balance right now. Gamer Legion just fighting to see the light of Overpass. That's really the reward right now, man.
Yeah, and it's an overpass that might not necessarily look too hot for them either. Just the reality of the situation for Gamer Legion, unfortunately.
They have been able to get some decent control here in the round. They've forced VP back into the A bomb site. They know that Virtus.pro don't have any information in that regard. Kios was in towards middle. He forced Jane backwards. So I really like the way Gamer Legion are approaching this. Just depriving the CT side of information and then grouping up and preparing for the exec.
40 seconds though, and it looks like B is the choice. B going into Fame, repositioned toward the corner of White Box. There's a nice off angle to take, especially if you've got flash support from teammates, but not sure he has that right now. Be calling it right now, that's for sure, and he'll use his entire clip. Kios takes advantage of it. Game Legion have deep control. VP just not ready for that deep control. Kios uses his W key, and it probably gives Gamer Legion a 7th.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way back into this round here for Virtus.pro. I'm surprised that Norbert even headed in the direction of that B bomb side. Uncharacteristic of Virtus.pro. They went for a massive gamble stack over on that A bomb site. No information at all. They had to roll the dice. They bet on red, and it lands on black.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. One of your sayings that I've heard a lot over the years.
Yeah.
I like it.
Pull it out the pocket every now and again.
People will save all three, and of course with Mir on 2,900 and Fame on 2,550, Fame's going to have enough money with the loss bonus to buy up. Mir will have enough money to drop Norbert, so that's the save as we hoped.
Gaming Legion just looking to save the game right now. Wonderfully worked round coming through from them, showing that they've still got their composure as well. Can they keep it up is the question, Trav, against the monolith that is Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Gaming Legion, when you watch them play, and I have obviously seen them play a lot, even with this team, in other tournaments, and watching them in this tournament too, they kind of reek of a team that you can tell are trying really hard to make it work, but they just don't have the pieces that they truly need to push back to that next level again. I mean, that's to be expected, but just something missing, something small missing that I'm maybe not smart enough to pick out what exactly it is.
The star player? Yeah, there we go.
Maybe that star player.
Oh
nice
my god!
Peek from Jame, and that removes Acor as well. He was holding the line on that position. Jame, is he about to put his foot down?
Okay.
Stax picks up the AWP and gives him some back. There we go.
Yeah, wonderful. Getting a taste of his own medicine. Flit's not going to expect this player as close as he is right now, but that doesn't matter. The adjustment still comes through anyway. Man advantage now for Virtus Pro. Mia looks to further that, but he's taken a lot of damage in the process, and Flit basically finds himself at home. But this time, it's being considered.
This time, finally, Gaming Legion clock onto it, and Kios removes him. Flit, so much damage done from that position, finally removed. Now, Kios is once again up quite far here on A. He'll hear this rotation, and surely he's got a free kill. Oh my goodness, how has Norbert got away with that? Kios, that is one he's not going to want to watch back later. Thankfully, he was just a faker and just selling the ruse. 11-7 for VP. 3v2 on the retake. Snax and Isaac have to hold this.
Oh, are they going to be able to? Isaac has to do it all right now. 1 versus 3 turn, 1v2. He's in a pretty good position, and there's no kits in play here for Virtus Pro either. Isaac good for the second, but the trade comes through straight afterwards, and Virtus Pro get themselves to map and series point.
And playoff point as well. Gaming Legion finding themselves on the edge of elimination. Great retake. Unfortunately, you have to look at Kios and say, if he gets that one kill, it actually changes just everything.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So close, yet so far, Trav. Now they need 5 in a row to get themselves across the line. 5 in a row to force overtime. Now it's not even about overpass. Now it's just about overtime. And I reckon they're in overdrive. And it's about to be game over.
It's the first G of the GG has been typed, I think.
Yeah, seems that way. At least they've got money to reinvest here, right?
Yeah. Kios will be looking back at that one and just saying, oh, it's just so frustrating. I have the drop on him, and as soon as he rounds the corner to check double stack properly, that's when Norbert edges slightly more into the cubby, which means his head isn't exposed as much.
It still feels so brutal. Like, that's supposed to be Kios's frag every single day of the week.
Absolutely right.
12-7.
And that can be the problem for Gaming Legion. What we've seen so many times for them in the past, unfortunately, is that some of these players, the killer instinct for that extra kill that can change something in the mid-game is just not there.
Yeah.
That calmness that we see so much from VP, it's the difference between the two. Sure, Gaming Legion have had some ridiculous rounds on that first map. You should have seen, I mean, if you weren't there for those opening 3, or the last 3, sorry, on the first half of Ancient, they were unreal.
Yeah, I mean, look at Norbert again, though. 17 and 11, Jame 15 and 9. It's still their 2 Kingpins who are doing all the damage and heavy lifting right now for Virtus Pro, not showing signs of slowing down anytime soon. Is this going to be the final nail in the coffin, or do Gaming Legion still have it in them to continue to fight here, Trav?
I hope we get more rounds for Gaming Legion's sake, but VP are edging ever closer. Bit of molly damage to Fame. Isaac. Oh, and that nade will follow up as well. Fame will take a sensible pill and get out of there for a moment.
Oh man, look at the aggression coming through here. The timing couldn't be better. Kios just peeked back in that direction. He saw nobody there as well. A false sense of security now. As Virtus Pro start to close the door in on Gamer Legion, this window of opportunity is going to close shut on the A-bomb site. They need to move now, and they are.
Game holding the line above that smoke. Maybe that boost up on the white box I mentioned could be a possibility. We saw Tyloo get burnt by that one earlier. And we'll drop down for now. It might be a 5v5 retake here. Kios though tagged down. They're planting in that risky corner, which can be spammed down through those smokes, and Snacks is so stuck. Reload has to come in for one of VP, and he's still deciding to hold the line. I respect it, but Norbert hits another big swing. Acor took Jame in the meantime, so 4v4 and a massive retake needed.
There's no way, right? He doesn't just stick this defuse in the smoke right now. He's the only player with the kits in play. This can't be how Gamer Legion's run ends. Thankfully, they're able to deny the defuse, but there's still 3 players to deal with. Acor's missed a key shot. It's only Isaac and Acor left remaining. Isaac's position has now been made known. Desperately spraying in the smoke. I think he's done enough, and yes, Gamer Legion love to fight for another round.
Oh my goodness. What ridiculous scoreline would we have had for VP in this BO3 if Gamer Legion hadn't won these ridiculously close rounds? Oh, how do they keep getting away with it?
That's the problem though, Travis. It's just not sustainable. It's why Gamer Legion, sure, they're able to win around here or there, but you can't consistently rely on that to keep yourself in a game. Somehow though, as you say, they've done it again. Walter White will be proud.
And Isaac there in the end just delighted to have had a player running at him who's 1 HP. Mid-spray, 1 bullet connects, and it's all that's required. 12-8, okay, that could turn into 12-9. Pistols for VP. Jame on, well, I assume has to be a hero AWP. Yes, it is. Did they save one?
Yeah, I think they did.
Did they save one?
I think they did, yeah. So much chaos there.
Yeah.
Didn't even notice.
Did he manage to save on the edge of the bomb site, I believe, on the corner of the building, I would assume.
Either way, there's still quite a heavy investment in this round for VP to make sure they get Kevlar. Lose this, 12-9, Eco 12-10. Gamer Legion at that point really in contention for overtime, but they can't look that far ahead. It has to be focused on the round at hand right now.
Bolt, ooh, okay. He stands his ground for 1, but 3v3, and now Mir's got an AK. You'd expect VP to probably save here, and they definitely will now. Okay, James is still holding toward Con. Isaac comes in from behind unexpectedly, and Snacks is about to meet Mir, pushing toward him. Flit thankfully reacts. His job now definitely is to save. Whether he can get to elevators and grab the Jame AWP is another matter.
Nah,
Isaac's found it, I think.
Exactly, yeah. Isaac's already just thrown it off the edge of the map.
There he goes. Someone on the road below is going to get a nasty bonk.
Yeah, hopefully not, mate. I think that would be quite painful. It's like one of those cartoons, just like an AWP out of nowhere drops in front of you.
What doing?
All right, well, Gamer Legion are doing everything in their power right now to delay what feels like is inevitable. However, that is not going to be what they're believing.
I think it might be a day late and a dollar short, my friend.
Does feel that way, but they need to believe. They need to keep the faith.
Ash certainly did beforehand. I don't think anyone really on our talent team really agreed with the fact that Vertigo could be one they could fight for and really put their foot down on, but they at least are making the scoreline competitive.
I mean, there's been a few shots fired, right? Bogdan in his interview said, yeah, we didn't really see them as the favorites coming into us. We back ourselves. Ash even said, yeah, we lost the first map, but we still reckon we can get across the line on Vertigo and Overpass. So confidence has certainly been there in heaps, but they haven't really matched that in the server so far.
So the money for VP, of course, after that pretty significant investment, it's once again in a weird situ, which is why we're getting a little bit of a pause coming in. There is what we are playing for. ESL Challenger Jönköping trophy, and of course, a spot in Pro League.
Yeah, and 100k as well, you know.
Not bad.
By the way, throw that on top. All right, Gamer Legion. This is not the round to slip up. The hero AK on Flit really the only obstacle in this round. I'd like to see him try use his teammates here as bait, try and cast them in the deep end and see if he can do anything off the back of their lives being lost. Yeah, just, all right, that's one way to try and be the bait, I suppose. Knife out.
Okay.
Is that a rush of blood to the head, maybe?
I'm a bit dumbfounded on that one.
Yeah, speechless.
Fame says, get this round done with. I want guns to finish off this series. Yeah, didn't even bait in Flit at all. So yeah, weird one. Snax has a lot of control in mid, and James has no idea of that. Snax should get a couple of kills maybe in the side here. There's one. Obviously, there's no quick trade from Mir, unfortunately. He couldn't peek on a timing. Snax needs to be careful. Doesn't want to give up an AK. He will to Mir as he comes in to help out, of course, as well. Thankfully, Isaac is still toward that heaven area in the zigzag connector. And Flit is having nothing to do with this, of course, wanting that AK for the possibility at closing out this game and series.
Keep in mind, there's really only one gun round between Gamer Legion and Overtime right now, and it's going to be that round after this because 12-10 the scoreline here. Gun round for VP. If Gamer Legion can win that 12-11, not much money for the CT side at that point. Norbert's hoping he could catch somebody, but he's caught looking the wrong way, and Flit's actually gone down as well, so no AK to be carried through. Enough money for Mir to drop a sniper across to Jame, but I don't know, man. I'm feeling the Overtime magic right now, Trav. Not too far away from Christmas, Christmas miracle. Can I claim that one yet? A month out, maybe not. Bit of a stretch.
I mean, 1 month. I mean, all the Christmas adverts have started. Why not?
Yeah, it's true. They've got the Christmas trees up in the shops, the Christmas music.
They start them all in October at this rate.
That's true. End of Halloween, you start the Christmas celebrations.
Yeah. Flip the switch.
Seems like Gamer Legion have flipped a bit of a switch here.
I think they've got something to be proud of course. I mean, they are playing a team which are current kings of ESL Challenger. Can they keep themselves alive a little bit further? Fame's got a lot on his plate ahead of him. There's a smoke that's going to help him out beautifully for that first, though. Norbert finds two. It's looking like it's the end for Gamer Legion. It's Acor and Snax. Spam through the corner of White Box there on the sandbags. Almost deals with Norbert, but surely this is too far for Gamer Legion.
They've changed up the approach. They go for something different here. The defaults were working so well for them. They tried to go for a direct approach, and it all falls apart. It's now on Snax and Acor to try to recover the situation. They will at least get a bomb plant, but how on earth do they navigate this post plant?
Only one flash for Snax. Somehow, one of these two has to take initiative. Oh, what a spray down from Snax. Are we rolling back the years? 2v3, he finds a third as well. Jame will find it. Now it's all down to Acor versus Jame. AWP v AWP, but this time, Acor's got a rifle. Jame's going to give up that AWP. Going to go to the M4 instead, and he'll win it out. VP, playoffs again in ESL Challenger. Gamer Legion eliminated.
All right, well, that is a great result for Virtus.pro. They get across the line. It looked like they were stumbling a little bit towards the end there, but they do win the round. Snax's efforts go in vain, and Virtus.pro, as a result, progress through to the semi-final.
Nice try from Snax, but not to be. Over to the desk.
Jame feeds off the fame and brings the pain. 2-0 for Virtus.pro as Gamer Legion exits the tournament. A stonking showing from Virtus.pro. Got a little bit close to the end, but the whole way through, Michael, they were in control.
Quite hectic. You know, a lot of moments where it looked like Gamer Legion were going to turn that corner. Again, got off to a pretty rocky start, only getting those 4 rounds on their CT side. But then they find themselves on T, and they were default heavy. They were out-patienceing the Virtus.pro system on the defense. And I think they did a great job of showing that they have some of that extra prowess here. But VP are our elite team here at ESL Challenger.
Yeah, Virtus patience got a bit of a paper in their own playbook. Can you actually say that? I don't think that's the correct way of saying it, but anyway, we have to give a little bit of commiserations for Gamer Legion. They did play well, but Virtus.pro, a whole nother level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
We'll
talk a bit more about Gamer Legion later, but Virtus.pro, maybe over the whole series, what was going right for them? Because today, they just look like such a solid unit, Michael.
Again, I mean, I just feel like I have to highlight Norbert and what he's able to do for this squad. Him, Flit, you know, Jame as well. Those three, as the sort of longer-standing members of this VP core, so to speak, actually did the most amount of work throughout this series. I love that Norbert continues to show that he is more and more comfortable in these roles, because it feels like you just give more and more space for players like Mir and Fame. Like, they're statistically the worst players on this team, which is a good problem to have.
Yeah, you said it. You told me you're proud of Norbert.
I am.
I think we can be. He is doing phenomenal.
And speaking of Norbert, we can hear from him now.
Lovely.
Thank you so much to the desk. So many kind words spoken about you, Norbert. And here's the thing. At the start of this year, this team was saying you weren't good enough. The last time I spoke to you at ESL Challenger, you had just come back. You'd been removed, brought back. It was very confusing. What has happened in the course of a year? Because you are now playing so incredibly well and you look so strong.
Maybe I think it's just because the new game.
You are way too modest. It's not just the new game, but okay, why is it that CS2 just seems to work so well for you?
I don't know. It's maybe because the fresh blood, you know. Maybe that's why. I don't know really.
Okay, we'll talk about your team. I know that you're quite a humble gent. You don't really want to speak about yourself, but I'm telling you, you played very, very well. But in that second map, their map pick, it looked very strong. After halftime, struggling a little bit, lost a few rounds. How did that game go for you?
Actually, the first 4 rounds we lost like the important clutches, and we said that we just need 1 round and we will break them, and it's happened. But on City side, I think we just tried to gamble somewhere, and it didn't go well, and that's why we lost like 3 or 4 in a row. And we just, after their pause, we said just, it's fine guys, let's be calm, and we will win the last round.
And that's what you did. You obviously 2-0, knocked Gamer Legion out of the competition. You'll be going through to the semi-finals tomorrow, so what do you do between now and then?
We'll go eat, and then I don't know against who we're playing, but we will keep playing that much.
Just playing deathmatch. That's going to be the quote, Norbert, that they're going to put on the trophy if you win it. Well done. Let's head back to the desk.
New game, new Norbert by the sounds of it. He's had a brilliant tournament so far, and you know it's worth you know not ignoring the reality that a lot of people are putting criticism on this Norbert move when he came back, saying you know he's mechanically deficient or he doesn't work in this team. We've seen it in the past, but it has to be said in the here and now, Norbert's far from being a liability. He's a huge asset for this team.
It's just the idea that he went from being a player that didn't really have much of like a personal identity or have much of a play style driven to him. You know, maybe of course that was part of the balancing act between him and Kickert, but his time away seemed to have really reignited him, and they seem to have put him in some great spots to succeed as well. I didn't know if Norbert really was even justified joining VP in the first place. Like role-wise, it didn't feel like it made a lot of sense, but now I am fully convinced. I back him, I'm proud of him. Norbert's grown a lot.
He has grown tremendously, and I think when the new game is launched, you always have this. It's either you join in and you embrace it with everything you have. You can hear him. They're gonna go eat, and they're gonna maybe figure out who they're playing tomorrow, and then they're gonna sit and they're gonna play that match. They're gonna grind. They will keep their aim sharp. They are not gonna go and rest until they feel absolutely prepared for whatever coming their way later.
Well, we'll see what that is gonna be. Of course, a lot of games now we've seen of Virtus Pro. Might have lost yesterday to MIBR, but Hege, based off what you've seen, are Virtus Pro the favourites? Is it only Monty that can take them on?
When we're looking at the match statistics, I just want to make a fair point here, because on Gamer Legion, what we have been witnessing, it's been 2 players normally who is miles ahead. But you look at the score. Max, can we bring up the scoreboard again? No? Okay, well look at this then instead. This is of course Snacks and this is a Vault. What I wanted to say is these 2 players have been playing phenomenally throughout the entire tournament. But in this Vertigo, this was a Gamer Legion where every single player showed up, and that will take them to the next level in the future.
Yeah. I definitely think the added confidence of winning a lot of these sort of 1v2, 1vx situations, these late round situations where it feels more intuition driven, it's more individually focused, those definitely I think helped in sort of re-sparking the Gamer Legion side. That scoreboard, like you were trying to mention, very tightly packed. It's not like anyone's really significantly lagging behind. They were part of some of those retake attempts, which honestly, Gamer Legion had some great retakes throughout this series, but they also frequently found themselves down men in post plans and that's because VP just kept breaking in.
Well, then let's reflect on this tournament for Game League. It's been a bit of a roller coaster. We've had some tough words, let's say, on the desk. Throughout, they played some good teams. I'm sure they'll be a little bit disappointed not to make it further, but Hege,
Yeah.
all in all, how do you reflect on Game Legion?
I think that they have a solid foundation here, and if they can keep grinding it out, they have the players, they have the experience in Snacks, they have the superstar potential in Volt. He's been playing phenomenally, he has been consistent, and when Isaac, Chaos, and Acor can join them and, you know, put up the numbers. We have Isaac right here, actually. This is my reindeer from Sweden, Isaac. Randomly named him Isaac. I didn't see that until yesterday. So we'll send Isaac their way as a little mascot for good luck. And you know, I think...
Dressed for the weather.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I do want to just say, this Gamer Legion team do look like they have what it takes. I think getting the words from Ash about, you know, losing confidence on maps, for example, you know, the fact that they're not confident in their Ancient, or they've lost confidence in their Ancient, for example, that was one of the maps that put Gamer Legion on the map as being like an upset team that I think really could compete versus some of the top level teams that could really surprise you. If they've lost confidence in that, it might be mentally driven, like it might not be skill dependent.
I don't think it was necessarily that it was just a bad day in the office, basically. I mean, there are 3 players who's feeling under the weather, not the optimal conditions. And if you've ever been sick at work, you know how tough it is. And then imagine you're gonna have to be 200% focused and everything's on the line. It's really, really tough and difficult. And I know, like, most of us can actually call in sick. But for these players, they don't have that luxury. They have to sit there on stage. It doesn't matter. They can have 14 fever and they will still, because they are so determined, because they are so passionate about what they're doing, because they want to win, they want this, they are hungry. And when we have them all rested up, future tournaments, future Challenger event, perhaps?
I mean, that's the question, because they have 2 more tournaments. They'll be at Eliza, in a couple of weeks, in Atlanta after. And as much as we might have confidence they can, get through this line, they do have the pieces. If they don't get results, that ranking will drop. Less invites, you're back into the online tournaments. That is a rough gig if they don't have performances to end this year, Michael.
It does feel like they'll have regressed. When they first made the Gamer Legion roster, which felt like a bit of a Hail Mary, they took part in open qualifiers for the major, they made the major, and sure, they didn't actually do much more damage at that event, but it actually, I think, sets them up quite well for what ended up being quite a nice run, sort of leading up into Paris. For us now, reflecting on this team, it would feel like massive steps back, especially for players that are trying to re-spark their career and actually had that opportunity in Paris. They need to do some soul searching very quickly, because I do agree, as soon as they start to fall down, then there will probably be some serious questions about whether or not they keep players on the roster.
Yeah, it's always really, really difficult for all Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams, because when you're qualifying for these events, you have to go through open qualifiers. And the level of competition is so fierce and intense that most of the times you are never guaranteed a spot.
Commiserations then to Game Legion. We say goodbye to our 2 British contingents in Volt and Ash. Next up, we're sending the final team into the semi-finals. It's going to be Nouns or Eternal Fire.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
New game, same challenges. Play in enjoyable lobbies. The most feared anti-cheat. The fairest matchmaking. And choosing your preferred server might just help with that pesky peeker's advantage. See for yourself.
La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Well, welcome back to Alan's Corner when it's time to get up close and personal on all things Counter-Strike. I'll be your host, Alan. I'm joined on the sofa by the amazing Hege and the somewhat amazing T.
I'm amazed, not amazing.
Somewhat amazing. I think he's
It's a compliment.
quite amazing.
It's a compliment. I do my best out here. Either way, the main topic for this one is going to be the open nature of ESL Challenger. The idea, of course, is to bring in lesser-known teams. You have the open qualification slots as well as the world ranking invites and getting a slot into Pro League. For those non-partner teams, for teams that don't have all the opportunities, Hege, how important is it to have events like these?
It's super important. You cannot actually describe with words how important it is. How else are you going to be able to showcase yourself, show what you're capable of, performing on LAN, gaining experience? There's an unlimited amount of benefits to having this kind of a tournament circuit.
Especially because when you consider the sort of format that ESL Challenger specifically has, it's very akin to a major format, right? It's two best of ones that you're going to be guaranteed playing if you want to try and go through, if you are in sort of the winner's bracket in that regards, or at least you're going to have a best of 3 elimination as well, right? So it's not exactly the same, but it's quite mirrored, and I think there's a reason why teams that do then go forward to the major after having done well at ESL Challenger then actually do pretty well at majors as well. It's very competitive in that regards.
Yeah, let's look at a graphic here of the previous winners of DreamHack Winter. Now, it's worth saying this open nature of these sort of tournaments started before ESL Challenger. All obviously used to be called kind of DreamHack Open, but a very similar sort of format, having those open qualification routes, lots of ways to get in. Even the 2013 major had BOYC slots, believe it or not, for a major tournament. And yeah, I mean, I love that they've always kept this kind of nature to these tournaments. It feels so important, especially for those lesser regions. And of course, you know, for Asian teams tea time, there aren't that many events they can compete in the first place.
It's gotten better now because more Asian teams have been able to sort of try and set up boot camps in Europe and everything. But the nice thing about this is that you can center your boot camp around an event, right? You've got a month or so heads up. You can center your boot camp. You know you're going to be there for 4 days before, maybe up to 5-6 days afterwards. You have to pay the same flight costs and everything as well. And then you've got a central objective. Otherwise, when you even look over towards teams like the old Tyloo, who were boot camping a fair bit in Serbia, they just went back and were terrible because it felt like they learnt nothing from just scrimming and not having like a central objective. So even the quality of practice for teams goes up massively when you've got something like this.
And to comment on that, when you are qualifying for one of the ESL Challenger events, of course your travel cost is covered by ESL, meaning that these orgs who may not necessarily have that financial backing and have the financial means of sending their team on a large boot camp or a 4-week or a month-long trip overseas, it just enables them to do so much more.
I feel like a big factor as well that an actual tournament over a few days is a focal point. You play in so many of these longer leagues, these drawn-out tournaments, these Swiss formats, and it's so hard to actually, feel like you're doing one thing, one entity. And when you've got one event, especially an international flyaway, it's so much better to have that month going into it where you're prepping your map or you're thinking about these positions, or it's something really to actually look towards. And of course, as we're saying, a lot of these online tournaments don't provide that environment. It's so different when you come to a challenger. You've got 3 days, series play, you've got to prep for them, you've got to come into it, and then you get off the back of the tournament and you actually have time to reflect. So I don't know how it was for you competing, Hege, but when I was coaching, that was a big factor when we were going to tournaments.
Yeah, the biggest factor and the biggest motivation for a team is to have, okay, we are competing at this tournament and we know it. And that's why it's so great when you have these ESL Challenger events that you are actually qualified a month or sometimes even more in advance, so that you have it on your calendar. You have the time to make sure that your team is as comfortable as they can possibly be.
And also, of course, winner of this one picks up the spot in ESL Pro League, and for those non-partner teams, it's probably your best route into it. Of course, Virtus Pro has manipulated that plenty of times, Movistar too. Tea time, playing in those big tournaments, if you're a team like Virtus Pro, you kind of need to be there, don't you?
It's not even just for Virtus Pro. It's sort of, VP is actually in one of the unique positions where even by world ranking points, they might get an invite because, there's obviously that as well in the ESL Pro League. But when it comes to teams like Monty and the like as well, who want to sustain that ranking, when it comes to, for example, like you said, the Movistar riders who might get an upset win or so, ESL Pro League is a tier 1 event. It's got all the best teams in the world. It's got more than the best teams in the world. It's got some of the not best teams in the world as well. And the way the format works, you've got 2-3 lives in it. There's so much more room to accumulate more world ranking points, get more invites later on to events like Challenger or anything at Pro League than literally any other tier 1 tournament in the world right now.
Yeah, and it's another thing to think about there when you are able to play and to rack up a little bit extra of these world ranking points. That means that maybe you don't have to go all the way in the open qualification. Maybe you can get an invite to the closed qualifier, and even that, just to be guaranteed that you're gonna be meeting up against a certain level of opposition, is absolutely crucial to the development of one of the ESL Challenger teams.
I mean, it's also worth saying that beyond just the Challenger events, all the way down the rungs throughout the kind of Face It, ESEA, now Face It system 2,
the Cash
you have
Cup.
all these tournaments, the Cash Cups, the open leagues, all the way up into the Pro Division. They're giving a route to the top that maybe not everyone else provides, and that is so important as a young player growing through the ranks, playing through different teams. There's only one way to reach the top, isn't there, Hege? And that's to play through all the levels.
Yeah, and you have to play a lot. I mean, you just heard it from VP in the interview. We heard it from Norbert. What are you going to do today? Yeah, well, we're going to eat. And then this is even in the pre-game interview where it's like, when did you get up today? Yeah, we woke up early. We came here. We came before the 2 other teams that were actually playing the first game. They're just on the grind, VP, and it's showing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic. And listen, Alan, like you said, there's a lot of playing to do, but ESL Challenger at the very least makes it so that it's one tournament and you're right to the top.
Exciting stuff. Either way, it's time to say goodbye to Alan's Corner, get into Nouns versus Eternal Fire. Hopefully that matchup is just as much fun as it was here on the sofa. We'll see you then.
With the past 2 months, I'll say we've learned a lot. There's for sure a big difference from EU to NA. On NA, most of the stuff that we do works, and EU, most of it doesn't work. So, I mean, you obviously get better practice here. People are actually more serious in practice. Most of the teams that you play don't make you waste your time. Everyone's putting their 100%, giving their all, and ready to go. Well, our main goal, I will say, is be one of the best teams in NA for sure. Improve fast, obviously, qualify to all the tournaments, do good in tournament, not just drop last and learn and improve. I will say we're really high. I mean, we've been practicing for this, we've been boot camping, and we're here for a reason.
Only one spot left in the semi-final. It's going to be Nouns or Eternal Fire. We're going to start off by talking a little bit about Nouns because we had a discussion there on the sofa, but actually NA doesn't have the most opportunities. If you're a team like Nouns, you don't get to play so many tournaments just as a test bed, just as an opportunity to prove themselves, Hege. This is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, and they have already had a great showing, surprised us all by actually beating Eternal Fire in that opening match. And that was such a close and entertaining series.
Oh, it was honestly really good. I was so surprised by how well Marky played. A lot of the other players managed to pick things up later on as well, but Marky was a central figure for that series. It felt like he was him, Alan.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of Nouns, let's hear from them now.
You have the sign to B-Will's secret weapon, some random butt under your table right now.
Yeah, doing some surgery real quick, just getting my PC all right, and yeah, hopefully good.
I don't know which player manager this is, but that's his bum. Anyway, let's get super serious about this matchup. Does Lightning strike twice?
I hope so.
What do you think gave you the win against them yesterday when you were playing Eternal Fire?
I think we had a good game plan going into the match, and I think we just executed well, honestly. We were playing confident, just playing our game, and it ended up working out pretty well.
It's not best of 3, though. Does that change it up a little bit?
A little bit, but not really. Like, we still have a game plan. We're still gonna, play our game, play confident, and hopefully come out with a W today.
Does it help that you were the underdogs coming into this? A lot of people not expecting you to do... I mean, a lot of people didn't expect you to beat them yesterday.
Not really, I would say. I think we're just finally starting to show our potential at these events. The month-long boot camp really helped. So yeah, no, not really.
Let's see how it goes. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Exciting stuff as Nouns gets into this game, but I feel like there's one man we have to talk about. Marky, he was brilliant yesterday. We know he's good domestically, but up against Eternal Fire, Hege, could he be the man?
Absolutely, and I think every one of these players can step up today and be the men. Why not one? You can have 5.
Can you? Listen, I'm with you. Every one of these players can step up, but 5 of them at the same time, that's going to be a bit hard.
Do you think that's because it's a North American team that's
No,
impossible?
I just think 5 players stepping up on a team in general is kind of hard. But listen, obviously, Cynic had a couple of good rounds yesterday as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table over here. Carsten is a player who I do think needed to step up as well, and especially when we consider that the IGLing is back in Cynic's hands. At least that's what we last heard. Who knows? It might have switched the game.
Been a whole day.
Yeah, great job. That's a record for them. But yeah, there's definitely some men over here.
Yeah, and these boys have been boot camping for a whole month leading into this. And that's exactly what we were talking about in Alan's corner, that these ESL Challenger events, they're enabling these teams to travel over to Europe and sit here and have this boot camp experience and just farm.
I mean, we joke about the cooling situation, but it is a big factor for them. They said they were boot camping the whole, at least most of the period, with Carsten. Then it goes back to Cynic. It's a little bit bizarre, and surely it's hard with that instability.
Alan, at the same time, though, I'm going to go back to a point that I tried to flesh out yesterday. I genuinely think that this is very much about Semphis saying that, hey, you guys understand the game plan, but it's all about who remembers it better going into these late round situations, because we did see them struggling a bit in those 5v3s at times where they were over-peaking and the like. But I do very much feel like this is Semphis saying, hey, this is my game plan. You guys need to figure out which one of you can execute it. And right now it's Cynic.
On the flip side, though, it's going to be Eternal Fire. Let's hear from Major.
So this is it. We're about to play Major. Actually, I'm going to stop you right there. Before you get on stage, let's have a chat. You're going up against Nouns. They beat you yesterday.
Yes.
Can they do it again?
I don't think so. We're gonna do our best. It's a revenge match. They beat us this morning, but I hope it's gonna be different now. It's a BO3, so let's see.
Do you think that that's going to be the difference? Obviously, being a best of 3, maybe they lack the depth that they need to take it all the way?
Yeah, I think maybe we have a better map pool. I'm not pretty sure, but I think we have to play like we are favorite team here. It's a BO3, so our Mountain are more calm because like in BO1, when you do mistakes, losing pistol, it's a very short match. So in BO3 we are more relaxed, more calm. So I think it's going to be a good match for us. Let's see.
You had a good start to the day. I hope it continues. Good luck. You can head on off.
Fighting talk from Major. Doesn't sound like he thinks Nouns are that much of an opposition.
I'm not going to lie, Alan, the fact that he's gone out and said, hey, I think our map pool might be better. This is a team that just switched their permaban, and they've got 2 maps that they haven't played a single time in CS2. Nouns, on the other hand, they might not have had the most reps against the best teams, but they have a lot of reps on 6 maps in the pool. They've got decent win rates, yes, again, against certain domestic opposition, but I think he's underestimating Nouns here.
Maybe. We'll see, though, in the veto a little bit later. Here and now, let's talk about some of these players. Of course, Xantares, we're going to speak all about Xantares all day, so let's leave him to the side for a moment. Wicadia, though, he's been a find, hasn't he?
I think he's been playing really, really well, and if I'm not mistaken, this is his first international event.
He played Pro League. He also played in Serbia last week, but not so many. He's definitely a fresh face.
He is Wicadia, and he is here to become the next big superstar of the Turkish teams. I think it's really good what Major and Xantares have spotted in the guy, and
it's also really nice to see, to be honest, the fact that Wicadia is being able to play with an idol like Xantares, right? He's literally, I think he's 6 or maybe even 8 years younger than Xantares. He's probably grown up watching this guy tear apart the entire world. So Wicadia's got so much to look up to. So where all of the conversation about him making a lot of correct decisions comes in, he is literally with his heroes right now.
yeah, look at that. He's putting in the strats on place there on the paper. So that was a thick book of
Xantares go kill?
No, I don't think that's it. And they can't rely on Xantares to go kill. That strategy will, of course, work exceptionally well in Counter-Strike 2 with the peeker's advantage. If Xantares can just go and peek everyone, you know, that's lovely. But you can't just rely on 1 player or 2 players. It has to be the whole team.
I mean, we saw it in the series earlier up against Tyloo. Eternal Fire have depth. They clearly prepare for their opponents. They make shrewd choices. Sure, they can be a little bit inconsistent as a team. But again, with players like Wicadia coming into the academy system, there has to be a solid support network around this team. Otherwise, they wouldn't be having these sort of results.
I think what Eternal Fire is doing wrong is that they let the emotions get to their head. They are a fiery roster. They are passionate, and they are so intense. When they're winning, you know, it's so easy for them to keep that good emotion going and steamroll. But at the Vertigo against Nouns, it was 1 mistake, 1 round that was the difference maker. And you can see how the emotions are getting over a little bit too much. Like they have to be able to look towards Major and try to keep themselves composed.
Yeah, focusing in on the maps. Had a few bans in already. Picks coming through. Tea time, you're looking a little bit perplexed.
I don't know why Vertigo's the first pick coming out from Eternal Fire. I know they like to pick it, but Anubis seems like a free win for them. Now listen, this is where Nouns is always going to have either Nuke or Inferno coming in. Both of those maps are maps that Eternal Fire haven't really played. I thought it would be Inferno because it does feel like you've got more anti-strat material, even if it is from CSGO. But Nuke obviously was their permaban before Ancient comes into play. And now the Mirage ban coming out from Eternal Fire is interesting. But honestly, this is still very strange because this... I thought this would be completely different. I thought it would be Inferno, Anubis, and then Vertigo as decided. Instead, we've ended up on Overpass. Inferno being banned out by Nouns instead. And this is wild to me, the fact that they would first pick Vertigo when Anubis feels like it's one of their consistent go-to first picks when it isn't necessarily a Vertigo available. They are very good on Anubis. It feels like a much more suitable map to beat Nouns on.
Yeah, but Nouns banned it, so they can't really pick
The
it.
graphic is not deceiving us.
No.
It's an Anubis ban for Nouns.
That's crazy.
But that does mean they left Overpass open.
Exactly,
Eternal
yeah,
Fire
yeah.
didn't actually pick it when
No,
they could have. They've
but-
gone a different way into Vertigo. I don't blame you for being surprised
No,
this
listen,
time.
the reason why they're picking Vertigo is obviously they know exactly what went wrong against Nouns on Vertigo. It was one round, and that round had everything changed completely. Now they can go in, they can learn from that mistake, and they cannot repeat it. And then Eternal Fire will most likely win.
I don't know, Hege. I mean, they played one Overpass on CS2, and that was
They
that
don't
was
who cares about the third map? We're not going there.
All right, strong words. Now we've seen the veto. Which way are we leaning, Tito?
I'm leaning in towards Oblivion for now. I still can't believe Overpass made its way through, and I misread Anubis, right? So I'm just completely clueless. I'm going to stick to my guns, and I think Eternal Fire will take this one away, but I do think they've opened up the gate now for Nouns to walk right in.
Yeah, Nouns is not a team that you can underestimate, and that's also a bit scary to me to see. So if it goes all the way to Overpass, Nouns actually have a fair shot at it, but I don't think we're going the distance, so I'm thinking Eternal Fire will win this. Easy peasy 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, the nuke one is obviously in a lot of series, Eternal Fire want to lean away from that, but here, Nouns love nuke. It's a good matchup in that respect. Eternal Fire's winning this series, but I'm telling you, we're getting 3 maps out of this. I really think Nouns are going to win on nuke.
To be honest, Alan, we could theoretically have a 2-0, and again, I'm like leaning in towards Eternal Fire winning, but I wouldn't be surprised if Nouns can 2-0 Eternal Fire either, right? Like what we saw yesterday from them on Vertigo might be slightly over the top from what we expect from Marquee, but the rest of them didn't quite perform as well as you'd hope as well, so, you know, you do expect that to sort of average out a bit, and yes, we saw some fantastic calling coming out from Eternal Fire in the morning, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the same thing happening every single time, right? So I'm really concerned about what this series is going to look like. Nouns could take this 2-0, but I'm with you. It should, at the end of the day, be an Eternal Fire win regardless.
I know how it's gonna look like.
Tell me.
It's gonna look super fucking exciting is how it's gonna look like.
Clean words out from Hege, as always, here on the desk. First map is going to be Vertigo. We've seen this between these teams before. It's worth saying a very close game. Eternal Fire in that one, though. A little bit sloppy, rough around the edges, comms mistakes, a little bit crazy, a little bit wild.
A little bit is an understatement. It
Okay,
was
very
crazy,
crazy.
it was wild, it was sloppy, it was all over the place.
So what needs to change?
You just need to be keeping themselves more composed and more relaxed. You know, don't be so hot-headed. Try to keep your emotions in check.
At the same time, I feel like you guys are being unfair to Nouns right now, because Nouns also had a lot of very easily fixable rounds, right? You're thinking back to the 5v3s that they're losing. You're thinking back to all the anti-half buys and anti-force buys where they're left with only one player. These are mistakes that can sort of be fixed overnight, or at least somewhat band-aided, right? So I do think that although Eternal Fire will have become better, you guys might be underestimating what Nouns
Do you think they have a good analyst and coaching crew behind them now?
Have you seen Semfist? Do you think I'm talking shit about him? Listen, his diet photos look like they weigh more than me.
No, I'm just thinking that if Samfist has been up all night, not grilling chicken, maybe, I don't know what meal prepping is doing, but he has to not meal prep.
He uses fire to cook, okay? That's what Semfist does. He's cooking right now.
He don't need meal prep here, it's map prep. That's the name of the game.
Interesting stuff. Well, we'll see who's cooking on Vertigo. Time to get into game. Bardolph and Hawker, take it away.
Thank you, Alan. A rematch then between these two for the final spot in playoffs here. And the pick of Vertigo, the map they played in the best of one, Eternal Fire lost it. Then they pick it in the BO3. They clearly think they've solved some issues.
Yeah, you've got to have confidence in your own game, that's for sure. So I do like the fact that they've gone back to the well in what's supposed to be their game. On paper, it's supposed to be their game, and they have to be a favourite. They must be a favourite going into this series. Yes, it's going to be a tall order for Nouns to come out on top. The main thing for me that they need to solve in the short term, which may be a difficult thing to do, is solve that hesitation when they have advantages, when they get that early 5-on-4 and they slow things down. It's a typical scenario that can become a problem for younger teams who don't have the experience of their opponent. That's something that was abused against them in some of their matches prior and maybe today. But it's definitely a hard lesson that they learn in those scenarios earlier on. So let's see if they can avoid those scenarios, because they must if they are to have a chance against the likes of Eternal Fire.
Heard Eternal Fire coming into this one with confidence. They think they are by far the better team. But they did lose in that opening BO1. Let's see if Nouns can make them pay again. Is Eternal Fire starting on that T side, and, well, no time like the present for them. They've already got 2 openers.
They're really getting their skates on. It's going to be a difficult one for Nouns, but they are from NA. Mad frag as they will be. CJ trying to get something done, but the net's closing on him. Surrounded by T players. And then it's Marky alone. 1 versus 4. Much for him to do. Seen highlights from him before, but this time it won't be. A solid, confident pistol taken by Eternal Fire. And when you're looking for revenge on a map you recently lost versus a team like Nouns, that's a great way to start things.
Yeah, and I like the way in which they did it as well. Nouns always like to go for aggressive plays, fast plays themselves. So I think Eternal Fire just going for this sort of play early, all groups, smashing this A site. It's a good idea to show that they can play that way too. And that realistically, Eternal Fire should feel they have the better individuals here. When you have Santaras, Woxic, Calyx, Wicadia, all these skilled fraggers on your team, you should be able to use that to your advantage. Exactly what Eternal Fire do. And now they're up against full USPs, so it should be easy pickings in this one.
I feel like that pace was a little overwhelming in that first round for Nouns, the pace that was set by Eternal Fire. That does not bode well. It's not a good early indicator. And again, there is space for them to make errors at the beginning of a game. Expensive lessons to be learned. Versus opponents with just way more stripes on their chest. Look at the confidence of new man Wicadia. That's wonderful to see from an individual point of view, but also somewhat terrifying if you are the opponents. A clean eco for Nouns will allow them to buy in this round. Maybe some limitations in their utility, which may encourage more aggression from the squad. These flashbangs will have to be used very carefully. There aren't so many of them.
Now we'll see if Nouns are willing to make a play early against Eternal Fire in that opening matchup. They definitely were able to throw some wrinkles in there that caught Eternal Fire off guard. For now, looks like a pretty standard start to a CT Vertigo round. Playing 2B, 2A, 1 mid right now. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire happy to slow down the pace themselves in this first gun round.
Holding on to 4 smoke grenades. Nouns will be trying to play a slow game in this particular round. Smokes like that will create an interesting challenge, though. Not dumping their util behind it, however. See Nosrak creeping, trying to find a player through the gap. That's a great 5-on-4 for Nouns. They need to hold on to this lead now and again use that utility they have left. But Nosrak will outstay his welcome. Sort of flashbang was lined up, and they were trying to take too many bites of the cherry on that occasion. 4 CTs remaining. CJ sees them urgently moving forward. He's got a smoke, but there's no way he can pull out utility from this position. Is there any help for him? He's the only man of util left now, but the CTs are here. Running and gunning are those CTs. Down to a 3-on-3. Santaras catches CJ. Now it's Marquis remaining again. 1 versus 2. Both these Ts heavily tagged, but he can't see them for all the smoke. Calyx behind enemy lines now, and that might be the masterful play here. That really makes things harder for Marquis. He wanders to his left, but he's got to focus on the right, surely. Into the sandwich he goes then. Playing the bomb. Before he can even touch it. There will be threats. No kit for Marquis. He needs an engagement here. Doesn't get what he's looking for. That might be the round over right there. There's no way for him to solve this problem.
Those shots were baited beautifully by Major. He might go down, Marky doing damage at the end of the round, but can't win it. That movement, though, to bait the shots out of Marky. As soon as you hear the gun fired, you know he's not on the bomb. Eternal Fire make it work on the A play. Even though Nouns got off to an early advantage, it quickly got turned back into the 4-on-4, and they still had players arrive on the rotate. They were able to put that smoke down onto scaffolding, but Xantares just snuck straight through. That seemed to cause a big issue there for Nouns. Made Eternal Fire come out on top in the trades.
We didn't see the first kill onto Nouns, but we did see the flashbang being lined up for the player who was lost.
Yeah.
And that's one problem where you're grinding to higher levels as well, trying to find more resolution in a situation which you'll get punished for at higher levels. Great start to that round for Nouns, but again, painful lesson at the end of it, which leaves them with a hero AK in the hands of Marky. Number of pistols. Promising start from B-Wills though. Trying to nade the gun towards himself. Managing to collect that. Nicely done. Good upgrade for him. Does Cynic swing for these riflers now? Seems they'll be going for the peaks first. There's Marky. That's unfortunate. I think a lot of people are having the pistol swing there. Pull the crosshair away, have the rifles follow up. 2 rifles lost then. In a nothing round for Nouns. Anything here is a bonus, really.
It's well executed by Major. Just having that crosshair at good headshot height. Never really had to move it away from that. Ended up getting those kills very quickly. Like to do some damage here, Nouns, if possible. But Eternal Fire will have a very good start here, showing us why they picked this map. Even if they may have lost it against Nouns yesterday, seems like the adjustments are working for them right now. Eternal Fire, a team who in the past have been known to chop and change their roster to a ridiculous level. Felt like every month they were making a roster move. This roster has been together for a fair few months now. I know that Woxic said he didn't really feel right in the team the first time he joined them. He took a break, he's back now, and he feels like the team's in a much better place. So I'm hoping we can get some stability from this Eternal Fire roster. And making playoffs here would be a good way to show that they are moving in the right direction. Definitely a good start for them, and you would have to say they are solid favorites here against Nouns. Doesn't mean that Nouns can't compete, though. We saw that yesterday. And they have got a full gun round out again. Let's see if Nouns can finally get on the board.
Difficult start to Vertigo. Provides an interesting focus on when that AWP eventually comes out. Can they hold on now? Marky finds the second, and Cynic will clean up for him. Picking up the slack there. That's a great response. Great teamwork from Nouns, but still a brittle round for both squads. Eternal Fire can afford to lose this round. Nouns, on the other hand, still looking for their first. So much time on the clock as well. If Eternal Fire play their cards right, they may find a 2v1 situation if they go to the right bomb site.
Complete silence, trying to make Nouns second guess. With only 3 CTs up, you are going to have to leave some areas of the map pretty exposed. This A site looks fairly open right now. Carson was playing so far back that he didn't really have the ability to respond. Even if he deploys this nade, he's alone, so just damage to the bomb planter. And that gives Eternal Fire a pretty decent chance in this post one.
Oh, that's so dicey for Arcadia. Does that smoke help Woxic, though? See how these angles play out. There's a lot of util here for Nouns. There's the first swing. Beautiful work. Little shoulder peek, little jiggle. And they will be on the scoreboard. Finally, pick up their first round. 3 surviving will be great as well. Picking up that Krieg is an option.
Yeah,
they take it through.
See, occasionally, I feel like it's always the AWPers that get it. When they just want to sort of hold the line, they can't afford the AWP. Can be pretty good. That's the kill that really makes the difference, though. And I liked that Nouns were pretty comfortable just sitting back when they had the man advantage there. I think they knew they had so much utility that as long as they held that, they were going to have a good chance at a retake. But yeah, getting that kill through the smoke makes things easier, so Nouns will be happy they've got their first round on the board, but hoping they can make it even more here.
Eternal Fire hungry for an early engagement. A lot of utility being dumped on both sides of the map. CT's keen to stop any shenanigans as Arcadia creeps around the smokes. Again, an early 5-on-4 for Nouns. Santaras has found a gap though. Trying to pull the CTs out of position now. Find himself a duel, a 1v1. Rather you than me if you're going up against Santaras. There's the first one, looking for the second, but Cynic will trade. They keep the man advantage. 4 standing will be important with a minute on the clock for Eternal Fire.
Oh no, Carson spotted. Arcadia runs him down. And now Nouns might start to panic. They'll realize this A site is vulnerable. Only the one smoke available for Eternal Fire. If they wanted to come A, it would have to be that deep smoke in. And the rest of the squad was a little behind, so Arcadia will try and get into the sandbags. He's able to find the one headshot. But now with 33 seconds remaining, it's into this 2-on-2. And Nouns are more focused on A right now, but that's about to change. They're about to leave the A bomb site at just the wrong time.
2 smokes and a molly. Can they find the angles? Can they coordinate for a retake here? 2 kits as well. Are we going to see a smoke defuse attempt? Eternal Fire falling back. There's the first smoke. CJ up top's got another one. Spotting one on the ramp. Now they know where both the players are. There's a great angle for Woxic though. Look at the damage being absorbed by Nouns. CJ 1 versus 2. It's not if so much as it's when they goes for the smoke defuse, but he can't find the bomb. He's still holding a smoke. He hasn't dropped his jet, waiting for the peaks. They had the util, but they're not showing these Ts, and surely it's too late now. Eternal Fire keep those wheels turning and clean out the money from Nouns again.
You can definitely see both of these teams happy to fight and then pretty happy to slow it down as well once we get into the mid-round. But it seems like Eternal Fire just constantly have the slight edge right now. And that could add up very quickly if they keep on edging out these rounds. You can see in the economy, though, these rounds have been close. Major is actually on a Tech 9 in this very round, even though they're 5-1 up. So at any moment, economy could be broken here. Eternal Fire have to keep it up.
We've seen more than one occasion where A-Ramp has felt vulnerable for Nouns. They'll get another 5-on-4. A promising start, continuing to show presence. Major will collect a rifle lost by his teammate. Okay, wow, okay. We are losing all kinds of Eternal Fire players, and indeed, this is the kind of round that Nouns are looking for. But Carson's caught again, this time in mid by Major. 4 will survive at the end of the round. There may be some upgrades indeed. B-Wills gets an AK after buying an MP9. The window has opened for Nouns to step in. The money's been well and truly broken for EF.
Yeah, Nouns were just hanging in there the entire time. Even though the scoreline didn't look good, they were making the rounds close enough. Eternal Fire definitely don't mind making Xantares the super soldier, though. And he's going to have the 1 AK dropped over to him by Major in this round. Hasn't been a great start to this one for Xantares. Maybe now is the moment we see him activate. We'll see a lot of the hero AWP rounds. Starting to see more of these hero AK rounds as well. Always interesting to see how you try and activate this man. Looks like it might be Xantares allowed to take contact himself, but the flash so good against him. Alex is able to trade, so that AK will be transitioned. Eternal Fire will have more chances.
Only Woxic has Kevlar. AK is thrown to him. Chain flashes are so powerful in Counter-Strike, as we just saw. He was eating a lot of that flash as Woxic goes fishing. Perhaps a question of damage in this round for EF. Do they have enough numbers to cause some pandemonium? See the pistol players risking life and limb to get the information. There's No util to get a bomb plant, just the one flash to try and swarm a bomb site. Nouns should be good to win this one, but he needs to win it with good numbers as well. Very expensive to buy on that CT side. So again, you see the pistol player's debate. He's there to be the bullet sponge and create space for that rifle behind. And that's exactly the trade that they're looking for. And now things become dangerous for this CT side. Carsten lost as well. B-Wills and Cynic remaining. Cynic can run distraction. Maybe B-Wills can activate off of this. Indeed he can. That'll certainly help. Only 2 surviving at the end of the round, but maybe winning the round is enough for Nouns. 3-5.
Yeah, important reposition and forward movement there from B-Wills. I think that was a really good decision because it means he's not as worried about that wrap that could be coming in through mid. So instead, he can focus on the stairs at first, gets him that first kill, an unexpected angle as well. And he turns around to close out the round, but still made close, still good damage, and Eternal Fire themselves will take that. The problem is, I don't know if their money is actually that good into this round. They eked out the Hero AK in the last, but you see their cash in this one. Just a little short across the board. Might have to be pistols again. And this could turn into a solid recovery from Nouns.
Yeah, that lack of bomb plant was instrumental.
Absolutely.
In the awkwardness for Eternal Fire in round 9. And that really gives Nouns some much needed breathing room where they could come out of this half with a reasonable number of rounds, although how much do they need at a minimum depends on how they perform on the T side. Again, that question of hesitation looms large. The shadow of that looms large over this squad, playing at this level.
I feel like Xantares is slightly overbought here. Down to $900. We're only on a $2,400 loss bonus. So they can really do with that bomb plant again, just to make sure everyone's got enough cash for the future. Eternal Fire, definitely a team that likes some of these set plays, these set nades from far away. That's what they're going to go for here.
Marquis may be in trouble. Alley-oops of his own. Will it save him though? No. In comes that Tech 9. And look how the space is being created by Eternal Fire. Again, when there are Tech 9s, there are plans, and they are often violent and very, very painful indeed. You have to wonder if Nouns will commit to a retake here. 3 versus 5. They could lose everything and their economy. They're already hanging around for too long. I think that's the kind of scenario where you've just got to call it immediately. You've lost position versus Tech 9s. There's too many man on road. And look what this will do to Nouns. This is a disaster. They had to get out of there immediately. As soon as it's 3 versus 5, they've got no footsteps on the bomb site. They need to fall back, hold on to what they have. They haven't been able to do that. Marky's got $100.
Yeah, a little naive, I think, from Nouns there. Once you're down in that 3-on-5, you've lost B. Your chance of winning the round has got to be less than 5%. It's got to be so low at that point. And I understand you feel like you're against a lower buy. You feel like you want to get the round win. But sometimes you've got to learn when to fight the right battles. As for Eternal Fire, they come in with a really quick set play in mind. That smoke all the way deep in. And just the flashes allow Major to get close range so quickly. The Tech 9 getting in there, the Mac 10 of Xantares as well. The investment pays off. And now Nouns on the verge of falling really far behind if they lose this one.
Very quick control towards the ramp again. It has been vulnerable for Nouns. Good use for Nouns at this point, though. Can fight back a little, but Eternal Fire have got such aggressive angles already. They've got the confidence. We've seen the one-taps from Wakadia. He knows when he doesn't need a second. Just this sheer aggressive presence will force them to dump so much util as well. Very nervous territory for these CTs, but good damage with that HE at least. Carsten's been caught before by Eternal Fire around this bomb site and in mid. Xantares creeping now. He's got to take a stand here. That's a great hold from Carsten. TJ will be isolated though, forced away by the flames, and Carsten has to deliver. Won't find that second frag though. Still some util to be deployed. Grenade avoided. Smoke's up, bomb planted. Now it's down to Nouns to figure it out. 4 on 4. They've got 1 smoke, 1 HE in the hands of B-Wills. And Eternal Fire have got many guns and many angles. There's no money to force Major from his position. Plenty of pre-fire coming in from Eternal Fire. Nouns being very, very careful. 2 kits on the 4 players. Another meaty HE goes past Mercadia. That smoke is up, that smoke is deep, but no one's on the bomb itself just yet. And there's Marky trying to hold the angle down. A quick reload as Calyx starts to creep through, and Marky will help defend, but the bomb diffuser has been stabbed, and that's going to be a wrap. Or is it? Have they got time to get this one? It's going to be so close! Oh, no!
Not quite. Fumbling around in the smoke.
Did he come off the bomb at the last second as well?
It did sound like another diffuse sound came through. Not entirely sure. Either way, it is an Eternal Fire round. That is the main takeaway. In the midst of all the chaos, the knife came out from Mercadia. That was a huge moment. And then you see Nouns desperately searching for the bomb. I think they took a little too long to find it. And now into the last round. Or getting in towards the last round here of this half. Nouns have to go for this low buy. This could end up being a dominant half for Eternal Fire. Just feels like a different Eternal Fire today. That previous game against Tyloo, their individuals look so good. Speaking of, that's a nice shot from CJ. He out, but Xantares will put it down quickly. I think Eternal Fire should have this handled.
Mercadia's been such a great addition to the usual suspects, the tumble dryer of Eternal Fire players. The tombola, if you will. I don't know if anybody outside of the UK uses a tombola.
I don't think so.
But he has been a great addition. Great addition to the potion of Eternal Fire. Great confidence for such a young player as well.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that makes all the difference for Eternal Fire. That they can just stick with this lineup, consistently get results. Does seem like they are trending in the right direction. And again, playoffs here, and potentially further, would be a great way to prove that. Quad kill for Xantares. Haven't said his name too much so far in this game, but he deals with the pistols comfortably there. And now heading into the last round of the half, Nouns could be down 9-3 unless they can win this one. And while I'm not going to say any lead is insurmountable, that feels like one that's going to be very hard to come back from. And it is Eternal Fire's map pick, but it just feels like they are slightly outclassing Nouns right now.
Let's not forget the recent, very aggressive challenge from Eternal Fire on the ramp, this time somewhat silent. Holding on to a lot of util. We've seen these grenades before, but what comes behind them? Often teams will set up a similar round, but do something slightly different to catch you off guard. Sending it into the B-bomb site. Marky can see a little better this time, but not for long. B-Wills will eventually try to limit the positions on that bomb site, but to no avail. B-Wills and Cynic are gone. 4 on 2. What is left in this round for the CTs? Carson's got something to say. Carson and CJ trying to get work done. 1 versus 3 then. Supreme confidence, but too many angles towards the end. 9-3, a solid half from this squad. We're going to a break. Call your grandparents. See you in a few minutes.
Always thought I could walk through fire.
Welcome back to DreamHack Jönköping. We return on Vertigo, the first map of this best-of-3 series. Nouns have got some coming back to do because they trail Eternal Fire by 6. The favorite team is in control for the time being. After a very prompt pistol, we'll see if the second one looks the same. This is a must-win round for Nouns, otherwise they are going to have one foot in the bin as far as this first map is concerned.
See if the North American representation can step up on this T side. Definitely feels more competitive than the scoreline is showing. And Cynic has got them off to a good start here. There is a nade in play, but I don't think anyone's low enough to fall from that. Bomb yet to be planted. There is that nade and a shot through as well. But it looks like that bomb will go down.
Carsten's got a Molotov. Does he have a lineup? Oh, Marky, speaking of lineups, Arcadia drops him before he can fall back. I don't know if that Molly's going to buy them enough time. They need to find some frags. CJ's dropped as well. Carsten needs to deploy that. He's the only man standing, the last man to fall. And that bomb is defused very quickly indeed. I think that pistol round might have been faster than the first one. Double figures for Eternal Fire immediately.
Yeah, they smashed that A site. I love it. But it doesn't work out for them because of Arcadia. This man delivering huge impact here. So that's the first, just maybe on the side of the smoke. That one, absurd. But he knows that someone's likely going to run away from the site after planting. Some lovely shots from him. Arcadia looks like a real important piece to this Eternal Fire puzzle already. Look at this though, Nouns in with the force buy and in with the pace quickly.
Oh, you are in for a bad night if you're trying to swing behind your own smoke. That just shows how dire the situation is for Nouns. That was pain. Wow.
I mean, listen, we've seen that's how Nouns like to play, but that is something Eternal Fire are clearly prepared for now. And they had so many players on mid, shut it down entirely. And to be honest, they might have shut down this map entirely. 11-3, a full save effectively for Nouns. And listen, that first half, it definitely felt closer than the scoreline is showing. But at the same time, Eternal Fire just always having that slight edge. It looks like they could come away with a convincing first map win here.
Full control. Maybe Nouns had to win it in 3. That can often be a plan at this level. Maybe it's the plan today.
It's just such a stark contrast from yesterday, where Nouns were able to win on this map against Eternal Fire 13-11. It was such a close map. Eternal Fire have clearly taken their lessons from that.
Yeah, a little familiarity goes a long way, as we can see here. So much echo in those jumps. A bit too much, if you ask me.
Yeah, it might be. Ooh, such a tight angle. Santara's low on health. Might let someone else take over.
Yeah, you don't need to take that duel. It's such a little channel for you to peek in. That's exactly what a Deagle player wants you to do. So disengage and post up elsewhere. Coming in for that bomb plant now. May not be enough by the end of this, but who knows? They're 3-on-3. CJ and B-Rolls are combined 16 HP though. That might be an issue for him. Smokes are up again for Eternal Fire. Flash comes in first, and here is the swing. No smokes needed, nowhere to hide for Nouns, as the 12th round is reached. Inevitably, perhaps, for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it feels like their map pick is absolutely going to be converted here. And then the question for Nouns is, how can they recover for the rest of the series? They have got their map pick of Nuke coming up after this one. A map we don't see much of from Eternal Fire. So definitely an opportunity for Nouns to try and get back on track. I am really liking what I'm seeing out of Eternal Fire here. And that's even without some of their bigger names showing up massively. Alex has not really been needed too much. Zantares has not had to have too many big moments. Maybe that goes to show that Wakadia is the new blood in the team and lead the way for them. Here are the AKs for Nouns, and Marky's got them off to a good start. He is meant to be their standout performer, so good to see him getting them into an early advantage. And that aggression from Calix was wild. He got one out of it, but Nouns still on top.
The utility towards A has been necessary in many a round. Util remaining for Nouns. Invites a wall of smoke on a plant. All too common on Vertigo. See CJ with the lineups to take the angles away. Great use of the molly as well, but how about a lineup from Wakadia? Buying some extra time, allowing the CTs to get a little closer. Woxic might even have time to line up a incendiary of his own. There it is, a little too late. Smoke stops it anyway. Wakadia just scanning now, looking for someone to finish off. Carson versus 2 to hang on for another round on Vertigo. Woxic holding the angle now. Carson will finish him off though, but the bomb will be defused. A comfortable victory on the first map of the series. Only one team turned up for that one. It was Eternal Fire.
Absolutely, one-way traffic. And listen, Nouns, they've got more chances in the series, but Eternal Fire looked very good there. Nouns are going to have to step up their game because otherwise they could be going home way quicker than they would want.
Very difficult first map for them, but again, their plan may have been in 3. It becomes all the more urgent now as there are no more maps to lose for Nouns.
They say revenge is a dish best served cold. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense because Eternal Fire were bringing the heat. Massive turnaround from what we saw yesterday. What went right today, Hege?
Everything went right. This is Eternal Fire as we know and love. This is them firing on all cylinders. The hard, heavy hitters was on. They were working hard. They were really, I would say, in a Norwegian, a Swedish expression, they were absolutely panging hard.
What does that mean?
We would say panga hårt, meaning that you're just a heavy hitter. You're just hitting your shots, basically.
Wow, what do you make of that, Tito?
I'm hitting
never
myself.
heard of panging hard?
I haven't heard of panging hard or whatever that was, but no, I mean, I'll take your word for it. But listen, I was hitting myself very hard because I don't know about what went right. I went wrong. I doubted in Major. I doubted that the Vertigo was going to be the right thing to pick. I was wrong. Okay, fine, fair enough. But listen, at the end of the day, they clean up their act so much more. And it's not even just that. It's, I feel like a lot of times they didn't even need to have a clean act because they were steamrolling so hard it never got to those close situations where maybe you're over-peaking too much. If you're over-peaking and you're getting a kill every single time, then it's just peaking.
Either way, we've got our girl on the ground. What's going on, Tech Girl?
What's going on? I know what panging hard means, but it's not appropriate for broadcast, so I won't explain it to you. In fact, what I'm rather going to do is chat to some of the fans that are sitting in the crowd. This is Josh, and he's actually a familiar voice if you're in Australia because you cast Counter-Strike. Australia is very far away from DreamHack Winter. What are you doing here?
Oh, it's just a casual walk, you know. Nah, meeting up with some friends, got a lot of EU teams I cast as well. So meeting up with all of them, which was pretty awesome. And that's pretty much it. And watching some quality Counter-Strike.
So you came all the way from Australia to Sweden?
Yeah, pretty much.
How long is that flight?
20 hours.
That is an entire day to watch this matchup. What do you think so far about Eternal Flames up against Noun?
Well, Eternal Flames are showing up.
It's Eternal Fire. I did get that name wrong. I was getting excited because you spent 20 hours traveling here. But do you think that they can take this 2-0?
Xantaros is looking great. Yeah, they probably will. Like, if he's just heating up, he's just going to just wipe Nouns. I mean, Vertigo was a bit of a, a aberration that they lost. And they just, bang, resiliency, huge.
Very interesting as well that we're sitting next to this Eternal Fire flag over here. I got all the fans. You guys want to make some noise?
Eternal Fire, I just saw the pony, man, and I thought that you were a fan of theirs.
Yeah, we're French, so we have to support the French team. Unfortunately, they lost, so we are here for major because we need to represent. So, but we're happy.
Very happy. There we go. Got lots of fans. I'm going to leave you to enjoy. Do you have enough monster energy to get you through after 20 hours of flying?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay, I'm still revving on it at the moment.
Look how good I am at getting that ad spot in. Back to you, Adam.
There you have it. Major stealing the 3D Max fans. They're enjoying what they're seeing. What do you make of that, Tea Time?
I mean, I've got to say, I'm just really impressed that we actually got an Australian over here. It feels like Greyhound's been trying to do that for years and they haven't managed it.
Sorry.
That is stern words. Stern words. Reflecting on that game, though, we talked about what went right for Eternal Fire, but for Nouns, they looked good yesterday on Vertigo. What were the differences, Hege?
The difference today was that Eternal Fire was having absolutely none of it. The players on Eternal Fire, Vicadia, Centaurus, Voxis, Callis, Major, every single one of them stepping up. And when you are playing 5 versus 2.5 men, then, that's easy mathematics. But for Nouns, you have to give commendations for Cynic and B-Wills. I think they did a phenomenal effort. B-Wills with almost 80 ADR there. He's doing a lot of work, doing a lot of damage. It's just the frags were not coming through.
Let's focus in on 2 of those Eternal Fire players. Xantares and Wicadia. They were brilliant. Yeah. What's going so well for them, Tea Time?
I mean, everything is going so well for them. If you compare it to yesterday, obviously Xantares still had a wonderful performance then. But if you compare Wicadia in particular, Wicadia yesterday really struggled up against the highly aggressive style of the Nouns. Now that he knew what to expect, now that Major had maybe debriefed him down and sat him down a bit, like, listen, man, it's really not that different. They just press W more than some of the teams that you're used to. Just try and fight back head to head. He really embraced that. Right now, he ended up on, 17 kills or so across 16 rounds. Yesterday, he was on 16 kills across, 24 rounds.
Yeah, what Wicadia is so good at is just finding these incredible timings. We saw it in a previous round where we're catching this player jump spotting, and he's just going for it. Then when he gets that initial frag, he knows the site is clear. He knows how these Nouns players are, and he's just he's taking advantage of the situation, pushing forward and getting this whole thing done.
And I feel like yesterday that wasn't necessarily true, right, Hege? Because yesterday, Wicadia, he is characterized by a lot of very good late round play, but yesterday just felt like he was getting the worst of every single late round exchange. If he's trying to go for a timing, maybe he's hesitating a bit too much, maybe he's not really completely ready for what's on the other side.
That hesitation.
Yeah.
When you're hitting a timing, you don't have time to hesitate. If you doubt yourself a millisecond, don't go for it. If you feel confident, like we saw him playing today, you're gonna feel like it's just flowing.
Yeah, press W, don't press shift. That's sort of the rule.
Looking at it that way. On the flip side, Nouns, Marky was brilliant yesterday on Vertigo. This time, he still was top fragging for his team, to be fair. What were the differences?
Unfortunately, it really did feel like yesterday he was winning every single duel show. I mean, you can see right there on the head-to-head, hey, guy, I'm going to scoot over a little bit more so towards this one. But, you can see, oh, okay, all right. You can see yesterday, in the head-to-head, he was just really, really killing it. Now, admittedly, he didn't have 48 kills, which is sort of what is said. I feel like that feels unreasonable across how many rounds though, Alan, but I can promise you he was doing much better yesterday than over here because Wicadia wasn't fragging like he was. Calyx felt like he was losing out on everything as well in that regard.
This number is probably the one that will show it the best. The ADR is upped. The cost from 73.3 to 67.2.
Listen, statistics are just numbers. This is a game of feelings, right? You got to beat your chest, go out there, fight it up. And I felt like when Marky hit his chest, he might have hit a little bit too hard, Alan, because he did seem slightly crippled in the fight. He was able to take, he was flashed more often. He wasn't ready for some of the timings that Wicadia was hitting very often. It felt like, yes, he could win a straight up 1-to-1 duel. His hands were still working fine, but he wasn't getting it as often as you'd like to see.
If only Marky was as versatile as our set. Next map, though, is going to be Nuke. And as much as that first map didn't go brilliantly for Nouns, Nuke, one of their best maps, Eternal Fire, long-time permaban, only recently in their pool, there are still chances here to take this the distance.
Sure, but also when you look over towards the win condition for Vertigo yesterday, it did feel like Nouns put in a lot of preparation. At the same time, Eternal Fire has not been permabanning this map out for about 3 weeks now, I think. That means they've been practicing it. That means they do have strats on it. And those strats are something no one has ever seen.
Yeah, and do you know who's brought them? And do you know where he's brought them from? That is major, and he has brought them from France, and we all know how good the French teams are on Nuke.
I guess that's true. My fear is they haven't played an official in CS2 on it. Practice is one thing. Officials are very different. Who knows what Eternal Fire we're going to see? What spots are they playing? What rounds are they running? If their opponents don't know, they don't know either. It's going to be madness.
I might know, actually, Alan, funnily enough, because if you look over towards some of the past games that they've played on CSGO overall, one of the interesting things that they do is that they use Vicadia as a rotating piece. They like to chuck him out and really send him outside. They like to use him on the inside of the A-bomb side, and they go for these three-man back plays with Woxic, Vicadia, and Xantares to try and get aggressive with them. So you're going to see a lot of very firmly moving pieces that are very hard to counter out if you haven't played against a style like that. And honestly, I don't think Nouns is ready for what's going to hit them on Nuke. That's why I thought they'd be picking into Inferno maybe. More anti-strat material as well in that regards. You can't anti-strat a three-man death ball that's been running here and there and wherever it wants to go.
Interesting stuff. Either way, Nuke up next. Nouns backs up against the wall. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament. You do not want to go anywhere.
Nouns need Nuke. It's as simple as that. They lose Eternal Fire's map pick. They lose the map they beat Eternal Fire on yesterday. But what a turnaround there from Eternal Fire. They really dominated that map. They did so much work. And now Nouns have got to show that they've got that heart in them. Otherwise, they're going home.
Yeah, we need to see why they chose to take the fight to Nuke. Great response from one match to another from Eternal Fire, but to be expected. That's what I expect them to deliver, absorb the information and exploit it very quickly indeed. But how adaptable will they be on Nuke, which they haven't played so often historically, but are more open to it than before. Quite interesting to see. I thought this was an interesting matchup on paper before the match started. Wasn't so on the first map. Very dominant from Eternal Fire. Not enough oxygen for the Fire of Nouns in that first game. The second one must be different, otherwise it's time to go home. Simple as that.
Well then, Nuke, a map that Nouns have had a lot of success on. Good reason why they picked this. 83% in the last few months for them. That is mostly, almost all against American competition though. Playing against a European team can be very different. It's going to be Nouns starting on that T side, moving in towards Yard. Good flash onto Xantares, but Woxic here for cover. And he's able to get that quick adjustment.
Very nice opening from the robot. Wacadia's here as well to deliver his second of the round. Very snappy with these dualies. Starting to wonder if Nouns are going to win a pistol round in this series. They lost them in devastating fashion in that first game. Didn't make things much easier for them. Just the one kill. Make it two in this round. All right then, Cynic. That P250, he's got the range to take these fights. Oh, you heard Calix. You heard him, but can he find him? Calix is so low as well. Just needed the one bullet. You can see the frustration. That is 0 for 3 pistols so far.
Yeah, Cynic was on for a real impressive round there as well. He already had 3 and a couple of nice shots in the mix. So once you hear that player behind, you know you have an opportunity. You know you can force it into 1v1 fights. So I think it's more the potential of what could have been for Cynic. Could have had an ace clutch there. Instead, it's Eternal Fire who holds strong. And again, Wacadia just looking so reliable for this team. He gets the rifle out early thanks to a couple of kills in the pistol. Not much of an investment from Nouns outside of Carson, who has full bought with the Tech 9. Not sure if that was part of a plan, maybe trying to do a bit of damage. But it's not going to be easy to do here on Nuke.
Yeah, they've got no flashes. It's a very bad round for Nouns.
Cynic spent all that extra money on a Deeg for this one. See if he can continue to feel it over towards Yard.
It's going to be so very hard to take a duel when no one's got any Kevlar. Even worse now. He's on his own as well. If he loses this Deagle, no one's going to be picking it up anytime soon. They are extremely squishy, like a child's toy. Down the drain they go. Money amounted to absolutely nothing. We'll see what Carson's left with for this round. Buys armor, 1,500 to spend. A Mac 10 collected. That's workable. However, right now, they've only got one flashbang. The second one collected by Cynic. This may be très difficile.
Let's see what the first gun round entails for Nouns. Often you'll get those Yard smokes down, but with a Mac 10 in the mix, there is the potential to go for a faster round instead. That from Xantares crossing into Secret early. That will give good information to Eternal Fire. They can be confident that they don't need to rotate down to B until Xantares gets some contact. Woxic is also ready to assist. Looks like it might be Woxic spotting for info first, and then maybe allowing Xantares to peek from the unexpected angle if necessary. But for now, Nouns not making that further move. The smokes might change things though. Molly goes in, but Xantares is still there. CJ looks somewhat ready for it as he crosses, but not an easy angle for him. Xantares wins that fight and spots that it's a fake.
A lot of information for the squad. Containment. Left on a Petri dish to be studied by Eternal Fire. Nowhere for them to go, really. They are not being allowed to play their game. At the mercy of Eternal Fire, and that clock is ticking. 2 flashes in the hands of Marquis. Mac 10 still in play. But what is the play? Feels like Eternal Fire are holding all the cards. Major inside the hut could be a nasty surprise unless Beebles is ready for him. Distracted by Woxic. Easy cleanup, barely any damage done whatsoever in that round by Nouns.
Eternal Fire just constantly one step ahead of them. Pretty standard round from Nouns. It's one that you will see a lot of teams try to run, a little fake towards Yard. They hope they can get that player down secret, force some rotations, and then make the most of that elsewhere. But as soon as Xantares stops them with that first kill, it just gives so much information. Eternal Fire know exactly what's coming. You saw how ready Calyx was at ramp, prepared with the utility. And now Nouns down on the pistols. Might try and inject some more pace into this round.
1 flash. That better be a god flash. Might not even get that far. Making their way down the vent. The bomb's been lost, though, in the smoke. Cynic going for a run. Down goes CJ. Oh, he's collected the bomb, actually. Has he got a chance to plant it, though? A desperation plant attempt from CJ. That'll be successful, but it may be the only success they find in this round. B-Will's looking for a flank, but Major's been patient. He's heard the sound cues. He knows exactly where he is.
This has been a clinical start for Eternal Fire. Just look at the kill count for Nouns. Cynic is the only man who's done anything. And I'm pretty sure
those
were
the
3
pistol.
kills with the pistol.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Oh, dear.
Okay, come on then, boys. Let's get something going here. This is an elimination match. You do not want to go down without a fight.
They need to find a way to get an early 5-on-4.
Yeah, I don't know if you can let Xantares continue to play in secret like that. It's just so much information. The rest of the squad are going to be really ready.
You know, I paused because I was just looking at the situation for Eternal Fire, but bearing in mind, no one's got a kill since the pistol, unless we're mistaken. Wakadia, like, Major's got 9k, Wakadia's got 8k. Normally the task is to chip down to gradually break the economy of the CTs, but when is that going to happen?
Oh, that's what they needed. The trade happens early. That will force a response, force a rotation out of Eternal Fire. And Woxic is actually the man who's moved back. So Nouns are sneaking up through Yard. Eternal Fire will be aware this is a possibility, but it's still some good ground gained by the North American squad. What can they do with it, though? That's the question. How can they turn this into a hit onto a bomb site? Because Woxic is still holding, just from a really passive angle.
You know the dry peak is coming.
That's the response from Eternal Fire, though. Push into lobby. They know this A site's vulnerable. 30 seconds remaining. Wakadia looking back. Where do Nouns end, though? They're still not decided.
Got a disengagement from Wakadia. And that's the crucial information, the bomb rotating down towards B. That's what they were looking for. And Woxic is in position. Marquis is the only man with a smoke. I don't know if he's going to be in position for this. Woxic gets surrounded, and this might just work out for Nouns. 3-on-2. With the money Eternal Fire have, well, Wacadia's damage that he's taken is a question. The worst case, they just want to take as many AKs away as they can with the money they've got. Door is open, no one's showing just yet, but that is a great piece of utility. Even better headshot, so needed for Marquis. Wacadia now. Oh, he just ran out! That's so unlucky. He was looking for a big play, did make it a little more expensive, but Nouns have finally got a number of players on the scoreboard and the whole team as well.
Yeah, shame for Wacadia that. few more bullets needed to do even more damage and maybe cause some scares about the round win. But this is what they needed. Xantares traded early. I think that's going to slow him from making that play. And the timing was actually really good there from Nouns. Considering how low the clock was, I was really impressed with the fact they were able to get those players to flank through ramp and split down B like that. It is tough to make that call, but the timing was very well done. They looked very coordinated. So credit to Nouns. That was a well-executed round. You saw how screwed Woxic was because they snuck in just past Wicadia, who I think was meant to be covering Woxic. So good composure there from Nouns to pick up their first round. Now we need to see more where that came from.
You wonder how important it'll be for Eternal Fire to wall off Secret then. If they can stop Nouns from doing that, can they control this half? It's a big spend for the CTs to get back into this one. Swing and a miss from Cynic. Again, I think early 5-on-4s are very important for Nouns if they can find them.
Switch up for Eternal Fire. It's the AWP of Woxic down Secret this time. Is that something that's going to scare them? Look at Woxic running up the stairs. That is a brazen move. He's playing the similar position that Xantares was, so they should be ready for this, but now they are ready for the AWP. How do they deal with that?
Woxic off to reposition then. Minutes on the clock for Nouns.
The smokes are up for Nouns. They've got no smokes left. They might need to cross, but I think they just faded.
Yeah, they're gone.
Oh boy.
And this clock continues to tick. They don't have enough presence in Secret. And we're heading towards the 40-second mark. So what is the play? They've got mollies for an A execute. We can see that Carson's on the roof. But will this be expected by Eternal Fire? Woxic could buy them time if they need to head towards B with his position and the AWP. 25 seconds now, and that's a lot of legs that Woxic will here. And this is the problem, heading towards Woxic, trying to reposition as best he can. Posting up, he's got the right angles to collect CJ. There's a bomb carrier to trade, 15 seconds to get that bomb planted. We're on a CT, so Carson catches Major up top, and it's left down to Calix on the B bomb site. They've solved this just in time. From A to B to A again. That was a dicey round, but look at the damage they've done.
Yeah, Nouns playing as much of the clock as possible. It's getting so hectic in the last 30 seconds. I thought Woxic was going to get away with a lot there when he got the first kill, got back to the vents, even landed his second shot. But not enough cover, so eventually was traded. Alex's arms long enough to recover that AWP. He will look to try and save that because Eternal Fire's money is starting to be questioned. Alex.
Smart.
Yeah, run back towards the bomb. You know you're safe there.
The trade frag by the bomb carrier. Nerves of steel doing what must be done. And again, it looked so dire earlier on, but all of a sudden, with 2 expensive rounds for Eternal Fire, Nouns are chipping down at that economy.
Is this fast? Everyone in lobby. Maybe a fast ramp play here.
Oh boy, Major and Calix are cleaning up. 3 might just be enough. I think they'll be happy with that. Xantares in a great position as well. And Woxic. Oh, he was so close to a peak there. Marky and CJ, they continue the pace and try and get a quick bomb plant. Bomb site becomes very dangerous with Woxic creeping towards control. He hears the beeps. No plant just yet, though. This is allowing more CTs, more reinforcements to come in. Marky may have his last stand in this position. He's alone on the bomb site, but ready for the duels. The target now for Eternal Fire. They don't know where CJ is. Now they do. One after the other. Eternal Fire are back. That was a really crucial round for them to win. That was the comeback throw. That was the momentum for Nouns. Slowed down for now. That bomb plant bonus money, though, will be important for the T side.
Yeah, I don't hate the decision from Nouns to completely change the pace. I think there's a world where Eternal Fire could have been caught off guard by that. But Eternal Fire have been playing 2 ramp in quite a few of these rounds. And obviously, I just think that's something Nouns haven't seen yet because there hasn't been too much ramp play. So those 2 ramp players get so far forward that I don't think Nouns are ready to deal with them already being in that position. Allows Eternal Fire to win the early trades. And from there, they do well to coordinate on the retake. Oh, he did not jump when he threw that molly.
Cannot compute what I just saw there. Calix trying to get away. Woxic posting up. Close, but not quite. Nouns forced him away. This is some good map control for Nouns early. They don't have to commit to anything behind this, but they've taken ramp immediately. 5-man on road as well. Safety in numbers, but Woxic has got a safe angle of his own.
2 players rotated down to B for Eternal Fire. So if Nouns want to move forward, it won't be easy. That's a lovely angle from Calix, playing a little further forward than expected, but he sticks around a little too long. Xantara is only good for 1. Those are good trades for Nouns. They can get this bomb down now.
A lot of util on 2 of their 3 players as well. CJ can be the util man, still looking for his first frag. That is quite a painful smoke.
They do have nades if they want to try and wipe it. Looks like they might just try and sneak through. Wait for it to fade.
Well then, little pre-fire. Some clues for the T side. Not ready for CJ to peek like that. There's his first kill finally. That might just be enough. Major 1 versus 2 with $200 in the bank is in a less than ideal situation. This might be the break that Nouns were looking for. See what the money looks like afterwards. Not great at all for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I feel like Eternal Fire just took a little too long setting up that retake while those smokes are up. And credit to Nouns, they just get such clean trades onto B that they don't need to use their utility on the initial site take. And I think that was partly Eternal Fire maybe fighting a little too long. Calix there, once he got the first kill, hung around and gave away his life. And that means Nouns have those smokes available when it gets into the post plant. And you see the benefit of that. So much time bought, Eternal Fire not able to get in time. Let's see what these 2 rifles can do for Eternal Fire though. They've got the AWP of Woxic, they've got the AK of Xantares. He's looking to take the fight to them. That'll do.
Yeah, that's the 5-1-4 that they will enjoy the luxury of, especially with Calix on a 5-7. Give themselves an edge. There's util for Nouns. They're making inroads towards Secret. That'll be important. Trying to understand the climate outside. Xantaros is in position, though, to give Eternal Fire a better idea of where to expect these Ts. CT vent being cleared by Marquis. Wicadia trying to find an angle. Oh, this is so awkward for him. Many targets coming his way. Stereo frags for now. Perfect time to do it as well. On the catch-up trail, the comeback trail. Oh, they're lining up for Woxic. The trade has to be there, and it will be for Marquis, leaving Calix alone. This is where Nouns have to build, especially on their map pick. Keep those wheels turning. It's been difficult for B-Wills and CJ. 3 kills combined in the 8 rounds we've seen behind us. Still time to have an impact in this half.
Yeah, some of the other players picking up the slack. I think it's really been Marquis and Carson in the gun rounds because Cynic had that triple from the pistol. So outside of that, he's not been doing much in the gun rounds either. But Marquis is the main man for Nouns in a lot of senses. Normally their highest rated player. So seeing him top of the board is a good sign. Nouns showing us they've got some life in them. A couple of players dying to the bomb there. The smiles on the faces of Nouns. They're still in a pretty good position here. I'm just happy that we are getting a competitive map now because so far today we've had quite a few one-sided games. Really, the opening two BO3s were both pretty convincing. Maybe Nouns are going to give us the best chance of getting to a third map today. Our NA qualifier beat out EG to make it here. Showing there are some up-and-coming teams in the North American region. It's that new smoke that plumes all the way down, even though it lands up top. It's going to allow Nouns to scale on yard. Only against the pistols in this one, so should be having an easy time of things. Oh, wow, that name.
Oh, yes, give it to me.
Oh.
I need more. More shrapnel for ecoing players. Just satisfying to watch. Love the big red damage. Calix and Wicadia with their USPs. Even Orion, very nice choice. I don't know how, that's such an awkward angle to get a headshot in.
It's almost like, I think you're so far below that if your shot hits, it kind of has to go up through the head because you're basically right below the player. Might have been how it worked out. Either way, all tied up. Now showing us that their nuke is not to be messed with. It's been very good for them in their region. Since they've come to Europe, they've only played it once against Heroic. They did lose 13-5 in that one, but maybe took some important lessons from that game against a very strong team. As for Eternal Fire, we were saying in the pre-game, this is not a map we really see much of from them. Only played it twice in the last few months. Both of those were losses. And they haven't actually played it on CS2. Last time they played it was back at Pro League on CSGO. So Eternal Fire got off to a good start, showed us some good things, a couple of interesting ideas. But now Nouns are showing us that they might have more depth on this map here. See if they can keep it up though. Heading into the last couple of rounds of this half, it's a full gun round again. There are new ways you can fight Yard now if you want to wipe those smokes with a nade. Xantares, again, just happy to play in secret. Looks like that's his favorite spot.
Eternal Fire going fishing as Xantares looks to add to his tally in CS2. The transfer, M4A4, paying off in spades. Throwing util at the problem. Continuation spray will deliver the goods, but the bomb is in the wrong place. And they don't have the util to get there. Calix will pick up the reins then. Is Major in position to sling a pop flash over for him? Woxic's got such a dangerous weapon for the job as well. Another problem to be solved by now as they line up in close quarters. Wicadia and Calix come alive. Great collection on that last one from Calix also. And Eternal Fire take the lead once again.
Yeah, you see Xantares there playing on the edge of that smoke. It looked like he probably saw the T-side player first, which is not meant to be as much of a thing in CS2, but I think it can still happen on the edge of the smoke in the right place. And you see there, I think when you're close in the smoke, it's very hard to see through. And I love how Xantares just figures, if they are going for this yard play, I might as well continuation spray because I'm likely to find another target. That's exactly what happens. And it really takes the sting out of the round from Nouns. Last round of the first half. Can Eternal Fire come away with the lead from their CT side? A bit of damage early. Impressive fight there from Wicadia. They'll re-up that smoke to try and deny this push. Carson looking to sneak in. Wicadia taking damage. Oh, doesn't dissuade him though. He still goes forward and finds a second straight through the smoke.
Utterly outrageous behavior from Wicadia. 14 for 6. New man for Eternal Fire. Big star for the squad. Speaking of stars, Woxic and this Org looking for that armor penetration on the ramp. Now Calix will surely clean up. He's got Xantares here for help as well. And that'll be that handily dealt with last round of the first half. A 2-round lead at halftime for Eternal Fire. We'll see what Nouns can do after the break.
Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Coasting, open, hoping for more. Dreaming, thinking what I have is yours. Realize, recognize 100 times I've cried. Top down, music loud as we cruise at 85. Wondering is this a dream or a real life? A fantasy is what this feel like. 10 toes down for my baby. This life be driving me crazy. Your friends talk down, it don't faze me. Leaving you alone, well that ain't me. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. All the things that I needed, all the things I wanted, thought it was unbreakable. Always felt something's coming so much closer. Now I know I'm vulnerable. Just listen to what's in you. So I'm
Second half is here. Second map, second half. Let's see if Nouns can take us to a third. I'd love to see what they can do in a longer series. 5 rounds might be enough in that first half. Again, these pistols have been a disaster. They've been a danger zone for Nouns. And a CT pistol would be so good to start with. If this is the only pistol they win in this series, Eternal Fire have been so brutal in the other ones. You can see Xantares is fishing with the P250 outside. He's been made the raid boss, donated that P250 for that additional range over the Glock. Those one-hit shots, he'll be deleted by CJ.
Oh, look at all the distraction though. Ramp left wide open. The B-bomb site is now being reinforced though. Rotate is arriving. Cynic will spot these players jumping on in, but Carson can't do anything about it because he's been dealt with. The rotate's here, but I don't know if they can deny this bomb plant.
These fast-moving pistol rounds just keep going the way of Eternal Fire. What's it coming through? Have a look at the pop flash and the frags afterwards. That leaves CJ on an island, and he will quickly sink. 4 of 4 pistol rounds for Eternal Fire. Those are very good statistics for winning series.
Absolutely. I think I saw a little wink there from Major as well, because he knows how important that flash was in that round. Saw him getting some of the French fans on his side. He's played on French teams before, Major, but back to Eternal Fire now. Back to the Turkish team and looking good for it. Major's fragging has been pretty good as well throughout this series. He's been right up there alongside his teammates. See in this one, there is a force buy from Nouns. Major's still on the USP, but plenty of AKs in play. So you assume maybe Major will be waiting back for some of his teammates to take first contact, salvaging an AK later in the round if necessary. Even if you lose the pistol, if you can win this follow-up force buy round, it can make a big difference. So Nouns will still be fully focused here.
So important for them to keep the score close if they can. But they need Eternal Fire to put a foot wrong in this round. Otherwise, this is money down the drain. This is a big gamble. And the house will win.
Santara's already down on B. This has got to be a massive ramp hold here. Oh, and they don't even know about him.
Oh, that's absolutely brutal. Before it gets started, the plug is pulled. Dark times for Nouns then. Very difficult to make a comeback here. All these pistols lost.
Gotta say, Wakadia has pretty clearly been the best player on the server here today. Look at that, another kill coming through, 17 and 6. Stunning stat line, and he's been the highest rated player for Eternal Fire at this event, just ahead of Xantares. It looks like they've got a real star in their mix now, Eternal Fire. And I'm so excited about that. I think a big concern for some people is when you're with a national roster, how are you going to find new talent? What if they just don't come along? But Wakadia has proven that is not an issue here. And now Nouns down on a low buy. They are going to be very far behind here. The pressure is going to be on them once they get those guns out. This round is basically a gimme for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what the full buy looks like in the next round. If Cynic will have all the tools he needs, if the investment is worthwhile, with such urgency. Oh boy, that is worst case scenario. Getting hit by the grenade and then it going off can be 101 damage in 2 hits. You've got no Kevlar, you've got nowhere to go. Marquis would like a moment alone.
It's a nice feature, isn't it? Some privacy. Get the blinds up. I've actually got Venetian blinds in my new place, and my dad had to show me how to use them because I'd never seen them before.
Never seen them before?
I swear I'd never seen them before.
Basement Dweller Hawker confirmed.
Indeed. I can finally see the light.
D_Nide.
Well, this is the round that Nouns need then. 10-5 down. If you lose this, again, your money's bad. It puts the pressure on them. Can they live up to it, though? It is their map pick. CT side tends to be favored. Carson even going for the AWP.
So I just wonder, like, if you look at Cynic and the investment of the Eagle, I'm not going to say it was wrong to buy it, but I'm going to ask if it was worth it. Missing an incendiary, a defuse kit on just the one player in the buy round. You need every little detail, every little thing you can get for this. Let's see how it plays out.
So far this tournament, it has been Cynic AWPing for Nouns. So we'll see if Carson is just picking it up because he's having a good game, thinking he can make the difference. He has AWPed in the past as well. As for Eternal Fire, full AKs for them. Couple of fake smokes on yard, but everyone in lobby ready to pounce.
Great timing on that smoke. Eternal Fire dumped a fair bit behind that. Oh, the HP though will give them an opportunity to walk in and get railed by B-Wills. Exactly the kind of scenario that now needed. Now don't give this advantage up. Got to be really careful. Major's been heard on the roof. Comms will continue. Cynic is ready for him. I think he may be trying to time his jump with that smoke, but didn't quite work out. Carson will tag down to the USP then, falling back. He's got support. That's great support. Can they keep 4 up? Indeed they can. They'll be absolutely happy with that. 4 rounds behind. I hesitate to say only because they will be difficult.
Credit to B-Wills there. Hasn't been having his best game. He'll tell you that himself. Only had 2 kills before that round. But when that smoke is timed so well, the way he played anti-flash was perfect. He knew if they were going through that smoke, there's no way they're not going to at least try and throw a flash to help them. So he waits for the flash, uses that as his cue to turn back, lines up those 2 players before they can get out through Squeaky. Stops that play at the source. But Nouns still need to keep it up, and now they're making aggressive plays. Cynic out to red early, flash here to help him.
Oh, he might be going too far here, I really wonder. Santara has had so much fun in the early rounds, running straight towards Secret. A little calmer this time, holding the angles, but no harm done either way.
Where's the second smoke? A little later, but it is there. Do they want to wipe that? CJ has a nade. Eternal Fire. They are going to try and cross here. Lovely timing. Cynic gets their kill. It's wiped at the right time, but a couple of Eternal Fire players have made it in safely.
Made very awkward for the squad. Major moving into A as the CT is reloading. Trying to decide on what's the right opportunity for him. Wasn't that one. Nouns are holding. Woxic collects the bomb. 2 on 4 for Eternal Fire. Marquis spots that bomb carrier. He's got to be real careful because there's 40 seconds remaining. There's time for Eternal Fire to get a few more frags. Smoke on control. Marquis on the bomb side. Where are those kills? Woxic in the clutch now. And there's 2 more remaining. 30 seconds. He's got the time for this. He has the space to make these plays. Committing to the bomb plant. B-Walls and Carson above him. Woxic in the clutch. This is not going to be easy for anyone. They'll get sound cues from the reload. But it's still Woxic you have to deal with. Look at that sensitivity. Another 1v1. Warp versus Orp. 20 HP versus Carson, who had to deliver that round, and he will.
Oh man, Woxic made it so close though. What a fantastic effort. It was almost the ace from Woxic. Once they gave him those first couple of fights, you start to get scared, but still well played early in the round by Nouns. That's a good sign for them. Even though Major nearly slipped through, he went back, he was spotted. And then there's the first shot, the drop down from Cynic. Perhaps a little unnecessary, opened the door. Thought Woxic was gonna have it, but credit to Carson, keeps his cool. And now Eternal Fire might have some money issues. They did get that bomb down.
The CTs might as well. They lost so many players. Might be lacking a few pieces. We'll see how it looks. 3 rounds behind Nouns. This is their pick. They're surviving the test one way or another, and they've got a very good buy, actually. Plenty more kits than before. Plenty of utility. Plenty of helmets also. There's 1 Tech 9 on the server at the very least. And even 1 is enough to strike fear in my eyes.
Ken Santara's on that hero AK. I honestly wouldn't hate giving it to Acadia with how he's been playing. But we know that Santares is oh so capable of finding entries with that rifle. Good timing on the nade and the molly. Acadia falls forward. He's only got a Glock, so won't be trying to duel Carson.
That's a chunky 16 damage. Parkour gone wrong.
Oh, how long do you hang around here? He's got rifle support now, so I think he will be able to stick around a little longer.
Arcadia was waiting for that AK.
Yeah, I guess my wish was granted. Arcadia does get the AK.
What's the plan B then? This is brazen.
Yeah.
This is rude. Oh, there we go.
Alex, have a go. Oh, he might not be able to reach it. All right, the Deeg will do. The Deeg will do.
Nice. Oh, my God!
Hang on.
He's got 40 seconds in a 1 versus 2. He knows one player is in the lobby. But what of the other one? Does CJ wait for his teammate? He's got him off the bomb, but he didn't fully commit to that one. Quickly closing. Looks so awkward with the silencer barrel. But now Calix can commit. He's got the angle. They're going to move together, which might be in his favor. Then again, maybe not. Very promising, though, from Calix. Spotting the shoulder and wide swinging on player number 2. That was delicious.
It's just so funny. It ends up being the damage that Eternal Fire wanted when they bought that AK, but not from the AK at all, which failed on a couple of occasions. It's the Deeg that shines through. Some stunning shots there. The third, the adjustment on that was unreal. You almost want him to win the clutch at that point. But again, Nouns able to hold on. That's the
Look at the shoulder. See the shoulder?
Yeah,
wide swing,
and then
straight
back
in
to
the head.
headshot height.
Oh, that's so clean.
Like spotting that the first player is crouching, then having to go back to standing headshot height. Really impressive work there. That'll have to be left in the past though, because it's the gun round now for Eternal Fire. Nouns need to stay focused. And Nouns have not been able to build up much money because of that damage. So still important that they come out on top in this round. This game has heated up real quick. Nouns with a few rounds in a row, and suddenly we have a map on our hands.
Yeah, we've got a game on our hands. B-Will's moving into the corner. He's got some support from Marky if they can find the right angles. B-Will's delivering once again a quick 3K for him. Has he done enough? 2v3. Eternal Fire on the bomb site, trying to control the space. Major's got to rotate to join his teammate though. And that bomb needs to be picked up. Calix being careful. Smokes have come and gone. CTs don't really understand the climate on the A bomb site. Why isn't the bomb being planted? I'll have to wonder, is it here as well? They only see Calix so far. There's support though, come and gone from Major. And Cynic will also deliver. Just one round now between these squads.
Again, B-Wills might be bottom of the board, but that is another massive multi-kill. It almost looks like Eternal Fire are targeting him, feeling like he's having a bad game, and he's just delivered in 2 big rounds. And now look at Eternal Fire's money. Awkward buy in this one. Calix clearly feeling it. He's got the AK. The rest of the team not so lucky. Nouns on the verge of tying things up on their map pick.
Nouns have been climbing without a rope. They're not there just yet though, but this will certainly help the way things are going. Oppressive angles for Eternal Fire, walking through the smoke and somehow delivering 2 frags. That should not be happening. Still 3, make it 2 for Nouns. This could be disastrous for them. Cynic creeping through the smoke. Got to be careful though. Oh, he's going to catch them unawares. That timing is wonderful for him, but the job's not done. Calix is creeping. Minute 10 on the clock, Cynic falling back, playing with his teammate now. The AWP is there, but he gives him the 1 versus 1. His teammate had the angle. Carsten misses the shot. Oh, he's actually clutched it, Calix. That's gone absolutely wrong in all the worst ways for Nouns after such a comeback.
What a devastating round loss. And you said it best. Just had to tuck back and play with his teammate. But again, we've seen from Nouns on a few occasions that inexperience shines through. Mistakes are made that they would not normally make, but under the pressure, they don't play together. They give up the one-on-ones. You could almost see that Calix assumed there's no way someone was in lobby because he assumed they would have just played together. But still, the shot is missed. And that is a hard round to recover from. But it's one that they've got to come back from.
This was crazy. Zantares has to move through the smoke and somehow finds the right timing to win the duel and get their second one at range. Unreal. That was the swing in that round. Then the awkwardness towards the end that Calyx pounces upon like a jaguar.
Oh man, and the buy is bad. Only one premium rifle. They've done so much hard work to get to that point. That one should have been a little easier. Instead it goes against them, and now they have to win with this awkward force buy. 3 CTs on A.
CJ with the pre-fire, so nervous now. His teammates moved away on the hub because of the flames, but B-Wills again. It's always B-Wills on the bomb site, but has he done enough? Cynic with the scout, finds a headshot and makes it doable for Carsten. 1v2, he's got to pick his timing correctly though. He's got to be real careful because he has to break that vent. He has to telegraph his position, but things slow down. Eternal Fire moving shoulder to shoulder.
This could be an unreal read. If they actually come B. Eternal Fire have tucked back to play together and Carsten could be ahead of the game.
Oh, he's not finding the right headshot. Major will get there first. The coin flip was correct, but the duel wasn't his. And Eternal Fire will find themselves at match point. A long road, a long comeback for Nouns is falling to pieces in front of them.
Facing elimination. Nouns have to win with this buy. The Eagles, a single MP9 and a 5-7. They've showed that they're capable on this CT side. They put a good streak together. But can they do it when the odds are against them? Eternal Fire 1 round away from the playoffs. They won't be thinking about that right now, though. They'll be thinking about how they can close this 1 round. Carsten down secret defensively early. Nouns happy to concede this yard control. They can't fight at range with the weapons they have. And that opens up options here for Eternal Fire. The wrap into heaven. Nouns have to push into lobby now, and that is what they're doing. They're getting some map control back, but it's still sketchy when you've got to wrap into heaven on the A site. You've got to be concerned.
Major's playing that anti-eco position as well, where you can fall back from this spot. Xantares will run distraction as Major looks to clean up from that lobby position. Look at that commitment to the wallbang, wonderful. And 1 by 1, Nouns will disappear from this round, from this game, from this tournament. Carsten will be the last one to fall. Eternal Fire eliminate Nouns and book themselves a spot at Challenger Sunday.
That rematch that came from the opening matchup of this group. Nouns were able to win it the first time round, but when it matters, it's Eternal Fire who shine through. And they should have been the favorites, but they could have been concerned. They could have been worried after losing to Nouns previously, but they played like a different team here today. Even against Tyloo earlier, they look like they are so much more confident now, Eternal Fire. And that's exactly what we want to see from them.
Eternal Fire's first CS2 game on Nuke, and you wouldn't know it because they hit the ground running. Perfect stuff, 2-0 series. What did you make of that one, Hege?
That was a masterclass performance. At least it started off like that. And this round there by Calyx, that was almost a round 1 out of nothing.
No, it was really nice to see the fact that every single one of these players was getting involved, to the point where for a while Xantares wasn't even close to the top of the scoreboard. In fact, there were 2 people ahead of him outside of Ricardia as well, right? Woxic and Calyx were doing such a good job. It really felt like they were finding their comfortable positions on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying, it came into their map pool reasonably recently. Nobody's actually had the gall to pick it into them, despite having not played it since I think it was August. What do you make of their map pool now, T-Time? Because if Nuke is playable, suddenly there's much fewer weaknesses.
Well, yes, I agree with you completely, but also at the same time, they haven't really played Inferno on CS2 either so far, right? So, sorry, not Inferno. I meant to say Nuke up against another team on CS2 so far, which isn't just Nouns, right? Nouns is very comfortable on it, but we could also see them starting to make Eternal Fire a little bit worried as well when it comes to, hey, maybe Wakadia got caught out in a couple of places, even though he had a fantastic game, but there were certain places where there's scenarios that Eternal Fire wasn't fully ready for. So I don't know if I'd say that Nuke is fully into the pool, but at least it's a legitimate threat now.
Promising signs, and I think promising signs for Eternal Fire in general. The calling looked good today. Very few mistakes, looking on the same page, calm, composed. In a slightly weird way, Hege, was losing that best of one yesterday the thing they needed?
Maybe. It was like the little extra kick in the butt just to, you know, step up, and they don't want to be eliminated here in one of their like best opportunities for a tournament victory.
No, absolutely. Listen, this is going to be a huge chance for them to go forward, and I can't wait to see more of them in the playoffs.
Well, the good news is we have the captain on deck with Sam.
Thank you so much. I am here with Major. I've spoken to you so much today because you're playing so well. They're talking a lot about Nuke possibly being a permaban, but you're saying to me, no, you play all the maps.
Yeah, no, Nuke is not a permaban. We play. I decided with my coach Fabre to try at least at CS2 play all maps and just ban the enemy better map, or so we are tactical wise way better than CSGO. So the goal was to play all the map. Today Nuke, we feel confident. We have a good strat book on it. Yeah, City side was okay. T side we've starting really well, but after that we lose a lot of rounds. But like in the end, we find a solution. I found a solution, and it was all good. Okay.
Major, you've got so good at this now because we've chatted so much. I was going to follow up asking how you thought your performance on Nuke was, but you've answered that, so we'll just move on. You're into the semi-finals, going up against MIBR. Have you had a chance to watch the Brazilian team?
Not the chance, but we played them like 5 days ago in the other LAN in Serbia. We played them, BO3 again. So it's going to be again a difficult matchup. MIBR is a good team. They have a good play style. I like that. So we'll do our best. We'll do preparation, and tomorrow we're going to be ready for this matchup.
You've played Nouns twice now. This team coming from North America, they've boot camped in Europe. It's so difficult in that scene to get quality European playtime. What did you think of them overall?
To be honest, I congratulate them. It's a talented team. They need to work better, but they won Vertigo against us. So, for my opinion, it's really good. Like they are talented. Like I wish them good luck for further. And if they come to Europe for bootcamp and working, I think it's a good thing, because for NA team you have to do that to be competitive in CS:GO nowadays. So I congratulate them.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's head back to the desk.
Major there, already focusing on the semi-finals like a true leader, thinking ahead of the game. But let's stay focused on the here and now here on the desk, because Xantares, Wicadia, dangerous duo on this map, weren't they?
They were absolutely terrifying, to be honest, because now when you look over towards what Xantares is doing, it does have a bit of a feeling of, hey, okay, young blood, go forward and you go do what I used to do. I'll throw some flashes for you as well. I'm not just going to be the only person who's going in first and having everything set up around me. And that also scares me in a way, Alan, for anyone who's going up against Eternal Fire in the future, because we might be entering into an era where Xantares is also a super late round player, not just because he stayed alive in all of his duels, but because he chooses to be. And that option is really scary.
Yeah, when we were looking at the opening duels for this match, we had Xantares. He had 8 opening successes and 4 where he didn't make it. So 50%. Wicadia was a clean sheet. He got 4 opening frags. And when you can send in Wicadia first to do like what we were used to seeing Xantares doing,
yeah.
Oh boy, that's danger.
It is really big, Alan, but I do want to quickly just add in and shade in a bit of context that he had 4 opening duels and none lost, but it wasn't like Wicadia wasn't at times getting caught out. Nouns did do a decent job of trying to pin him down in a couple of situations, make him slightly uncomfortable, but slightly is not going to cut it for Wicadia.
Yeah, I mean, but you got Xantares to close out the rounds. We just need some wild kid fraggers get in early, cause havoc. That was Wicadia. He is our MVP of the series, and it has to be said, he's actually in MVP contention for the tournament at the moment. If he continues on at this rate, the sky is the limit, apparently, for Wicadia.
I mean, Insani is probably the main contender for him right now, right? Just because he's had so much more of a difficult road. I will also say that, technically speaking, Wicadia hasn't played against the most difficult opponents so far, right? You know, he did have a very good series across the board, don't get me wrong. But Insani had that crazy 45-round map against VP where he's consistently fragging. It's a lot easier to be visually impressive when you're going into a million overtime.
Yeah, that series was just insane.
Let's switch gears. Let's talk their opponents. Nouns. It wasn't the best scoreline in the series, but there's still some bright moments. Round number 5, Hege, a lot of composure.
A lot of composure. They've gotten the trades out on yard, they've gained some map control, and then this is where Carson is shining bright. Now they hear this information that Voxic is positioned there, and with 15 seconds left on the clock, instead of pushing the envelope and going further, they're managing to keep composed, getting the plant with 5 seconds left on the clock. And in the round after that, they're doing the exact same thing. Good spacing as they're entering towards main. They're not stressing out, even though the clock is running low. They're keeping their composure and they're playing beautiful Counter-Strike.
And a lot of that comes down to how willing they were to try and fight into outside and take control over towards the hell area as well. And that's what actually made Wicadia really uncomfortable. It feels like maybe in scrims he's not used to that happening, where someone's actually taken over hell and they're attacking from mini hell at the same time. Those are the few times where it felt like when you add one more threat of one of his teammates having fallen early, that's where he could crumble, right? We saw a couple of rounds in the first half where he actually ended up falling on that A-bomb side, be it from being caught out. There was one round as well where he got caught out and just got a double kill through the smoke, which is, in all fairness, that's a little bit extreme, but that'll happen with a player like that. But it was nice to see that Nouns was able to at least force that out of him, right? Nouns did bring out a lot of very interesting angles where, listen, you're not going to get hell control every single round, but the fact that they managed it so many times in itself is a big feat on a map as difficult on T-side as Nuke is.
Yeah, and we have been talking about Marky this whole tournament. He has been the shining star of Nouns, but on Nuke now we will see different people. We see the different players also stepping up to the plate, and quite Carson and Cynic having such an amazing series. It's just it's just barely not enough for them to take us into the third map, and overall I think they have had a great performance here. They won their opening match against Eternal Fire. They're showing these great tendencies, and Major was mentioning it. It's an excellent point. They've had a little bit of a boot camp here in Europe, and when you're from the North American region that is struggling, you can come to Europe, you can get that good boot camping, get that good practice, and then I am 100% convinced that we will see even better things from Nouns in the future.
Hard work, elbow grease, that's all you need, according to Hege. Let's reflect then on the day. Group A, of course, saw Monty yesterday steaming their way into the semi-finals. We now know that joining them from this group is going to be Eternal Fire. I'm still thinking back to that first initial matchup. I thought that Monty Eternal Fire game was incredibly... the Nouns Eternal Fire game was super entertaining. Anybody that missed that should go and watch it.
Oh, 100%. Go back over to that. You'll see the best of what Nouns can offer. You'll see some of the worst of what Eternal Fire can offer. And probably you're not going to see that for the rest of the tournament, right? Eternal Fire came into this maybe a little bit less rested, maybe a bit more worked out, maybe a few fewer scrims. You know, just thinking, yeah, we just got to the finals of LAN, we're going to be fine. You're not going to see that kind of Counter-Strike again. Go check that one out for sure.
Lots of fun here in Group B. Of course, Virtus Pro, MIBR, the game that never ended. Well, it did in the end, just about, but I don't remember the rest of it. Either way, lower bracket today, Virtus Pro taking out Gamer Legion. So I guess not massive surprise with the teams, but Virtus Pro not winning the group, you wouldn't have seen that coming. And the scary part is, Hege, look at that semi-final. Monty, Virtus Pro, a lot of people would have thought that'd be the grand final, but it's in the semis, scary stuff.
But even MIBR, Eternal Fire, these two teams with these clashing playstyles, it's gonna be That's going to be a fiery match.
Oh no, it's going to be an incredible set of series tomorrow. I'm really glad that it's shaped out like this because listen, the VP versus Monty matchup was something that we had to get in this tournament. So I don't want to get like an upset or something like it out and be like, oh no, well, they didn't really face each other till the finals. And the Eternal Fire versus MIBR match as well, to get a rematch from something where 5 days ago Eternal Fire wiped out MIBR Hege. That was such a one-sided series. And now you look over towards what MIBR are doing. They look amazing.
Exactly.
Right? So this is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and I love the fact that these teams are coming straight from another tournament, meaning they're not jet lagged. This is no longer an excuse. Here at ESL Challenger, you are ready. You're all ready. You have no... Maybe Game Legion, because they I feel really bad for them.
I mean,
okay. Yeah.
We all do. We all do.
But wait. I know what to do. You know what? It's the season. It's the seasonal depression. And that's why I have here in my box what we all need in these dark times. If I can just open it here, I am looking for... It's the vitamin. You need your D vitamins, guys.
Wise words. Big lessons from Hege out here on the desk. Get your vitamin D. Don't miss out on that. It is oh so important. What else is important? DHL drop. We got the answer. For all you fans at home, the correct answer is D.
Perfect.
You'd almost think we script these segments. Believe that. Whoever won that, good luck to you. Hopefully you're enjoying that one. And we're going to start wrapping up the day. Been a lot of fun, Counter-Strike, of course. The semis tomorrow should be all too exciting. Monty Virtus Pro. I can't wait to see that one, MIBR Eternal Fire. We did see it last week, but maybe this time around, MIBR will fight back a little bit more. Either way, that wraps up for today. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. European. You do not want to miss it. Be there.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh yeah, if we should take it slow, oh yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out.